Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for joining us for a great show tonight on Mtembei TV, even as we dive deep into understanding our politics and how we must respond to the same in order for us to be armed and dangerous, ready for the 9th of August 2022 to determine the next leadership of this great nation. Well, it's 18 days to the D-Day. Are you set? Do you have your voter's card in place, your ID, and all necessary documents? How close are you to your polling stations? Are you in that city where you're going to vote, in that village where you're going to vote, in that country where you're going to vote, or you're still far? Time is running out. You need to begin to travel. Those of you that need to travel from across the sea in order to come and be part of these historic elections, begin the journey early. Don't wait for last minute unless you're setting yourself up for a big disappointment. Well, we pray for everybody to have their journey masses and travel safely home and be part of these historic elections. Well, Baba is in 3 counties on a voter hunt mission. Mother Karua is in Nyeri. William Ruto returns to the coast. Well, the rest, you know what is happening. We need to respond to this accurately and be able to deal with these matters to their conclusion in order for everybody to be fully informed. Well, we appreciate everybody for your faithful support and faithful followership. Those of you that are following us on Facebook, we continue to urge you to come and subscribe on YouTube, where we have unlimited time to broadcast and so that you don't miss out on anything. So there's nothing wrong with following us on Facebook, but we urge everybody to cross over and come and subscribe on YouTube, where we have unlimited time for broadcast, and hence you will be set not to be left out when things are happening. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I want to appreciate everybody, those of you coming in fast and furious. And if you're able to come in, please make sure that you are able to get us. Please make sure that you don't watch alone. You are busy sharing that link with everybody in your life, everyone in your WhatsApp groups, everyone in your Facebook groups. Let all your friends know we are up and running, and they should be in this very space for us to get talking. Sally Roba, thank you so much. Patel Saboka Manyi, karibu kwa show. Judy Tamara Williams, we appreciate you. Fatma Nasimi, you, thank you so much. Kuna Buya Collins, asante sana. Kuna Naftal, huyu jina lake la pili na Imani, asante sana, karibu. Kuna Hana Mbogwa, karibu kwa show. Kuna Jackton Ogutu, kuna Favor Akita, karibu kwa show. Blessed Mom, thank you so much. Tatu Juma, we appreciate you, thank you so much. Kuna I am blessed. Alafu kuna Nectar Nyambane, karibu kwa show. Obuya Collins, we salute you, thank you so much. Mr. Ondigi, we appreciate you. Sante sana. Look forward to having a great time together, even as we discuss our politics and staying on the cutting edge. Kuna Jose Kowech, karibu kwa show. Kuna Muhammad Nyamawi, you're welcome. Anderson Neta, of course, thank you so much. Eunice Ombogo, Linet Wabomba, nani huyu mwingine, kuna Muhammad Ege, alafu nani mwingine huyu, Geoffrey Ambani, Blessed Mam Zalendo MK, Geoffrey Osundwa, alafu nani huyu, Felix, don't want to miss anybody. Kuna Fred Mobegi, kuna Fredrick Mugo, kuna Patrick Magare, alafu Catherine Okiru, I appreciate everybody. Please, let's get talking. The link, once again, is in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you your camera and your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. A lot has taken place, and much is taking place. We need all to be, on the move in order to stay on the cutting edge on these matters. Raila hits the home turf of one William Ruto in those three counties on a voter hunt mission. Is this it, or should we wait for another mother wing Nyeri? Ruto is in the coast again. Well, election countdown is 18 days to the D-Day. Are you set? Do you have everything in place? You have your ID safe, your passport, and are you getting closer to your polling station? You must begin to move in good time lest you miss out on the very best. Thank you, everyone, as we look into this and get learning one or two things that we so much need to know and embrace in order for us to remain on the cutting edge. So tunawashukuru kila mmoja wote mnaojumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika kisiasa, anaelewa nini kinachojiri na kivipi anapaswa kufanya nini, kusimama ili asiwe sehemu ambayo haifai kwa nchi hii. Nchi inahitaji uongozi mzuri, uongozi wa kutegemewa, uongozi wa uaminifu. Hatuwezi kwenda mbele wakati huku tunaibiana, huku tunashukiana, huku hakuna anayeamini mwingine. Lazima tufike mahala ambapo tunahakikisha kuna amani na kuna utengamano, kuna ile hali ya umoja wetu, nguvu zetu. Kusiwe eti wachache wanafaidika, wengi wakikosa. Ni lazima tuwe na uongozi ambao utashughulikia kila Mkenya na utahakikisha kwamba kila jamii nchini Kenya iko sawa sawa. So thank you, everybody. We look forward to having a great time together. Please, as you get us, continue inviting guys to join into the discourse. Tembe TV is unique that you can get it from anywhere on the earth as long as you can connect to the internet. So karibu sana, karibu wote. Usitazame peke yako na usifuate kipindiki peke yako. Hakikisha kwamba unakuwa mzalendo mzuri ambaye unahakikisha kwamba wengine pia wanafanya nini, wanafaidika na vile wana Kenya wanazungumzia siasa zao. So this is one place where you will get different people from every walk of life sharing their views on their politics and on how the way forward must be charted for the better Kenya. We stick here for a better Kenya. We pursue a better Kenya. We pray for a better Kenya. I want to establish that better Kenya where every Kenyan is safe to be a Kenyan and proud to be one. Well, we start out fast and furious. Thank you, everyone. Now tumsikilize nani huyo Felix huko nyuma ya curtain. Kuna nini? Toka gizani. Felix inaonekana na shida ya mitambo. Tom, namna gani leo?
Bernard, niko salama. Kwanza nitasalamu wenzangu wote wazimio.
Aha.
Lakini nitaendelea baadaye, ni salamu tu, nitaendelea baadaye. Asante sana bwana Bernard.
Okay, asante. Unajua tuko wawili. Sawa, asante. Blessed mom, how are you?
I'm very fine.
Inaonekana mitambo leo imeleta kizaazaa kwa watu wengi. Kuna nani huyu Johnston Ombinda, your gadget is not well connected. You need to restart afresh and get back so that you can be added to the screen. If your gadget is not well configured, it becomes impossible for you to communicate. And so ensure that you configure your gadget rightly. Allow StreamYard to configure it for you. Don't configure it by yourself, because you will miss some things that are necessary for you to be able to communicate. And it looks like the internet is a bit slow, but we are looking forward to having a great time together as we discuss our politics and the future of this great country. So if you're able to get us, we continue to urge you, please don't watch alone. Make sure that you are an ambassador, an extension of Mtembe TV, by ensuring that you invite the entire world into this space for us to get talking and be able to celebrate the greatness of this country and take responsibility for the future of the same. It is all important that we all flow with what is happening in order for us to achieve the greatest attainment. Black, black, black. I don't understand what's happening, but I hope that it is cleared. Everybody's net is buffering. We need to work hard. Nelvin, iko nini uko gizani? What's happening? John Njenga, habari ya leo? Bwana Njenga, unmute and talk. Pole. Anderson?
Bena,
Okay, mabibi na mabwana, tunashukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana. Masuala ya mjadala wa leo, tunazungumzia Raila Odinga anazuru kaunti 3 leo kwa kutafuta kura. Martha Karua yuko Nyeri. William Ruto amerejea Mombasa tena ama pwani kujizolea kura kama atapata. Sasa na zimesalia siku 18 tufikie hiyo siku ya uchaguzi. Uko tayari ama hauko tayari? Hiyo ndio mbivu na mbichi ya mjadala wa leo, na tunawakaribisha nyote dunia nzima. Ingieni Mtembei TV tukamakinike pamoja, na kama huja subscribe kwa Mtembei TV YouTube channel, please do so. Whether you get us on Facebook only, it is important that you follow us on YouTube, for that is where we'll be able to stream election results uninterrupted. We have unlimited time streaming on YouTube than we have on Facebook. And so we want everybody to be on YouTube so that they can get everything clearly. Okay, Anderson, vipi?
poa poa Bena. Niambie. Bena,
Tuambie mawili matatu tusonge. Yes.
mimi niko poa. Leo nimetoka Bungoma, nimekuwa huko
Endelea.
kwa siku tatu. Nimekuwa Bungoma kwa siku 3 ndio nimetoka huko leo. Mambo haiko mbaya sana. Raila ako sawa huko. Hizo votes zinaenda zikiongezeka. Unajua Bena, Bungoma saa hii ile kitu nimeona Bungoma sasa, yale matusi jamali alitusi Wamalwa, Eugene Wamalwa imeanza kumpunguzia kura zake Ruto. Juu watu wengi ukiwauliza wanasema ningepigia Ruto, lakini juu ametusi mwenzetu sitampigia. Sasa ni advantage kwa watu wa Azimio hapo. Kwa hivyo Raila na amepata kitu hapo. Nikiingia kwa mjadala, baba ameingia kwa ngome ya Ruto huko. Tunaomba baba aingie huko tena, arudi huko apate at least kura, tupate huko kidogo, tuongezee kikapu. Tukiongezea kikapu tutakuwa sawa, ndio asilalamike. Nataka tumshinde vizuri, tumpige one touch, sio ati tumpige tena aende kotini. Tunataka hata mwenyewe akubali, hata akienda kotini aende na aibu, ajua anaenda kuambiwa kila kitu kilikuwa shwari. Tunataka tumpige na 60+%. Hatutaki vitu ya 50, 52 sijui nini. hiyo atakuwa na excuse ya kwenda kotini. Tukimpiga na 60+, hapo jamaa hata kotini hataenda, ataenda direct Sugoi, mwingine ataenda Mululu. Hata huyo mwingine already ako Mululu, ule wa Bungoma apelekwe huko, wakae huko. Alafu wale wa matusi wengine wakina Ndindi Nyoro wapelekwe huko na Martha Karua. Alafu Martha Karua na yeye tunataka hizo votes za huko tena, za Mount Kenya huko tena aongezee. Unajua wanajidai na hiyo na hizo votes za huko sana. Oh, mara tuko juu, mara sijui nini. Tunataka hata Martha Karua na yeye awapige, tukuwe na 50-50 ndio tumalizane na hao watu mapema pena. Hatutaki hiyo kesi zao. Nataka Ruto aende vizuri sana. Hatutaki kesi zake. Alafu nje ya mjadala kidogo, tena jamani, nilisikia ameenda kwa kina Ngilu, kwa nyumba ya Ngilu, alafu anaenda kutusi Ngilu. Unajua vitu kama hizo hata mimi nashindwanga na Ruto sana. Huwezi tusi mama hivyo. Ametusi mzee, tena ameenda kutusi mama. Bena kidogo tu, kama uko na Biblia, napenda tu usomee huyu jamaa Psalms 30 verse 17. Hiyo basi inatosha Ruto. Huyu jamaa amefika mahali mpaka sasa hata siasa yake imeisha. Ile kitu imebaki tu watu Azimio, hizi siku zimebaki 18, tujitayarishe na tuamuke mapema hiyo tarehe 9. Tupige kura, sio tuende kucheka. Tupige kura, tumalizane na huyu jamaa wa Sugoi, aende kabisa, tumalizane na yeye. Alafu aenjoy sasa kuwa opposition. Asikie venye tumesikia hii miaka yote. Asikie venye kuna kuanga kutamu. Na kumeanza. Kwa hivyo sina mengi. Bena niko tu. Leo niko. Poa.
Okay, asante sana kwa hiyo update nzuri na mchango wa muhimu kwa Wakenya. Tunawashukuru wote kwa kutegea Mtembei TV. Tunaomba kwamba utapata yale yote ambayo unahitaji kupata ili umakinike kisiasa na ufanye uamuzi unaoboresha Kenya, sio uamuzi unaorudisha Kenya nyuma. Thank you everybody, thank you all of you on the comment section. Kuna Linet hapa anauliza swali, William Ruto anaenda Nyanza ku campaign lini, ama Nyanza sio Kenya? Swali zuri kweli. Tungependa tukalijadili pia katika mdahalo wa leo. Bwana Steven, vipi?
Poa sana Bernard, habari?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Tom na Anderson, jambo. Nimekuwa busy sana na kazi, so unaona unioni siku hizi, but anyway niko salama. Tunangojea tu siku ya kupeleka jamaa Sugoi. Okay, nimekuwa nikishangaa, by the way, 3 days ago I watched my governor here in Kilifi. Alikuwa amesimama mbele ya watu anawaambia ametembea Kenya mzima. Ameona Ruto ako na kura kila mahali. Ameenda Kisii, amezunguka Kenya tu generally, but I was wondering katika mikutano yake the top man George Kithi, who is his gubernatorial aspirant wa PA, sijawahi msikia akitaja Ruto. Sijawahi sikia huyo jamaa akisema nipigieni kura na mpigie Ruto kura. So imenishangaza sana. Anazunguka Kenya nyingine na kwake kumetoboka. Surely how do you feel somebody else's basket wakati yako inaangusha mayai? The irony is just too much. Anyway, I think Infotrack has told us today that Raila is at 59%. But Bernard, let me tell you, it's not 59%. It's more than that. I'm telling you, it's almost 75%. This time round, Coast is going to lock out those rebels. We call them rebels without a cause. Because when you rebel against Raila Odinga in Coast, and I've been saying this on this channel, your chances of going back to parliament, your chances of going back to any seat in Kilifi, in Mombasa. Kwale was a bit undecided. But I think now the way Mvurya is not on the seat again, is not vying again, I think Raila is going to take Kwale also. So the rebels without a cause are going home. I'm telling you, start from Aisha Jumwa, name them. Owen Baya, name them. Despite their achievements, okay, like Owen Baya, my MP, has done so much here. He's built schools, has done so much. But unfortunately for him, he's on the wrong side. He'll go home. That's a fact. Ataenda nyumbani na asubuhi na mapema sana. Hmm? I've been lucky to supervise the last elections yeah. Unapata mtu anakuja kwa polling station nakwambia mimi sitaki kujua. Ile ya Raila nataka yote. Piga sita zote za Raila. And it's like that and it will remain like that. Hmm? Coast ni ngome ya Raila. Even the last election ukiangalia Kisumu, Nyanza ukifananisha na Coast, we only had 4 MCAs who were not ODM. All of them were ODM. See influence ya Kingi. We can't put that on Kingi. Why is Kingi now not performing well with his party? Na yeye ako na chama yake. So Raila has a big following in Coast. Ukitaka kukosana na watu, taja Ruto kwa mkutano. Taja Ruto mahali umesimama na watu waanze kuongea maneno ya Ruto. Utatolewa mbio, si uongo. Watu wamechoka. Kesho atakuwa hapa, by the way. I'll be out of town but he'll be around but it's done for him miti imeteleza kila mahali, si uongo. Sijui kipo amefikia wapi na ile komiti yao ya kukata miti kule kwingine. I need an update because I've been away for some time, Bernard. I really need an update because we need to know. Kusibaki hata mti, tubakishe tu ile miti ndogo ndogo, mitomato ile ndogo ndogo tu yenye mtu hawezi kujifunga nayo kamba, but hizi nyingine zote zikatwe kabisa, wakati wamalize kila mahali. Okay, the other thing is about Martha Karua. Martha is doing well. I think the only stronghold that Ruto thinks he has is also slipping out of him. I don't see him getting votes there. By the way, I'm active in many social platforms. Na ukiangalia kina Kamau, kina Maina, hao siku hizi ndo wanatetea Raila, my friend. Ingia Facebook. Mwanzo hii story ya unga, Bernard, hii story ya unga ime expose Ruto na hii kamiti yake ya majambazi vibaya sana. Surely unga umeshukishwa, umekuja 100, you are complaining. What do you want? Even if you don't want anything to do with the government, what do you want for this country? What do you want for those who can't afford? You can afford to fuel a chopper more than one. We can't afford down here. Tumeshukishwa unga imekuwa 100, you are complaining, you are making noise. My friend, angalia kina Kariuki na kina Kamau venye wanaongea kwa Facebook, Twitter, huko kote utashangaa. Wanasema wacha UDM ununue 230, sisi tutanunua ya 100. Where does that put you? How does that show you? It shows you these people are not going to vote for that coalition. People are tired. People are tired of lies. People are tired of this nonsense they are bringing to us. The selfishness and all that is too much. You can't blame people when you are there. You want power, yet you are blaming people. How will you improve the lives of the common people if you are opposing everything? Even the slightest thing, the benefit that is coming with the drop price of unga, you are blaming, you are castigating everything. Surely Bernard, they don't have a chance to, they don't have any agenda. Wamebaki wakiongea tu, hawajui wanasema nini. Sitaki kuongea mengi, bado niko studio. Thank you so much.
Asante sana bwana Steve, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na hiyo update nzuri kutoka Pwani. Tuna imani na wapwani na Wakenya kwamba uamuzi wao utafaa kwa nchi hii. Kusiwe na yeyote ambaye atachangia kwa kudorora kwa maendeleo ya nchi hii, bali kila Mkenya ajisatiti kwamba tuko katika sehemu ambayo inapeleka Kenya mbele, uongozi ambao unaaminika, uongozi ambao hautalinda ufisadi ama kupalilia ufisadi na kutetea ufisadi. Kuwe na viongozi ambao watatusaidia kurejesha mali yetu ambayo tumepoteza kwa miaka mingi kwa ufisadi, ili watoto wetu waende shule bila matatizo, wagonjwa watibiwe bila matatizo, madaktari walipwe kwa wakati, walimu walipwe hela mzuri, polisi walipwe mshahara mizuri, waishi katika makao yanayofaa. Hayo mambo yote yanahitaji uongozi bora. Kaunti zetu zinaweza kufanyika kaunti number 1 bora tu tuwe na governors wanaofaa, senators wanaofaa, MPs wanaofaa, women rep wanaofaa, MCAs wanaofaa. Kwa hivyo tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 ni muhimu sana katika kalenda ya nchi hii, na usisalie nyuma. Kama uko mbali, anza kufunga safari mapema, songelea karibu your polling station, make sure that you do what is just, and we will be good to celebrate the same. Let's move on. Waga the Great, how are you?
Hey bro. Good evening everyone.
Waga upo?
Niko kabisa. Good evening.
Aha. Karibu.
Yeah. Naona mko sawa. Nishachapa ugali.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yeah, nimekula ugali na bei iko sawa. Sasa nasikia mtu analia tusipunguziwe bei ya ugali bwana. Huyu mtu anataka kutuua.
Ile ya 100 ama ni ile ya 250?
100 bwana, na imagine ni Kajiado of all the town. Kajiado bwana. 100 bob from 230. Sasa yeye anamesikia, sitaki kujua ni nani, ninasikia kuna importation ya mahindi ilifanywa miezi kama 2 zimeisha kutoka Kongo na Uganda. Sijui ni nani alifanya hivyo na zikawa zimeshagwa. Sasa bahati mbaya sasa imeteremushwa, sijui kazi zitarudishwa Kongo ama zitapelekwa Mexico. Juu sasa ni unga na wale walileta mahindi na wataki unga. Sasa si wacha tukule unga bwana. Mi nimefurahi sana. Na tukianza tu hivi kila kitu itakuwa tu yani moderate tu na tunasonga. Hata leo bwana nimeshangaa hata mafuta imeteremushwa salad. Na hiyo pia itauma mtu kesho asikie mafuta pia imeteremushwa. Na brother, tuangalie mbele sana juu mi naona tushafaulu. Ukiangalia sasa vile opinion poll sasa ndio imeanza kukuja. Wacha ile watu walikuwa nasema inakaa hivi, opinion poll ndio imeanza kukuja. Na kufikia kesho kutwa baba atahit 75% vile tu Steven amesema hapo. 75 round hii hatutaki tunaenda Supreme Court. Unaanzia kwa chief. Na mambo na uwanja pia msisahau kuongelea mambo ya uwanja. Mimi nitakuwa kwa peace concert pale kwa hiyo uwanja. Mtu aende kotini, hiyo uwanja tutaacha. Wao pia wafikirie vile yetu walipaka ile kitu sitaki kutaja hapa. Walileta malori wakapaka kila kitu. Hizo uwanja zote kila mtu kama amebuku uwanja asiachilie uwanja yake, kila mtu acheze kwao. Na kila mtu ana haki ya kubuku uwanja. Yeye kama amekosa kuja hapa Kajiado tuko na uwanja nyingi, achukue moja atuchezee. Na nimesikia mtu pia akisema kule Coast ati alipata tu 2000 acres. My friend, 2000 acres is not just ni shamba kubwa. Yeye sasa anasema heri 2000 kuliko sijui mwingine alipata ngapi. Na ya Lang'ata naye ni alimpatia. Basi hiyo alipewa na ya Lang'ata. Tusichague hao hizi, na sijataja mtu mwizi, tusichague mwizi na sijaita mtu jina mwizi. Nimesema tu mwizi ni mwizi, na kuna yule mtu alibaptisiwa mwizi. Mwizi amejiwekelea tu yeye aanze kuiba, achukue, afanye hivi, na amani tu ndiye ninaomba wa jamani. Baada ya election tupendane, before election tupendane. Wale wataenda kotini, Supreme Court itakuwa tu waende Supreme Court na tutawafuata huko, si tutasherekea tu. Na hii group tuchinje tu hata kambuzi bwana. Mnaonaje bana, we nikitafuta mbuzi moja hapa Kajiado, tuchinje mbuzi tukutane mahali turarue mbuzi bwana, hata mtu akipata tu mbavu hivyo hivyo, yule ataipata supu hivyo hivyo. Jiunga sasa ni kama bure. Na hiyo siku tununue unga. Jamaa lilia, teremsheni maisha. Sasa tena maisha inateremushwa, analia. Sasa tena ikipanda atalia. Sasa huyu jamaa nataka tukufe tu, my friend. It is not a joke. Na Kenya inafaa tufungue macho. Santeni sana. Thank you very much.
So asante sana Waga the Great, we appreciate that. Mbuzi zipo. Kama umetoa moja, basi kuna Julius the Big ashatoa mbili na anasema tunarudi ni Kajiado tu. So ninyi muandae karamu nzuri, mchinje mbuzi, tukimaliza tu kuapisha baba tunateremka huko kwa sherehe siku 3 ndio turudi. Hata matangazo tutafanyia huko moja kwa moja tu, mahojiano na kila kitu. Kwa hivyo kila Mkenya mahala popote ulipo, hii inaitwa Mtembei TV. Tuko hapa kujadili siasa zetu na ili kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika. Kuna itilafu ya mitambo kwa watu wengi leo, lakini tutawapatia tu subra inayohitajika ili wote wakamakinike. Thank you so much. Tunarejea kwa Tom sasa. Tom, vipi?
Ni salama bwana Bernard. Nina furaha tele sana siku ya leo ndugu yangu. Kulingana na vile nimeona opinion polls, baba akiwa mstari ya mbele sana kule coast. Hapo nimefurahi sana. Na atazidi kuwakanyaga, akanyagwe kabisa mpaka ile siku tutasherekea. Nikikuja kwa upande ya uwanja sisi tulibook mapema. Hiyo mambo ya marisiti wanajaribu kudai hapa, hizo ni zao. Uwanja tulibook kitambo na tuko tayari hiyo siku kuhudhuria. Siku ya maana sana. Hiyo siku tutaenda na najua uwanja itajaa na mamilioni ya Kenyans from all walks of life. Si wale wa Nairobi peke yao. Watu wanatoka hata nje sababu ndio siku ya mwisho. Bwana Waga, kama ni mbuzi, tayarisha mbuzi. Hiyo siku ndio tunakata mbuzi ya kwanza, alafu hiyo siku ingine tutakata ingine. Wengine waende na mkia, wengine wakule hata kama ni mfupa, bora tu wameonja. So bwana Bernard, siku ya leo nimeona huyu bwana Ruto vile anaongea. Unajua hajui kama tunasoma body language, ile ukatili na ile ubinafsi yenye ako nazo. Sisi tunasoma tu, sababu sisi tukisoma tunaweka kando. Tumeweka vitabu sasa, vitabu tuko na kama 10 sasa zinajaa. Hiyo siku ikifika tutasoma, alafu tunasema basi wewe uko kando, sababu vitabu zako hazina maelekeo, hakuna kitu tunapata. So mimi kwa upande yangu tuko sawa bwana Bernard, tuko sawa, sababu nimeona baba akiwa kule kwao huko, turn up ya watu Kenyans, real Kenyans, wale wako tayari for real change walihudhuria hiyo mkutano, na muliona vile iko insecurity. Baba aliongea akasema kila kitu itakuwa sawa, hakuna mwenye ataua nyinyi. Wakina mama walijitokeza, wengine walikuwa nasema mimi nimekosa watu wangu, mimi nimepoteza mtoto, nimepoteza bwana, nimepoteza mbuzi. Baba aliwaambia hazitapotea tena, hata hii mauaji hii mnaona hiyo itaisha, sababu kwa serikali ya baba hiyo itawezekana. The insecurity you are talking about will not be there, sababu baba ako na uwezo, because anajua ni wapi hiyo shida inatokea. Unaona? So baba akiwa na kijana yetu bwana anatembea kule Trans Nzoia, tatembea, anajua huko tembea, watasaidiana bwana nani, kijana yetu bwana nani, kijana yetu
Matiang'i.
Matiang'i, yes. Wakiwa na bwana Matiang'i kule, wanajua kona zote, wanajua kona zote za nchi, wanajua mahali shida iko. Na kwa serikali ya baba, natembea kule na bwana Matiang'i, hao vijana wetu watafanya kazi. Hata saa hii as we talk, vile baba alikuwa huko, si mliona vile security ilikuwa? Sasa hata ilifanya watoto wote wale watoto wote wa shule walikuja, watu walifurahia, sababu baba wakati aliwatembelea walikuwa wanajua shida zao zimeenda, because kila wakati kweli ukiangalia watu wanauana huko, bunduki zinapatikana, na hizi bunduki kwani haijulikani mahali zinatoka. So kama viongozi wa pande hiyo wamelegea, serikali ya baba itachagua kamati yenye itadeal na hiyo maneno ya insecurity. So tunajua kila kitu pande hiyo itakuwa sawa, na watu watajitokeza wengi, watavote vizuri. Mimi bwana Bernard, mi naona kila kitu iko sawa. So mimi kwa upande yangu kama mwana Azimio, kama bwana Azimio, mi najua tuko sawa, na hiyo siku ya voting tutavote tu vizuri. The only thing we should know, we should share in common ni vote, enda nyumbani, na hakikisha ukivote, now that our guys of IBC they're out, they're trying to at least wanajaribu kuelimisha watu on the need to know how to handle this the documents, those the papers they have with them, those voting the ballot papers, vile ziko, vile unafaa ufanye. So we have to be very careful wakati tunazihandle vizuri. Let us not spoil these votes, tuweke vizuri kwa ile box inatakikana, because they are colored, you have to put them according to the colors. So hiyo tufanye tu vizuri kama watu wa Azimio, na tuvote kabisa, na tukivote turudi nyumbani, tukae tu na amani. Mwenye atapiga kelele apige tu kelele, na sisi pia tuko macho, hakuna mwenye atakubaliwa kupiga kelele nje, na tungojee matokeo. I hope matokeo bwana Bernard, unajua itakuwa vipi? 60 plus, not even 50, itakuwa 60 plus, na hakuna maneno ingine itakuwa. Mwenye atabeba mkono juu aseme sijui nini, sisi pia tunajua itakuwa vipi. Hatuwezi kubali kitu mzuri na tunakubali tunalegea ati mtu anakimbia kotini. Wale wako kotini wakina nani? Hiyo haitakuwa. So hiyo tumemaliza, na kwa upande yangu furaha tele niko nayo bwana Bernard, na mimi naombea tu wenzetu wa Azimio tuwe tu na hiyo moyo, na tueleze wengine pia, wale wako undecided pia tuwasaidie. Kuna wale hawajui watavutia nani, wengine unasikia mimi I still don't know whom to vote for, lakini you just sit with them, waweke vizuri, waonyeshe njia. So I hope hapo tutapokea kura nyingi. So ni hayo tu bwana Bernard. Kama kuna jambo lingine mimi nita raise my hand, I will also nitaendelea kuongea, but for now let's leave it for the rest waendelee.
Sawa. Thank you bwana Tom, we appreciate it so much, your givings and your observations. Ni muhimu kila Mkenya hakikisha kwamba umemakinika. Nao kuna watu hapo wanani accuse nimewatoa. Mimi sijatoa mtu studio, ila kwa masuala mawili. Aidha umeingia studio na unataka kujificha nyuma ya kamera, hiyo haiwezekani. Alafu kuna swala la pili ni internet yako iko slow. Sasa kama tunaona kama hii ya Mogoti Queen na nini, ileti picha iko black, so inafanya screen inakuwa black. That's why I'm reducing the blackness by dropping you. Other people, you're just thrown out by the system because your gadgets are not well configured. Kuna Andrew Werimo pia, your gadget is not well configured. So you get out, you come in afresh and ensure that you allow StreamYard, the app we are using, to configure for you the camera and the audio. The moment you give it a leeway, you allow it to do the configuration, you will be in the studio and make your contribution without problem. But if you begin to select for it, that's when you make a mistake and you end up with a black screen like this, or always buffering without landing. So please just follow instructions. We want everybody's contribution. We are not segregating against anybody. We just want us to have a good conversation based on fact, not fiction and not propaganda. That is all that we are doing here. So everybody is allowed to be here and make their contribution, but you must follow the due process in terms of getting your configured gadget well configured for you to participate. Thank you very much. Naomba tumsikilize John Njenga, naona amefika. John Njenga, karibu, vipi?
Yes. Hello, habari yenu?
Salama, hapo sawa. Namna gani?
Salama sana, naendelea poa. Sina mengi leo. Tunataka kusikia sijui kama nasikika. Mnasikia? Mitambo.
Endelea, tunakupata.
Okay, asante sana. Mi sina mengi isipokuwa tu ningesema wenzetu, nafikiri nikiwa kama John Jenga ninaweza sema ya kwamba pengine hii kiti tumeikalia kwa muda wa miaka karibu 34 na narudiaga hivyo. Kwa hivyo we have experience a bit kwa kukalia hii kiti kuliko nyinyi, na ninaweza sema ya kwamba bado kinyang'anyiro ni kikali. Tusiwe na offer hope yenye our friend Tom wako naye useme mambo yote yako sawa. Sisi sasa tunaweza kukupea experience, mambo haiko sawa. We have been in this seat for more than 34 years. Kwa hivyo kinyang'anyiro bado ni kikali na mambo bado, sisemi hope ukose, but isiwe offer hope. Kinyang'anyiro bado ni kikali. Hata kama ni sisi sasa wakati huu tungekuwa tunaandaa hata waisi wa kura. Kwa hivyo si kusuri they are praying for Raila, they continue praying hard. Kwa hivyo sio tufikiria ati ni kusuri vile, juu hata upande ule mwingine the way we are talk, usiwaandamine. Hata nao wamekuja, hizi ni farasi mbili zimekuja bio sana. Kwa hivyo anything can happen, so we need to pull up our socks. Tusiambie watu vile our friend Tom amewaambia mambo yote yako sawa, hata kiwaja iko sawa. Tunastahili tujikakamue kwa hizi siku zimebaki 18 zaidi ya vile kulikuwa. Hata ikiwezekana kama kuna watu wanaweza hata kuchukuliwa waletwe zaidi, waongezewe. Don't tell people to relax that things are okay. Things are not okay. The last minute can save a man, and we don't think we are supposed to tell people to relax, my friend. Let us tell people those that they are campaigning, those that they has word to to those that they are not supporting our side, pengine wafuke mngambo hii. Still kama zile mambo zilikuwa zikiongewa hapa mbeleni, unasikia some things watu wanaongea mpaka unasikia mtu mwingine akiona na kweli pande hii kuko na ninaona jambo. Iendelee vile ulikuwa ukiongea mbele, wacha kuambia watu wa relax, my friend. Endelea kuambia na endelea kuwaonyesha pande hii ni namna gani. Kama ni hiyo mambo ya unga, endelea kuambia. So sitaki kusema, lakini leo umeonyesha watu sasa hata tukifoti tulale, yani umeenda mbele zaidi, rudi nyuma, tuendelee, bado siku za kampeni siko sawa. Otherwise mambo mimi siwezi sema iko shwari, siwezi sema iko sawa, mambo iko bado, tunastahili vile tu. Hata our friend Bernard, vile umekuwa ukiambia watu wacha sasa kurelax, endelea tu kuwaambia wacha kurelax, endelea kuwajulisha ya kwamba tuna kinyang'anyiro, na uendelee kuwaonyesha kwamba hata tusiangalie sasa pahali Raila aliwekwa leo.
Sasa Bwana Njenga,
Okay,
mimi
thank you.
nikikusikiliza, ngoja, naomba unisikilize Bwana Njenga. Mimi nikikusikiliza, wewe unataka tuhubiri hofu, tusihubiri imani. Wewe unaona kura zinaweza kushindwa tu wakati watu wanaogopa, ama wakati watu wako na ujasiri na yale wanayoelewa? Pili, umesema ninyi mna ujuzi wa kukalia kiti kwa miaka 30. Inamaanisha kuna uzoefu wa jinsi mtu ana participate katika kura na vile anafahamu vile atashinda. Hapa tuko hao unaita farasi mbili. Mmoja ana uzoefu wa mara 5, mwingine ndio anajaribu mara ya kwanza. Mbona hapo uoni kuna mmoja ako na hapa hand? Wewe unataka kuweka sambamba kwa maoni yako?
Nilikuwa naona mimi sikuwa na hiyo maoni, nilikuwa nasema at least sasa nikikuona vile ulikuwa unalete mambo mazuri, umerelax my friend, amerelax. Yani nilikuwa nataka kuonyeshana tuache sisemi hiyo yote haifanyiki, tuache kurelax. Yani we live not saying more about the campaign, we live not saying more about our manifesto. Yani tusi relax, tumeanza kurelax. So sioni nini, nilikuwa tunaweka changamoto, tusi relax. Kama my friend Tom alikuwa zamani, unasikia anaongea leo, sasa unaona leo hata hakuongea, amerelax. I think tuache kurelax my friend. Let us continue the campaign.
Najaribu kukuelewa, lakini inaonekana kuna msamiati fulani ambao hatuelewani nao, lakini naomba hivi, tulia kwanza, tumsikilize huyu Mogoti, alafu tutarejea kwako baadaye. Mogoti, wewe unaona hii mambo vipi?
Okay, nawasalimia, amjambo.
Mogogoti.
Mnanisikia?
Hatujambo.
Mimi niko poa.
Unapatikana karibu?
Mimi naongea kutoka Doha, Qatar. Nimesikia mkisema mambo iko sawa. Njenga, kuna kitu mimi nimesikiza Njenga. Kuna kitu yeye anataka kuambia. Njenga kuna point anataka kuongea. Mnaweza sema mambo iko sawa at the last minute. Ni kama Man City na ikipiga mpira na Aston Villa, kama unafuatilia maneno ya mpira, Man City na Aston Villa, Man City ilikuwa na hope itapeleka ile kiti. Ikafika mahali Aston Villa ikaifinyilia kidogo. Umeelewa Bernard? Ikaifinyilia, lakini at the last minute ikafinywa. Hizi siku zimebakisha 18. Tunastahili kuona nini inaendelea. Mimi tuna vote for president, si ndio? But huko Bernard, mimi naweza kuambia huko maneno iko 50-50. Azimio Kenya kwanza. Huko maniko tunapata nanga. So si hata sisi mtatuongezea hizo vote zetu tunakuja hapo Kenya, zitakuwa counted. So kitu kingine nataka kuongelea, nimesikia maneno ya heka. Sai ground imeanza kuteresa kidogo, inapanda ikishuka, inaendanga hivi. Bernard, nataka unisikize kwa nimesema hivyo. Hii kama hii jambo nimesikia chama mwingine hapa akiongea ati amefinya ugali. Ameongea mzuri, amefinya ukali, lakini ameumia kidogo. Hiyo kitu Bernard inaweza fanya Wakenya wengi wafikirie vibaya. Hiyo unga ingeshuka, na mimi niko na kitu yenye nasema hivyo, hiyo unga ingeshuka juu hiyo unga venye ilishukishwa, na nilisikia baba akiongea Nakuru, aliongea na Uhuru akashukisha unga. Bernard, most wa mama wetu wale wako huko, mimi ni Mkisii Bernard, by the way, na unajua wale wa mama wetu wako huko nyumbani ushago, wangesikia hiyo maneno ati baba aliongea na Uhuru akashukisha unga, unajua wanaweza fikiria hai, kwani unga venye ilikuwa imepanda tulikuwa tunafinyiliwa. So ndio maana John Njenga anasema msiseme ati ground iko sawa. Ground inaweza padrik at the last minute, mupate mwenye atachukua, atujui, mupate Kenya Kwanza imechukua kiti ama Azimio. Ile yenye itaweza chukua penalty, tuko nyuma hiyo serikali. Lakini hata sisi watu wa Nyanza tulikuwa tunataka Njenga tuchukue kiti, mtupe na roho safi, lakini fenye ground iko penalty. Mimi ni mtu wa Kisii na nataka niongelea about Kisii. Kisii ilikuwa zoning ya Azimio ODM. My constituency man natoka Bernard, you understand, mimi natoka Bomachoge bora, ilikuwa ODM through Barongo, but huyu mtu wako huko kwa ground mwenye anaitwa huyo Barongo ajui kutafuta kura ya mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Mwenye ako huko anaitwa Echate, ni mtu wa UDA. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Echate anasukuma ground usiku na mjana kukampenia William Ruto. Mimi sijawahi sikia huyu jamaa akiongea maneno ya papa huko kwetu. Mtu mwenye anaongea maneno ya papa ni Simbarati. Ni mimi natoka Kisii County. So ndio maana Njenga amesema ground kuna possibility ya Ruto kuchukua ama Raila. Hizi kura zinabadilika anytime. Unaweza sema atachukua lakini asichukue. Anyway, wacha tukue na hope. Bernard, wacha tukue na hope. Hii kiti itaenda Nyanza. Hiyo ndio kitu tutaongea.
Bwana nani? Na bwana ngoja bwana Queen. Naomba
Mokokoti. Kitinda mimba.
Spingi maoni yako. Kitinda mimba.
Yeah.
Subiri. Spingi maoni yako, spingi maoni ya Njenga. Kile ninachopinga ni kuhubiri hofu ndani ya Wakenya badala ya kuwapatia nini? Ujasiri na umahiri wa kusonga mbele. Now, when we function out of fear, we will always make a mistake. Different from when we are doing the right thing because it is right and we are following it. So the confidence we have in our presidential candidate is that he has an upper hand in these elections. There is no 50-50 in these elections, based on both experience and the scientific polls that have taken place. Na hiyo ground mnazungumzia, si tuko hapa kila siku tukizungumza na kuna watu kwa ground. Anderson ametoka sahi, amekuwa Vihiga, amekuwa Bungoma, checking the ground. We have Alex here who is always updating us on the Kisii politics. So it is not that we are just building hope over nothing or building expectation over nothing. Look at the coast. Look at Nairobi. Look at the wherever northeastern. Where is the wind blowing? So it's not just a matter of we will win because we say we will win. There is a lot of work happening. Leo Baba amekuwa in 3 counties hunting for the vote. Nobody is sitting back and saying the votes are going to come by themselves. But on the other hand, even if we have the upper hand, we will still do the hard work. But our hard work is paying off because we have an added advantage. We have run presidential campaign 5 times. This is the 5th time. We know something better than the person who is running for the first time. And so we cannot be on the same plate. We cannot be jostling for the same thing. That's what I want us to get, and I believe everybody's getting that clear. Story ya unga, that's not the first thing Raila amesema. Story ya mafuta ilikuwaje when the petrol was high? Baba aliongea na nani na Uhuru ikateremka. So it's not a conspiracy, it is a fact that the conversation between Baba and Uhuru has positive yields to the people. Uliza wanamuziki walipokutana na Baba akaongea nao, alafu akatengeneza mambo. Si wanamuziki sahii wanafurahia hela zile wanalipwa kutoka kwa ringtone and the other things that they were not getting before then. So it's not a matter of changing the voting pattern because Baba ameongea na Uhuru. And then there is also a notion of preaching that Uhuru has become so hated that associating with Uhuru is going to make Baba to lose vote. In my opinion, I don't think so. Uhuru still has a huge following and people that believe in him. There are just a few misguided, brainwashed people who think that Uhuru is too bad and too rejected to be of positive addition to these elections. That is part of the shock that is going to shock many. If Uhuru was insignificant, why would William Ruto be running against Uhuru Kenyatta? He's on record having spoken on television. He's running against his boss. He's fighting against his boss. Gachagua is invited for deputy president debate and he turns 99% of his talk on Uhuru Kenyatta. If Uhuru Kenyatta is not significant in these elections, he would not be a matter of discussion by Kenya Kwanza. And so Kenya Kwanza and their propaganda, they want to bring Raila Odinga to their level, which is low. Raila Odinga will stay high up there. And if they want to catch up with him, they pull up their socks, not to pull us to their lowest level where they want us to wallow in the mud. That's my take. Yeah, yes, the great.
Yes,
Hello,
Bwana Bernard,
it is my turn,
wacha
Mr. Tom.
naomba tu dakika kidogo tu nijibu Bwana
Tom,
Jenga.
ngoja ni wakati wa waga.
Okay.
Ngoja
Sasa
Tom, ngoja
huyu
nitapatia waga.
huyu Mogotito yeye anatuletea hapa siasa zile za village politics. Je, amechukia huyo aspirant wa ODM. Hiyo ni yao watengeneze huko. Sisi tunajua huyo jamaa wa ODM ndiye labda ataenda ashinde hapo. Ile kitu tunataka hapa, mtu atuletee ile kitu amefanya research, si ati chuki juu umechukia labda aspirant fulani alipewa labda tiketi ya ODM na huko unampenda, unakuja hapo unatangaza vitu zile haziko. Research imefanywa na Kisii. Hakuna vile Kisii Ruto anaweza shinda Ruto anaweza shinda Raila in Nyanza as a whole. The six counties Ruto hawezi pata kitu huko ati ashinde naye Raila. Kwa hivyo tukileta hapa story, tulete story ya ukweli, tujue ni wapi tunaweza tengeneza na ni wapi tunaweza adjust. Vile Jenga amesema tusifurahie sana, kuna sehemu labda penye yuko anaona kuna rigidity. Kwa hivyo tujaribu tu kuingia mahali kuna rigidity na iwe simple for us to work to get those votes. Unajua kuna wale bado undecided. In the last 2 weeks tunataka tuchukue hao undecided wale wako kwa kina Jenga na Jenga tuletea hao watu na wakubali ya kwamba baba ndiye the next. Hii mambo anatuletea mambo ya Kisii. Hapa Kajiado mimi nakuambia sahii mambo ni Azimio. Hata mzee huyo kwenye Kenya Kwisha wanakuja hapa hii wiki na hakuna, watafanya tu mkutano kwa barabara na wanakuja hata tu siku ya soko ndio watu waone watu wamejaa, na ni soko tu na wanaifanya kwa barabara. Kwa hivyo hii mambo watu wanasema haiwezekani, tuweke mambo mbele bwana, na hapa tukuje tusaidiane. Si ati unachukia certain aspirant, ndugu yako ndiye alikuwa achukue hiyo, sasa unasema hapa sijui hapa Kajiado baba hana kura. Kama hana kura na we ni foot soldier wake, fanya kitu. Unafaa ukuja hapo tuambie hapa nilikuta watu hawampendi na nimeleta wawili. Hiyo ndio kitu Mogotio anafaa tuambie, lakini it is within his right ya kusema maoni yake. Mr. Tom, naona ulikuwa na jambo, acha nisikupeleke mbio sana. Na Mbuvi yupo.
Waga, thank you for the response. Ngoja kwanza tafadhali, I am moderating, okay? Mkianza kurushiana namna hii mtaanza kuharibu mambo. Relax kwanza. Nani huyu, kuna Mulanya Ouma anasema hi Ben, unga huku Kwale ni 95 shillings. Okay, hiyo ni ripoti kutoka Kwale. And then Ruto ni matusi tupu, ndio kura zake sana anapoteza. And then Glory anasema tunajua kujifanya hapa, tunajua watu wa UDA. Now, there is the calculated narrative of making UDA and William Ruto equal to Raila Odinga so that they can campaign on that premise. That doesn't add up. It does not add up, and that's why their narrative is a scam. It's a scam. This is one of the easiest elections that Raila Odinga is participating in, not just because he has sizable support from the mountain, but he has an inferior competitor. It is a fact. It's not an issue of we are trying to see. He has an inferior competitor. He needed to have somebody who could convince and be able to size him up. Somebody like Madividi, somebody who is seasoned in politics and has a trust of Kenyans, not suspects. William Ruto is a suspect. Gachagua is a suspect. And then you want to tell me that they are equal to one Raila Odinga? Tafadhali. Ebu Tom sema kabla Njenga arejee sasa peane reply. Carry on.
Okay, asante sana bwana Bernard. Bwana John Njenga, rafiki yetu, umesema umekuwa kwa hiyo laini miaka mingi. Pengine mimi sikuwa najua, wewe sijui ulikuwa unafanya nini huko. The fact is, as a true Kenyan, and as somebody who is you know, when we talk of the majority, when we talk of the opinion polls, I hope you should also have, you know, there are things we should not even put in your mind. You should think on your own. You know, when we are getting the analysis, all this we are getting from all corners of the country, you should just tell you whatever we are heading to, wherever we are heading to. Because wewe ukisema this is not enough, we are, you know, it's like you are telling us there's something, you know, which you are not able to share with us. Kuna kitu wewe inakusumbua kwa akili yako kidogo, and this thing, unajua hapa we are in an open discussion. Kama kuna kitu unasikia inaendelea mahali, ni vizuri tuambie, lakini kama unatuambia haiwezekani, my friend, haiwezekani, hiyo ni kuua roho yetu. You want us now to think the way you think, which is not right. Unaona saa hii as we talk, wewe umeona opinion polls, ama wale wako coast ni wajinga chenye wanafanya the scientific opinion polls zenye zinaendelea pale, hao na watu ni wajinga, wanatembelea kila boma, ama wanafika wanatumia nini akili yao na uwezo wao kwa vile kwa kulingana nini uwezo wao wakifanya hizi, wakileta hizi maoni kwetu. So bwana Jenga, mimi if as a colleague bwana Jenga, as a colleague, I hope you are in Azimio. I don't think let me not think that you are undecided. You have decided already, and that are part of us. I know you are decided, and I know you will vote for Azimio. And if you are not decided, just decide today as we talk. And plus your family, plus the rest of your friends, just tell them this is the way. Usiwaweleze ati mimi kwa upande yangu naona kama huyu bwana Ruto ndiye atachukua. Wewe atachukua namna gani? Aya, saa hii as we talk, ameenda hata Nyanza. Nyanza ameenda wapi? Ameenda Kisii, ameenda Kisumu, ameenda Siaya, ameenda hata Busia. Kama ako na uwezo ya kura kupata kila mahali, na Raila amefika hata kwao, kwa mlango. Leo amekuwa wapi? Angalia umati wale walikuwa mbele yake. Hii kura ingine unasema ati hii haitakuwa 50-50. No my friend, hiyo mambo ya 50-50 hata toa kwa akili yako. Ujue njia ni Raila Amolo Odinga, the 5th president of this country, na ujue wenye watamvutia ndio wale wanamfuata. Mambo ya unga sijui bwana Mbogoti anasema all the way from where you are, my friend, unga should not worry you. Mambo ya unga sio leo peke yake, imekuwa hata hizo wakati hizo zingine. So baba akisema ameongea na bwana president, hata wakati alikuwa kwa opposition alikuwa anasemanga hivyo, mi nimeongea na serikali imesikia maombi yangu kama baba, na bei tumeshukishwa vizuri na watu wanaenjoy. Saa hii ni nani anasema ati hii ni siasa? Unga ni siasa? Kwani kama ilikuwa siasa vile Ruto anasema, kwa nini sasa imeshukishwa? Yeye angeshukisha nini? Aksi yako kwa serikali. Kwa nini hawezi shukisha zingine kama Uhuru ameshukisha hii? Kwa nini yeye hawezi tangaza zingine kwa upande yake mahali anaendanga kufanya manini yake, marali zake? So mimi the only thing I can tell you Mr. Njenga, usikufe moyo na usiwe na uoga. Weka kura kwa ballot box. Mwenye ako undecided, mwambie huyo mtu, my friend, njia ni hii. Hii ingine iko na mambo mengi, hata tukianza kuongea hatutamaliza hii maneno. Wewe, that is the route, that is the way, Mr. Njenga, as a friend of mine. Sawa sawa. Asante sana bwana Njenga, I hope umenisikiza.
Okay, thank you bwana Tom. Njenga, you have a response?
Nimesikia bwana Tom, ni mzuri. Mnanisikia? Inasikika? Sawa. Ile jambo tu ningetaka kukumbusha pengine ama kuwakumbusha.
Yes, uko sawa, endelea.
Yeah, ni kwamba ningetaka kukumbusha ya kwamba Kenya we are almost 42 tribes, and I know our God anakuwa mzuri juu we can't reason together. Maybe we can reason like Kenyans, but we can't reason together vile pengine unaweza fikiria. Maana saa hizi mimi nikitaka kushonewa suti, hata Mkikuyu rafiki yangu awe anataka kunishonea suti, mimi hawezi nishonea ama anijegee kitu, ama hata nikiwa na gari haiwezi kukaribiwa na makanika Mkikuyu. And I'm saying true, lazima nigojee Mjaruo mimi mwenyewe juu ninajua I'm safe akiwa fudi wangu. Na si ati ni kwa nini hata huyo hata saizi juu nakuwa Marigiti sokoni sometimes. Nikitaka kukula, si tukitaka kukula, hatuwezi enda kukula kwa Kikuyu sana. Tunatafutaka pahali Mjaruo hako, and if you know Mudhuru wa Weru, kuna mama Mjaruo anapikaga ugali hapo na unangojeaga. Na hata wao wanausaga wanaenda kukula kwa hiyo mama. Maana kuna uvumi kana siku kaka unasikia sijui githeri ya Mkikuyu na mgamba inaweka kwa panado 6 inaiva within 30 minutes, but Mjaruo hawezi kubali kufa. Mungu wake hawezi kubali afanye hivyo. So my friend, let me remind you, ukiwa Mjaruo hivyo huko na hiyo unataka kuniigisha ndani yangu, iva Mkikuyu hawezi niigisha. Even now hivyo unashika Uhuru akiwa na Raila, mimi siwezi mshika vile unaweza. Mimi saizi ukiniambia ninaweza kukuambia hata saizi ni kumchocha, lakini wewe nikikwambia hivyo utaniuliza maswali mingi mpaka nishindwe kujibu. Lakini hasa Kikuyu ana tribe of Kikuyu, and my head kidogo iko na upande mmoja ya Uhuru juu naye ni Mkikuyu kiasi. Ninaweza kukuambia sina imani na Uhuru akiwa na Raila mimi kama Mkikuyu, lakini kwako hauwezi kubali. Na ndio nikakupea example mingi, nikakwambia saa hizi ukipea food Mkikuyu akushonee nguo hawezi kukupatia ile material tumebaki, lakini tukipea Mjaruo tunakutaka amekuja mpaka zile material. Na sasa agarau hata Mkikuyu unakuta hata hiyo nguo haikutoshi, Unajua nyinyi hamshoneagi na Wakikuyu juu nyinyi already ni mafudi, sisi tuulize. Kwa hivyo ni hivyo ndivyo ameumbwa. Every time anapitiaga shortcut. Hata mimi hata saizi unaniona saizi niko Narok, siko kwangu kwa nyumba. Tunajua hiyo na si kupenda, sijui kama ni hiyo kitu inakuwaga ndani yetu, lakini kwenyu mumeumbwa, because mumeumbwa hamwezi kupitia. Hata ukiambia mtu adanganya hiyo hardwood tupake rangi, akaniambia, na ni Mjaluo, akaniambia hiyo hawezi kuwa, na ni kweli hawezi. So I want to say hivyo unaniambia ati mimi niamini ati mambo iko shwari, lakini kwangu siwezi kuwa na hiyo hope. Sasa hata ukijaribu kuniambia, na sitaki kusema haiko shwari, lakini ask Kikuyu, Mkikuyu anaaminigi hawezi kuwa na hope hiyo. Sasa unaweza kuwa naye, lazima akuwe na kitu ya kujua we need something. Even hata ukiniuliza na nikiongea polepole, sitaki lisikike kwa station. Kama ni mimi Mkikuyu ninasema we need hata to plan after 500,000 somewhere, hata tukijua tuko na kura zote. Mimi kama ni mimi nasimamia uchaguzi, ningekuwa hapo nikitaka pande ile. I need something there for my security. So my friend, si ati ninapinga ama nakupinga, lakini kiukabila ile niko naye na ile inakuwa na Wakikuyu, hatukuagi hivyo. Hatuwezi kukutegemea ile
Bwana
sisi.
Njenga,
Sorry for
Bwana Njenga,
inconvenience.
Bwana Njenga,
Sorry my yes.
wewe ngoja tafadhali. You are comparing two different things, using different slides. That is why your submission is not adding up. Okay, the elections are not being conducted according to one tribe versus another tribe. The elections are being conducted according to the Kenyan constitution. Okay, and the Kenyan constitution stipulates that for you to win these elections, you need first of all get the majority of the votes, 50 plus 1. Okay, then you need to get at least 25% in 24 counties. Get that? So that means if we are going to determine who is leading, okay, tunaanza na kuuliza nani ako na 24 counties already. Who is leading in the 24 counties? He can comfortably get 25% hata kama uchaguzi ni kesho. That's number one determinant. And number two, what is the margin difference between these particular counties that these people have 24, that they are leading with 25%? Just now a general overview of the whole thing. Hiyo wewe unazungumzia ni ile hali ya sisi kufanya biashara sokoni na vile tuna treat each other sokoni. That is not supported by the constitution, and that is why even the 2017 elections was nullified when it was done unprocedurally. Things were not followed, the law was not followed the way it should be followed. And so as at now, wewe ukiangalia masuala vile yalivyo, usitumie constitution, usitumie rules za football kujudge volleyball ama rules za cookery kujudge tailoring. They don't apply, they don't share the principles. So let's be focused. And on the other hand, Uhuru has a right to support whoever he wants to support. Does Uhuru wants to use shortcuts? I don't think so. Does Raila Odinga wants to use shortcuts? If he wanted shortcuts, he would have been president already. What I know about Raila Odinga, he wants to be a legitimate president of Kenya, not somebody who has been pushed and cooked and presented as the president when he knows he did not win an election. That's why he has won more than enough times, and he wants it legitimately. And so as at now, the person trailing in this election is known. Even himself knows that is trailing and is desperately looking for how to overturn the situation. But the situation is too dire for him. It's too late to overturn it. That's why he's crying everywhere, complaining. Unga iko juu, ana complain. Unga ikiteremushwa, ana complain. Uhuru akikampaign, ana complain. Uhuru akinyamaza, anasema oh, Uhuru ameachana na Raila, alidanganya Raila kama vile alidanganya. So which is which? I think we just need to style up and look at things the way they are. With Uhuru Kenyatta or without Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila has an upper hand in these elections. Machungu tuweke kando, okay? With the Mount Kenya support or without the Mount Kenya support, Raila still has an upper hand in these elections. He's experienced. He has run presidential elections enough times. He knows where the pitfalls are. He knows what to avoid to get which community to support you. So the way he treated Kalonzo and team when they were fighting to get the deputy presidents, it was a tough decision to make because Kalonzo is somebody they have worked with for ages. But when it was important for him to make a tough decision and change the running mate, he did. Why? He knows how the politics is done. So sioni sababu ya sisi kuendelea kuinsist kwa swala ambalo linajulikana wazi wazi kwamba William Ruto akona kasoro as far as to meet the expectations of Kenyans is concerned. He's a suspect of all manner of scandals. He has demonstrated he's immature, erratic, anger, hungry, insulting everybody and everything. Which Kenyan is going to stick by such a person? And the majority of the people who are going to vote are not the boys who are running around with William Ruto. They are the mature, respected Kenyans who are sober. They know who is competent driver to help this country move forward. So tusilete story mrefu hapa ya kusema oh, hii na ile. Tusijaribu kudanganya Wakenya. Ukweli ni kwamba Wakenya wanajua mbivu na mbichi. Waongo wanajulikana. Na tuwatenge hivyo hivyo. Okay, let's move on. I'm trying to get a video to play. But turudia kwa the greater. Nani huyu Njenga. Nico, don't repeat one comment over and over again. You are risking the channel for being accused for spamming. Please just post once and let it wait. Don't multiply it like this unless you are using some app there and it's going to warrant us to block you because we don't want our channel to be red marked for things that we have control over. Haya, wale ambao mnaingia studio bado kuna nafasi, tafadhali ingia mapema, usikuje hapa kama kumejaa na uanze kuteta kwamba nini. Alafu kuna Andrew Nelimo, just restart your phone if you can hear me, restart your phone and then let StreamYard configure for you. Every time you try to help StreamYard, you mess the configuration and so itakuwa ngumu wewe kwa if it's not well configured, hata tukikuongeza hautaweza kuongea. Kwa hivyo fuata tu maagizo, fanya vile unapaswa kufanya. Asabel Kiprop anasema Mtembei TV mtashangaa sana. Mtembei TV itakuwa hapa na nini, tunawasubiri hapa tarehe 10, tarehe 11 na tarehe 12. Tutakuwa hapa kwanza hiyo siku tunafanya matangazo 24/7 all through. Ndio tunataka kila mtu tafadhali hakikisha kwamba umesubscribe kwa YouTube. Hapo ndio tutakuwa continuously reporting results from all over the country and non-stop. So kuna kushangaa, tutashangaa. Ni nyinyi ndio mmejidanganya siku nyingi na huo uongo utafika mwisho. Kama mwenyewe amekubali kwamba mambo ni mgumu, wewe ambaye hauko kwa ballot, wewe hauko kwa campaign team yake, utakuwa umesimama wapi kusema kwamba mambo iko sawa? William Ruto will not be crying around if things were working out in his favor. He will be happy and laughing at others. As at now, he's desperate, grasping on anything and everything. The link, let me share the link again. There are those enemies of progress who are still targeting my browser to try and break through. So they are messing up the flow of the internet, but we are on top of their game. That is why we are still here. So the link is right now in the comment section. Click on it. Karibu katika studio tujadiliane. Tujadiliane mbivu na mbichi, masuala vile yalivyo. We are taking West Pokot. Yes, that one is in the basket. And everything is working out. Let me see if this video can play. Okay, I think I've succeeded in one way. Now I can get the audio, and now I think the picture is a problem. We'll sort that out. Turudi kwa nani? Anderson. Waga, take it as Anderson prepares to get in.
Oh, Bena, leo kuna
Transfer
shida tu,
hapa.
watu hawaingii sana, sijui ni kwa nini. Zidi tu kushare hiyo link juu haiko kwanza kwa YouTube haiko kabisa, inapotea potea. Kwa
Internet
hivyo
iko
zidi tu
na
kuiongeza ndio watu pate watu wengi. Naona sasa iko sawa, watu wameanza kuingia. Tujaribu tu, mimi vile tu bado nasema coast tuwe locked kule coast. Jamaa malize, si unajua sasa. Na Mudavadi alienda wapi? Mudavadi na hao watu wake walikuwa makelele kelele. Unajua sasa bila Mudavadi na Ruto hii siasa tena sio siasa. Juu sasa imekuwa tu Ruto show. Mudavadi sasa sijui amerudi juu hakuna kiti chenye anatafuta. Amepotelea wapi? Ukiangalia watu like Mudavadi, na kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa Malala. Malala aliendaga independent ama bado tu iko tu chama ile hataki kutajwa, itamletea shida tena juu hawapatikani. Sasa sijui Western, naona tu ni kama Ruto atatoka patupu, hakuna kitu atapata huko vile, labda wakati ile mwingine alipatapata. Ukiangalia wakina Baraza hata hujui wako kwa pati gani, yani wamejificha tu. Hawa ni opportunist, wanangojea tu ile serikali yenye itatangazwa ndio watafanya nayo kazi, na automatically ni kama wako kwa baba juu. Nasikia huko wana campaign na hawaweki kura ya Ruto, hawaweki billboards za Ruto. Sasa unaona ni kama wanajificha jificha mahali. Kwa hivyo mtu akisema ndio Anderson nani Jenga ameongea vizuri, lakini aache uoga. Unajua the moment umeanza uoga, tunaweza sema anatuuzia uoga juu ange hit the nail on the head. Yeye ameanza kucompare kabila vile lifestyle yao, angetuambia kisiasa yeye amedecide hivi na hivi. Kwa hivyo ametoa maoni, lakini hajakuja to a conclusion. Inafaa tukiongea tulete conclusions. Na nikiangalia nilianza kusema ya kwamba Western, tuseme tu Nyanza Saol, hakuna mahali huo mtu atapata kitu. Toka hapo enda Western, atuambie ni wapi. Juu kama we ni president kweli unatafuta upresident, itakuwaje Nyanza hata haujakanyaga hata mali moja? Juu Migori penye alienda tu hapa kwa Wakuria, lakini Migori yenyewe hata town hajawahi kanyaga. Hajaenda Homa Bay, hajaenda sijui Kisumu, hajaenda Siaya, hajaenda kule Busia. Kwani kuna wale huko, inaonyesha tu hata akichukua hii Watamu hawezi akafanya kazi na hizo counties zenye nimetaja. Kama mtu anataka upresidency aende Kenya mzima juu president ni is a sign of unity. Sasa yeye kama anabagua sehemu zingine alafu anasema anataka kutuweka pamoja, hata hawezi asahau. Wacha tukaribishe wengine, niwaachie nafasi pia. Asante, thank you na welcome everyone.
Okay, asante bwana Waga, tunashukuru sana. There is nani huyu? Joshua, your camera is not on. Kuna Justin Bosire, your camera is not on. If your camera is not coming on, we can't add you to the stream. Work hard and get your camera working as well as your audio. We need that. Geoffrey Ruto anasema, Bernard, why did InfoTrack poll delete the opinion polls between Kashagwa and Karua on Twitter? Did they score their own goal? We know what the 36 bloggers do online, especially taking advantage of that kind of a trusted opinion poll company. You don't remember the time when the whenever the state out feed was put down because the 36 bloggers filled it with the support for William Ruto against the president. That's one of the things that contributed the dismissal of Kina Itumbi and team from State House and their business. So they are carrying on with their business, having different accounts and voting many times to try and see, to try and prove their narrative that they are equal to the Azimio team. In my opinion, it is just that the bloggers are 36 and they are voting, each one of them several times. Several times means thousands and thousands of times. And that means that opinion cannot be relied upon. And being a credible opinion poll house cannot keep an opinion poll that is questionable. So they brought it down. It is as simple as that. And you know the source of that. Itumbi and team, they need to understand that Kenya is bigger than 1%. And so if they try to twist the minds of Kenyans based on false information, it will only backfire against them. That is it. So it's not a matter of InfoTrack. It's a matter of your 36 bloggers who want to deceive Kenyans. They deceived Kenya. They How do you want to get presidency on deception? It doesn't work that way. Sema ukweli, Wakenya wakuelewe, wakufuate kwa ukweli. Sio wewe kudanganya, kutumia watoto wa watu vibaya. Unaona vile Itumbi anakata picha za crusade, anaweka hapo William Ruto, ati William Ruto akona watu kwa crowd. Na hiyo soko ambayo yako ni haiwezi soka haiwezi kubeba watu saizi hiyo. Jaribuni tu kidogo tafadhali, mseme ukweli, itawasaidia. Hii maneno ya kuendeleza uongo itawauma bure. At the 11th hour mtaenda kujinyonga bure over nothing. Don't build hope on false information. Okay, there is the link again. Henry anaitwa nani huyu? Odari the priest, karibu. Jason B, habari ya leo? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Okay, there you go. Mnasikia sasa?
Good. Yes,
Can
uko
you hear
sawa,
me?
endelea.
Okay. Kwanza kabisa nimejaribu kuingia leo na mtandao
Yes, we
bwana
can hear you.
umeleta
Go ahead.
shida. Mtandao umeleta shida sana leo, lakini finally niko in. Wakati niliingia kwanza nikasikia mnaongea kuhusu mambo ya viwanja. And I want to say something ya kwamba maandiko ya Mungu inasema kwamba chochote upandacho utavuna. I remember the 2017 tulipoenda the last stretch, wakati Raila wamebook Jacaranda, Ruto alitoa command na wakaelewana na Sonko wakaenda kuchafua kiwanja huko, hawakuenda. Mambo mengi iwe ni IBC, kila kitu ambaye huyu jamaa alifanyia Raila, wacha wasikie hiyo uchungu sasa, wasikie tu uchungu, kwa sababu the principle of sowing, this is it. This is the effect of if you sow, you reap. Na hiyo reaping huwezi hepa, na reaping ni hapa hapa duniani, sio mbinguni, hapa hapa. La pili, Unaona, in the 6 counties za Rift Valley, Raila tayari sasa leo umeona alikuwa Elgeyo, alikuwa Baringo hapa, alafu akakuwa Iten Marakwet, alafu akakuwa Pokot. Ukiona ile mambo ilikuwa pale iliendelea leo Bernard, mimi nimeshangaa. Sikuwa najua Raila anafanya kazi namna hiyo, but I understand that wakina Sali wanafanya kazi huko kweli kweli, wakina Sali, wakina Chebi, alafu kuna huyu Tabitha Sei, huyu bibi wa the late Biwott, wanafanya kazi usiku na mchana. So you see now he has already lost the 6 counties ambayo ni Elgeyo, Pokot, Elgeyo Pokot, Elgeyo Pokot, alafu Turkana, alafu tukuja pande hii Kajiado, Narok na Samburu zimeenda. I'm telling you, zimeenda hizi. Go to Coast. Coast leo tunaambiwa mzee anaongoza in those 6 counties ambao they are about 1.9 million. Sasa huyu jamaa atapata kura wapi? Na ukiona mzee sasa ameweka high gear, amechange strategy. Joe sasa amewachwa huko, watakutana Nairobi tarehe 6, watakutana hii kiwanja ambayo sasa inaleta utata, watakuwa huko. Oparanya ameshika Western. Sasa wacha mzee atembee akifagia akisanya. And we personally, I have hope that mzee this time, and nashukuru pia president ame show maturity, hata tupewa matope yeye aongei. Kama sasa juzi ile debate, it's true Gachagua won the argument but Martha won the debate. Sasa hiyo wamepaka propaganda mingi, sijui mpaka leo wanasema ati Gachagua huyu anasema Raila atachapwa chini na Ruto siku hiyo. Mzee aende tu, but they will win the argument kwa sababu ni wakora, waongo, wajanja, you know the way they talk. Ukisoma maandiko, the book of I think Proverbs chapter 6, yule mtu anaongea akifanya nini mkono hivi nini, watu kama hawa hawanaga mwelekeo na ni watu ambao hawezi kuleta msaada kwa watu. Na Mungu sasa, this last stretch, kilicho na mwanzo kinakuwa na mwisho. In the last I think from next week mtaanza kuona sasa kila miti itakuwa inatereza, kila miti itatereza sasa, kila miti itatereza, na hii uongo itafika mwisho. Na baadaye sasa Wakenya wataona, wale ambao wako undecided, they'll have opportunity now to say wacha tufuate mzee. Finally, Bernard, my worry is now about kupata wabunge, ndio niko na wasiwasi kidogo. We are very crowded in some places and I hope that wanapo end hapo mwisho they'll be able to talk about it and strike a deal. Hapo ndio naogopa, especially kuna counties ambazo watu wetu wame crowd sana. Unaona watu wazimia wako pale wengi, and I hope that they'll be able to deal with that in due time. Thank you Bernard, and thank you my fellow friends. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante Jason, we appreciate that. We look forward to engaging further. Ni muhimu watu waambiwe ukweli hata kama unauma. Kile unachopanda ndio hicho utakachokivuna. What you make happen for others, God will make happen for you. And so you will not always get away with the evil you do against others. Waswahili wanasema mpanda hila uvuna majuto. You don't plant discord in everybody's mind and everybody's heart against an innocent person and succeed to get away with it. One way or another, it will catch up with you and you will be shocked. Once again, thank you for all who are following us around the world. Please, let's keep inviting others so that the conversation reaches to as many as possible. A reminder, tomorrow we'll be having a huge announcement. We want everybody to be in the show for Friday. There is what has happened that we want everybody to be on board and help us get it done rightly. So wait for the big announcement on Friday. Hakikisha kwamba unajulisha kila mmoja asikose kipindi chetu kuanzia hiyo saa 3 hadi siku hizi inaenda mpaka saa 1 asubuhi. Kwa hivyo jitahidi uwe sehemu ya majadiliano yetu, na tutaendelea kuendeleza mjadala huu mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Hakikisha tu unamfikia jirani yako. Kura yako uhifadhi vizuri. Kama uko ng'ambo, anza safari mapema. Kama unarudi huku kupiga kura, usianze safari imebaki siku 3. Utashangaa ndege yako ikipelekwa South Africa wakati unapaswa kuwa Jomo Kenyatta, alafu ukae huko siku 4-5 kabla ufike nyumbani. Tafadhali anza safari mapema ili uweze kufanya nini, kufika kwa wakati. Thank you. Nataka sasa tumlete Joshua. Joshua, karibu.
Yes, habari yako Bernard?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Namna gani?
Niko salama. Yes, leo naona Raila alikuwa North Rift. The 3 counties naona Raila was good. Hata mimi nilishangaa, I didn't expect kuwa I'll see that charm and jovial Raila like that in North Rift. But when I saw it, naona kama watu walikuwa na raha. Na ilikuwa ni Raila ambaye ilikuwa inapendeza. You see, unaona kama watu wajavaa yellow. Mjue ile Raila watu wanavaa yellow. Ni wale wamekotwa kutoka huko sehemu, wale wakorakora wamechukuliwa wakapewa nguo za yellow waende wa attend rally. But you saw the rally was well attended, people walikuwa na raha. That's why one kiangalia rally za Raila na rally za Ruto. Rally za Ruto na watu wa yellow na kofia yellow, nguo kwa yellow. Hiyo kuna mtu ambaye amevaa yellow, huyo mtu ni yule amekotwa akaambiwa wewe tutapatia shilingi 100 aende attend rally. But for Raila, you see the rally is totally different. People, mtu ameenda pale mwenyewe, amekata fare mwenyewe, ameamua kwenda huko mwenyewe. So the rally was well attended. And then nika compare na rally ya Ruto, alikuwa quality. I think alikuwa quality. I don't know. People are not even there. Even my MCA
Pole, mitambo imebwaga wewe nje. Samahani, jaribu urejee alafu utaendelea mahali umeachia. It's important, let us ensure that we are safe and secure. It is we are under siege. I have been giving this disclaimer. There are some people among us who want to hijack the show, and so they frustrate by sending malware and all manner of attacks to different gadgets, especially for people who are contributors into the channel. So it's good for you to use a VPN that is able to distract the IP address so that they don't get you every time. The 36 bloggers will be jobless after 9th when Ruto retires to Sugoi. Awino Arapemo asema. Basi, watu wengi watakuwa jobless, lakini tunashukuru kwamba baba ana strategy ya kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anafanya kazi na anakula kutokana na jasho lake. Kwa hivyo after they are dropped from Sugoi employment, watapata genuine employment kwa industries zetu na ile uzalishaji ambao baba amepangia Wakenya. Boniface Mutua, habari ya leo?
Yes, Bernard, nakupata vizuri sana hapo.
Good. Endelea.
Ya, nafurahia mchango wako kabisa hapo. Mimi nikiwa hapa ni Azimio damu, na sirudi nyuma na sitawahi tena rudi nyuma. Hata watu ambao wanaingia hapo na madhumuni mengine ambayo inafaa pigwe viboko mara moja, na toke kwa hii channel mara moja, waende zao kabisa, kwa sababu sisi kama wanaazimio na wanaunga mkono, hatuwezi kukubali watu kama hao kuingia kwa channel kama hii. Nikichangia kidogo kulingana na huyu mtu anaitwa Ruto. Kwanza nikisikia jina linaitwa Ruto, mimi utaka hata kutapika, kwa sababu huyu mtu ni mkora, mjanja, mwizi. Huyu ako na mpango za kuibia wananchi. So huyo mtu In fact, we have to be very serious with every statement that he puts across, because if you are going to entertain him, a person who was by the devil himself to kama sisi kama wanaazimio yafaa tujaribu sana because tusipokuwa chonjo, huyu jamaa kulingana na propaganda zake za uongo ataweza kutunyang'anya watu wengine hapo hivyo, lakini lazima tuchukue jeshi la baba na tusimame naye kabisa, na ule uongo wake utashindwa. Na nimefurahia sana ile mkutano ambao anaita prayer meetings ambazo alikuwa anaenda kuweka hapa Kasarani na zingine hapa Nyayo. Mimi nauka sana mkono, zimesimamisha na mimi nimesikia vizuri sana, kwa sababu angeenda huko in terms of maombi, kumbe hajaendi kuomba Mungu. Huyo anaenda kuomba shetani. Huyo mtu yafaa asipatiwe nafasi hata kuzungumzia watu especially hapa Nairobi. Sasa mimi Bernard, in fact hii channel huwa naifuatilia, lakini leo nimesema kwamba niingie so that pia mimi nikuwe member wa Azimio na mwenye napigania baba juu na chini. Mimi tarehe hiyo nitaamuka mapema zaidi na kupiga kura yangu na kuongojea ushindi. Vile Atuola alisema wakate miti, kwa sababu jamaa hata kujinyonga atajinyonga na hata kujificha atajificha. So wakate miti akose pa kujinyongea na pa kujificha. So sisi kama Wanazimio, na ukonilisikia jamaa mwingine hapa akileta porojo sana, sijui ametoroka kama ameenda wapi. Nilikuwa nataka nimpate hapo nimwambie atoke hapa haraka sana, kwa sababu hii ni channel yetu, na kama amekuja hapo kuharibu kuleta propaganda zingine ambazo ametumwa na wanauda, tutamnyorosha na atoke hapa kabisa. So Bernard, wewe na kupigia asante sana kwa hii channel mzuri sana, na tuendelee hivyo hivyo, na all the members wenye wako nje hii channel, tafadhali let us encourage them to come and contribute this very important matter concerning our own political welfares. Tumepigania uongozi wa baba, na sasa wakati huu lazima mzee aingie, chini juu wapi, lazima mzee afanye nini, aingie. So Bernard, tafadhali tuendelee hivyo hivyo, na kila siku tutakuwa hapa kusikiza yale ambayo pengine ametupita, so that we are also educated on what to do. Asante sana Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you bwana Boniface. So hii Boniface, unapigania baba ukiwa sehemu gani?
Mimi niko hapa Nairobi. Mimi
uko Kakamega? Uko hapa Nairobi?
Niko
siasa ya Kakamega. Kuna mtu ameuliza Malala alienda wapi?
Niko hapa Nairobi Buruburu.
Kuna habari?
Malala.
Okay.
Umejua Malala ni umbwa ambaye ina meno. Umejua umbwa kama hana meno mifupa haiweza katafuna. Sasa huyo mtu anapwekea msitu huko, kwa sababu hata kura zake kampeni zake zote picha ya Ruto haiko pale. Ametoa picha ya Ruto kwa sababu anajua ukweli ni nini. Anadili na mwizi. Huyo ni mtu mjanja pia, mwizi. Yafaa tuangalie vizuri sana, kwa sababu lazima huyo baraza aingie tu, kwa sababu lazima Azimio lazima uongoze kila mahali. Huyo banani amejificha tu, amejificha. Hakuna kitu ambacho atapata huko Western Kakamega.
Okay, sawa. Asante sana bwana Boniface. Yes, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tunasonga mbele. Asante sana. Rogers, yeah. Uko unasemaje? Ni wakati wa Mama Selina. Rogers, are you still there? And you are in the dark. Rogers? Okay, inaonekana Rogers missing in action. Mama Selina, vipi? Okay, she's also missing in action. Joshua, tamatisha kile ulikuwa unasema ukatupwa nje bila ceremony. Inaonekana watu wa UDA wamekutarget wewe sana.
Nilikuwa nimeanza nikashukua nimetolewa nje. Sasa I was saying kuwa I saw the rally ya Ruto leo pale West pale Coast, na nikasema kuwa even my MCA can pull a crowd. Haikuwa na watu, that's the fact. Niliangalia vizuri, nikajaribu kuangalia vizuri, people who were there wale walikuwa wamevaa yellow na some bendera kidogo kwa mkono hivi. So I think that Ruto na mbeleze sasa na kitu anafanya kuwa mali Raila ametoka ndio anafuata. But I'm happy that now wamejigawanya sasa. Sasa sio atafuata Raila na mali Raila anaenda ama atafuata nani, kwa sababu sasa hizi jua atashika Coast. Kuna Paranya atashika Western. Hapa Nairobi kuna watu. So Raila will just be walking anasawazisha tu. Ana clean up. So I don't know atakuwa anafuata nani. And then on the issue of kutoa info track walitoa walipull the poll opinion in kwa their website. You know, hawa watu wa UDA wamekuwa na propaganda nyingi, wanatumia their bloggers ku fake the poll opinion. The info track they had a good intention, lakini hao walipoona hivi tu wakaanza wanatuma wanavote mara nyingi, but wakaona kuwa hii ni corrupt, they had to pull it because Infotrack is a credible research institution ambao wanafanya research vizuri, so they didn't want to change their name kuwa wanafanya vitu za ukora. That's why they had to pull it out. And I think the debate hata any layman, hata mtu mama mboga ambao anajiita mama mboga, ile debate jana hakuna vile Gachagua angemshinda Martha Karua. I don't even know, even if they are voting wanavote mara 20 mara 1000. It was very impossible because Gachagua alienda kwa debate kama ile debate ya primary, a teacher is better than a farmer. A farmer is better than a teacher. Hiyo ndio angetakana Gachagua aende kwa hiyo debate kama hiyo. But the debate I saw last time was a very constructive debate. It's a national debate. You cannot just come with your own things. Mpaka unashtukia umetoa karatasi kwa mfuko ya koti. You know, koti ni kitu kinaheshimika sana. Sisi kama watu wa kutoka Nyanza, we respect the court. Hiyo ni unaenda pale unakula nao kuku kwa mama mkwe. But now somebody ameweka karatasi kwa koti. That is discipline. He need to be arrested. So I saw, and I'm wondering why people are saying he won in an argument. You cannot argue nothing. So Gachagua hata win kwa argument. Gachagua he can just heckle. Angetakana peleo kwa hizi JKL naona analeta watu kwa studio. Hiyo ndio argument ambayo anafanya kelele pale kwa studio ya Citizen JKL, but not a national debate which was organized well constructive, and then anakuja na propaganda yake. So Martha Karua alikuwa Nyeri, and I like the way Martha Karua is moving on, and I love vizuri. And I'm sure, and I always tell my friends, and I always try to repeat myself, kuangia marafiki zangu kuwa this election already is won by not less than 60%. Raila is winning this election. That's why now they are crying. Stadium, wanalilia stadium, and wamenyang'anya stadium. So what will Nyayo stadium itafanyia? Itaenda kura kwao. Even wapewe Nyayo stadium, wapewe Kasarani, wapewe kila stadium, waambiwe endeni mkafanye the rally. They will still they not win Nairobian people. Nairobi imesha shift, and Raila will get 60% in Nairobi, not even 60%, 10% in Nairobi. So I think, and I'm just happy because 2017 they punish watu wanasa. Now they're being punished. So let them be punished so that they can feel that pain ambayo watu wanasa wali feel. Thank you very much, Ben. I'll come back later.
Okay, asante sana bwana Joshua, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tunashukuru wa Kenya ambao mnajiunga nasi. Tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, na kama unatufuata kwa Facebook na hauja subscribe kwa YouTube, tafadhali fanya hivyo, kwa sababu kuna muda mwingi wa matangazo katika YouTube kuliko Facebook. So matangazo mengine itakuwa inapeperushwa YouTube peke yake. Kama huja subscribe uta miss, especially when we'll be relaying the election results from the corners, different corners of this country. We will need to be on air 24/7. We can't do that on Facebook. So make sure that you have subscribed on YouTube so that we are all in one place and get the results from the same place. Rogers, namna gani? I see your picture is now back.
Hello.
Halo, vipi?
Sijui kama mnanipata.
Ah,
Yeah.
tunakupata. Nyanyua kamera tuone uso sasa, ndio tujue vile tutakuangalia na kuhesabu.
Yeah. Okay. Ni ile imekuwa majioni, matime ya kulala. Lakini I'm interested now kwa kuchangia mada ya jioni. So specifically I'm coming from West Pokot County. Na mimi nasema ukweli wa presidential race ama analysis according to my county before niseme ya Kenya. According to West Pokot County, mimi naona Azimio wako less than 10% because of some of the reasons yenye watu wako nayo kenye Ruto ametufanyia kama county yetu since 2013 mpaka saa hii. I'm wondering kuna watu sijui wanatoka county gani. Yeah? You are talking like as if wewe unaforsia watu wengine kujoin in hata camp. Instead ya wewe uombe kura mzuri, it is like ni kama wewe unajiongelesha wewe mwenyewe. Watu wako na sababu bana. So in my county almost 90% ni William Ruto. Hata leo nimekuwa mahali penye Raila alitua. Inaitwa Jabareria. Most of the people walikuwa tu wachache tu wenye walikuwa wanapiga kelele huko mbele, lakini the ground we are waiting William Ruto on Tuesday. That is our big day and tumeita saa hii holiday in my county. It's our holiday. So kila my jobs ama wale wenye wanafanya kazi ya serikali wanafunga kazi mapema saa 8 hapo tumeingia uwanja. We are waiting our 50th president of Kenya. So nikiongea specifically in Kenya, I'm still weighing and most probably William Ruto is still winning the race. Raila alikuja vizuri sana since achague huyo huyo Martha Karua running mate his running mate his running mate, lakini kulingana na views ya kila mmoja, unajua ni opinion. Hata unavyoongea saa hii unaongea ukijua ni sio kila Mkenya anaenda na mawazo yako. Kila mtu ako na maoni tofauti kando na jinsi unavyoona. Kulingana na vile tunaona huku na huku Rift Valley na Central Region, mostly ikitupea tu kama Kenya Kwanza, what we want is only 6 million. Sisi tuombe tu huko coast na region zingine, hiyo Nairobi county na Eastern na Northeastern. We only tunaenda kuomba hiyo zingine, but our aim is 6.5 million Rift Valley and Central Kenya, only that. But as we mimi nataka tujue specific itakuwa juma ngapi, ndio mtu ajiprepare vizuri, ndio mtu ambie thanks Bernard, naomba tena nafasi nyingine tena baadaye.
Naomba unijibu swali kabla uende hiyo baadaye.
Yeah.
Umesema William Ruto amewafanyia nini tangu 2013?
Since 2013 alilaunch 14. Hello? Unanipata?
Tunakusikia. Alilaunch
since 2013 kuna mega projects yenye alilaunch kwa West Pokot. Kitu cha kwanza ni kuna roads yenye alifunguanga mara ya kwanza wakati aliingia 2013. Hiyo wakati ilikuwa before handshake. Hiyo wakati walikuwa wanafanya kazi na Uhuru Kenyatta. Na hiyo ndio saa hii inatusaidia kama wakaaji wa West Pokot County. Na those roads is complete, almost all is complete. Secondly,
So hizo roads zilifanywa na William Ruto ama zilifanywa na Jubilee government?
akufanya sijui kama umenielewa. Yeye mwenyewe alikuja kulaunch, lakini hiyo ilitegelezwa kwa hiyo wakati na iliisha na inatumika kwa sasa.
Okay, asante.
Alafu
Now,
kuna
swali lingine
before that, kuna kitu ingine yenye yeah.
Nataka unijibu. Governor wa West Pokot anaitwa nani?
Anaitwa Professor Lonyangapuo.
Aha. Yako UDA.
Yuko ako na chama yake inaitwa Kenya Union Party KUP.
Oh, hiyo KUP ina support UDA.
Ina support Azimio.
Okay, na ma MCAs wangapi wana support Azimio?
Currently as we speak, unajua hatuna ODM in West Pokot County since 2013. Na hiyo ndio kitu siwezi danganya hata ukifanya analysis. So tulikuwa na KANU na Jubilee.
Nauliza kuhusu Azimio, sio
team Azimio
sio ODM. Nauliza kuhusu sasa hivi.
Unauliza sitting MCAs, unauliza sitting MCAs ama unauliza aspirants?
Yes, sitting MCAs ambao kwa kampeni hii wanakampenia Azimio compared kwa wale wanakampenia UDA. Yes.
Sahi sitting MCAs ni 4. Only 4. Alafu wenye walikuwa sitting MCAs wenye walienda UDA out of 20 ni 16.
16 wako UDA.
Yeah.
And 4 wako kwa Azimio.
Yeah. Na wenye wanafanya kazi na Lonyangapuo. Alafu the rest ni wale new aspirants.
Okay. So then the new aspirant katikati ya sitting na new aspirant wangapi watarudi wale sitting MCS kulingana na wewe?
My brother without avoidance of doubt UDA ndio wako na usito yote. Hata ukifuatilia rally zote I can send you clips.
Wewe bwana Rogers, tutaongea na wewe nyuma ya curtain na unipatie hizo clips, ningependa kuziona. Lakini nataka unijibu swali vile nimeuliza. Okay? Wewe kwa maoni yako umesema 16 MCAs, sitting MCAs wamejoin UDA. Hawa 16 wote wanarudi ama watabwagwa na new aspirants? Kulingana na wewe.
Sahi kwa hao wawili kwa sababu nomination hiyo tarehe 14 yenye ilifanyika. Already 2 wameenda nyumbani sahi. Wa UDA. So ni kama 14 wenye sitting MCAs wamebaki.
So hao 14 watarudi kulingana na wewe ama pia kutakuwa na wale wataanguka?
Kulingana na mimi above 10 watarudi, but au tuseme tu 4 wanaweza tolewa, lakini the rest watatoka UDA. It is still UDA.
Okay, sawa. Asante sana. Mute your mic. Is there anybody with a question to Rogers before we go to Mama Selina? Yes, Joshua.
Yes, kuna swali uliuliza Rogers lakini hakujibu. Hii maendeleo anasema Ruto alilaunch hii. Ilifanywa na Jubilee government ama ilifanywa na Ruto? Hukujibu hapo. Ilikuwa ni Ruto alifanya hiyo maneno ama ni Jubilee government? Jibu hiyo swali.
Mimi nakwambia Ruto since 2013 amekanyaga West Pokot mara 2. Only 2. Yaani Uhuru Kenyatta, I'm sorry Uhuru Kenyatta. Lakini Ruto ndio everything ya serikali yenye ilikuwa na launch since 2013 up to 2018. Ndio nani? Nini Ruto alikuwa na launch kila kitu na ilikuwa nafanyika. Alafu wakati
just for clarity. Ngoja Joshua. Just for clarification, Rogers.
Yeah.
West Pokot in 2017, the majority party ilikuwa
Yeah.
gani?
The majority
Majority party
ilikuwa
ilikuwa Jubilee ama KANU?
Jubilee. Majority ya nini specific?
Ya county ya assemblies na
Assemblies kwanza
yes.
ilikuwa nini? KANU walitoa 8 alafu nini Jubilee wakatoa 8. PDR wakatoa 3 na independent moja. Hiyo ni 20 ukifanya.
Okay. So KANU ilikuwa na sasa vile KANU iko kwa Azimio na hiyo umesema PDA ndio kan hiyo chama langapu ama
PDR ile yani waliconvert ikakuwa UDA.
So,
alafu kuna
2017 kulikuwa na kugawana katikati ya Jubilee na Jubilee katikati ya Jubilee na KANU.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
sawa. Wacha tuachie hapo kwanza tumsikilize Mama Selina alafu tunarudi kucheza video fulani hapo. Tegea hapo alafu angalia hapo kwa private chat Bwana Rogers.
Wacha nimalizie
Rogers, listen. Angalia hapo kwa private. Can you listen?
Kwa private? Yes.
Angalia hapo kwa private chat, yeah? Private chat. Give me your WhatsApp number there. Yeah, ni type hapo your WhatsApp number. Then I will contact you so that you can give me those clips you're talking about. Sawa.
Sawa, lakini nilikuwa na swali ya mwisho.
Uliza.
Mimi nasema kwa nini watu wanakuwa swayed hivyo na UDA? Si kwa sababu ya ndugu yetu William Ruto kutoka huko kwetu. Kuna shida ilitokea huko 2019 ya landslide ambayo ili affect karibu kila mmoja huko. Most of the people iliua watu karibu zaidi ya 200, 237 people died. Mimi ile huzuni ilifanyika huko, my brother William Ruto alikuja the same day na weather ilikuwa mbaya sana. Lakini cha kuhuzunisha bana ni nani huyu Eugene Wamalwa alikuja na ndege mpaka karibu anafika huko nyumbani huko kwetu huko na kurudi juu ya weather. Lakini mbona watu wanajiuliza swali, mbona William Ruto alikuja na weather ilikuwa mbaya? Hiyo ndio kitu bado wanajiuliza sasa maswali mpaka saa hii.
Okay, sawa.
Na hiyo ndio
na wewe. Let me talk to you off air. Thank you very much. I will contact you through that number and then we talk further. Just relax. Let's hear Mama Selina. Mama Selina vipi?
Hey, Bernard, poa. 19 days, 18 days to election. Hatukujua itafika. Furaha yangu naona baba leo amekuwa kaunti karibu 4. Amekuwa Bokot, akakuja Marakwet, akaenda Baringo East, na ukiangalia msimamo ya watu Penat wamedecide. Martha Karua pia Nyeri amefanya vizuri. Costi tunaona vile opinion polls imeletwa Coast, na hivyo ndiye vile mambo ilivyo. Hata Kilifi yenye watu wanasemanga wako mbele, unaona vile imeenda. So Penat kuna kukubali na kuna kwenda kuona nini inaendelea. Kenya Kwanza naona hata uliona walitaka kujaribu kusema Kashako alichukua kwa opinion polls na wakatilit kwa sababu they were trying to see the mind of Kenyans. Kama kitu ni sawa, mbona unatilit? But na sisi pia mwenye alikuwa naona kama umekuja tipeti ya deputy president, you don't have to talk about Uhuru. Na nasikia watu wanaongea sana na kama amuokopi Uhuru, you cannot even talk about him because Uhuru amewaambia in 3 weeks anatoka. It was 3 weeks, now penalty is 2 weeks. So mi nataka kusema ya kwamba it is time kutengeneza makura mahali iko. Wale undecided votes wameona mahali, unajua ukienda mahali unaona mahali wingi ya watu, na watu wajue baba amekuwa kwa siasa. Nataka nilisikia nikikuja njiani, kuna mtu amesema ati UDA imekuwa kwa 34 years. I was wondering what is that 34 years? Kama ni 34 years ilikuwa ni KANU and then Uhuru, na Uhuru sahi yako na baba. So I don't know how these people penat wanafikiria mambo. Wewe hiyo serikali uliunda na Uhuru, unachapa, mumekosana na yeye, unacharibu mara ya kwanza, and then unakuja unasema ati mumekuwa serikali for 34 years. Where? Wapi? Wewe umekuwa 2013 kufika 2017 umekuwa nje. Actually alienjoy only 1 year. Wakati ile alichukua ndege sijui helicopter akaenda wapi, ofisi yake pesa yake ilikuwa transferred ikapelekwa kwa office of the president. So ofisi ya deputy president ijaifanya budget. Na aliambia watu tufumilie. Kufumilia ndio hiyo amepata. 2017 the same. So you cannot come here and tell people that umerule 34 years. With who? Hii ni mara yenyu ya kwanza mnajaribu. Na vile mumejaribu kupanda imekuwa ngumu, kuteleza imeteleza. And I'm telling you Fenat. Hata vile nasikia watu wengine wanaongea kuhusu 2027, 2030 hakuna deputy president apart from Moi amai chukua kiti, na Moi alichukua wakati ilikuwa ngumu na yeye, wakati hayati Jomo Kenyatta alifariki akapata chance, and then from there akachipanga huko ndani. So Penat, it is an history in Kenya. Kwani hao wengine wote hawakukuwa wanaweza. Sitaki kusema hawakukuwa wanaume because I don't know wanaume ni kusema. Mimi ni mama. I can talk about women but hatutaki kufaa kofia yenye si yetu. Lakini nataka kuuliza tu, kwani wale ma deputy president ama ma vice president wengi, Kalonzo, Mutiwari, wale wote walienda kina Saitoti. It is a very difficult thing. Na ukitaka kukua the best deputy president, hata rafiki yangu mother, she has to be loyal to Raila until the last minute. She has to serve baba mpaka wa Kenya waone this is the right deputy president, ameokoa nchi and Kenyans can decide. Lakini ukienda kupishana na rais na kusema ati hata wewe umechakuliwa, asara imepatikana. So mimi Penat nataka kuambia watu, na ya pili, sisi ni Wakristo. Tunaamini Yesu na hatujaona. Na unaona watu wanalia pale mbele wakisema baba shuka. Kwa hivyo imani ni kitu ya muhimu sana. Nilisikia kuna mtu alikuwa anawaambia muache kukua na kufikiria. Lazima hata ukitaka msichana, hata ukitaka kuoa, lazima ukuwe na imani ya kwamba huyu msichana ama huyu mwanaume atakuwa bwana yangu, ama mwingine anasema huyu atakuwa bibi yangu, kwa imani. And then from there unachukua hatua ya kumuongelesha wakati wowote. Kwa hivyo Kenya tumaini na imani yenye wamekuwa naye kwa baba ni ya ukweli. Uwezi ambia mtu ati usifurahi kama mama anaumwa na ataka kujifungua. Baba ama wanaume hapo nje wanafurahi na wanajua ni ngumu, but wako na hope. Mpaka wakati anasikia mtoto amelia unaona mtu anafurahi. So we want to say Kenyans tusiusiwe uoga. Kama ulikata kura yako Nairobi, piga kura Nairobi. Kama wewe umekata kura Nakuru, wherever umekata kura yako, cast your vote. Especially wamama, tupige kura na kwenda nyumbani. Wacha vijana yetu wachunge kura zetu. Kazi yetu ni kuwapikia chakula. Tengeneza kiteri, tengeneza chapati ile ya ndoo ya, si ndoo ya yellow ile Kashakwa alikuwa naweka. Kina mama, tengenezea vijana yetu chapati, tengenezeni uchi, chai, kwa sababu watakuwa wanakaa kwa polling station the whole night. Hiyo ndiye mimi Bernard nafikiria tunataka kufanya kwa hii 18 days. Tumejiandaa, mjue mahali vipande yenu iko, mahali ID yako iko. Mama, amuka mapema, pigia watoto chai, pigia mzee chai atoke, funga ng'ombe, kwa sababu wamama wengi wana kazi mingi Bernard. So siku hiyo usiamuke utoe ng'ombe alafu ukifika huko. Amuka kama masiwa, wacha ng'ombe ikae kwa boma at least for 3 hours. Ukimalizana na kura, rudi nyumbani. Na wamama nilikuwa nimewaomba ya kwamba tusikasirike. Hawa majamaa, hawa mabwana zetu wasilale nje. This time round naambia wababa wasiende kwa naitwa nini Bernard, sijui kando, sijui mpango, sijui nini. Wasiende kwa sababu msichana anaweza nunuliwa akakufungia ndani. So you people, msichana atakwambia leo kama uwezi toa hii uendi. Kwa hivyo mpango ya kando, mama sijui kwa mama mdogo ama sijui kwa mama nani, baby mama ama baby papa, tafadhali tuachane naye mpaka tuone after election. After election, you can go and celebrate. Otherwise, this is critical time. Watu ya pikipiki, watu ya makari, tusaidie watu kupepa. Otherwise, Bernard, I'm counting on the days. And then after election too, hivi, hata mimi nchi ya Amerika naambia kwa heri, narudi nyumbani nikisema najivunia kuwa Mkenya. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate that. And karibu nyumbani. Have a safe flight. We need you here kuja kulinda kura ya baba na mama. Kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuwa kwa hiyo swearing in front page, front bench. And then mambo yaende vile yanapaswa kwenda. Now, there are videos I'm going to play, and then from there we can draw up the conversation. Anderson, ulikuwa unasemaje? There's something you wanted to say before?
Bena,
Eh,
nilikuwa nataka kurespond tu kwa ndugu yetu Rogers.
yes.
Rogers anasema wanaomba sana wapate kura milioni 6 huko Rift Valley na Mount Kenya. So nilikuwa nataka kumwambia 6 million votes haziwezi kufanya ukue hata governor, uwezi bana. Sasa unajua hiyo vitu anatuambia 6 million already watapata, unaona, watapata hizo 6 million, alafu anasema watafutilie hizi zingine. Sasa mutatafutia alafu mpate zifike ngapi? 7 million hata hazitafika. Huwezi kuwa president obviously, hata Rogers umejua hamutakuwa. Kwa hivyo wacha mimi nikuashue hizo 6 million mtapata, hizo nazo mtapata, lakini kuwa president bado. Sisi tunaangalia mambo ya 15 million strong, na wewe unasema mambo ya 6 million, msha lose. Sawa Ben?
Bernard, Rogers.
Yes.
Rogers, wacha nikwambie, wacha nikwambie kijana yangu, naona na nikikuita kijana yangu ni kwa heshima. Mimi ni mama, niko na zaidi ya miaka huko karibu 60 huko.
Sawa mama.
Asante. Ulikuwa umesikia nikiongea mambo ya hope. Sisi wa Kalenjin, kura yetu ni milioni 2 na wamehesabu. 2,500,000 yetu, ile yako, ile wote wakikubali kupiga kura. Baringo, Nandi, Kericho, Bomet, Uasin Gishu, wapi nimewacha, Elgeyo Marakwet. Kama tunapiga 100%, kabla kura ya Masai, hiyo ni ya wenyewe, kura ya Pokot, hiyo ni ya wenyewe, kura ya Turkana, hiyo ni ya wenyewe, kura ya Central, nyumba ya wenyewe. Hakuna vile hata mtoto, hata baba yako akakuwa na pipi mbili, for example, baba ni moja lakini wa mama ni tofauti, hawa watoto wapendani. Kuna mtoto atajisikia ati baba anapendelea nyumba ile. Wacha nikwambie my brother ama kijana yangu, uliza baba yako, ama baba yako ni kijana, uliza babu yako wakati Moi alikuwa naongoza nchi ya Kenya. Hawa watu ya Central kwa roho safi mumefanya biashara na hawa, mkafungulia hoteli, ndio hiyo wanaenda kumaliza. Hawa vijana wamekaa na Ruto, wamekubali kuanguka na yeye. Ndindi Nyoro, Alice Wahome, hawa wote unasikia wako mbele, wanajua crown ni ngumu, na kura ya Kikuyu haijaamuliwa hata mpaka leo. The last 3 days, the last month, wakati walileta Martha Karua, walijua watu wanatupanga na wako na akili sana, na ukienda hata kuambia nisikule, wanauliza swali moja. Hiyo mambo ya 207, 208, hiyo mambo ya makanisa, hiyo mambo yote unajua, sitaki kuropoka hapa kwa sababu kila mtu anachichua. Hawa watu mpaka leo they are not in their farms. Si ati ni wachinga. Mtu alikuwa anaropoka anaitwa Kimani Ngonjiri, unamsikia siku hizi. Wametulia kwa sababu ni ngumu. Kwa hivyo mambo ni mawili. Sisi Wakalenjin tumai kuwa na Raila. Tulimpigia kura 207, na kura zetu ndio ilifanya pia akafika mahali amefika. Ruto aisuru, kama angekaa na Raila hiyo wakati hiyo, leo mambo ingekuwa tofauti. Sasa nataka kuuliza hivi, ni mzuri kukaa opposition, lakini Wakalenjin sisi tunaweza kaa opposition? We cannot. Hatujui hata kukua opposition kusema nini. Na ninakuuliza in good faith, kuna Mkalenjin atatoka kwa barabara na kuimba na kufanya ile vituko wa Kenya wanafanyanga? Hakuna. Tutarudi kwa mashamba yetu, tufinywe, tunyamaze. Mambo ni mawili. Hakuna mahali Ruto anaenda as for now. Chenye mnataka kufanya, tengeneza urafiki na Wakenya. Tengeneza urafiki na watu ya Nyanza. Kesho baba akiritaya, mnaweza muuliza maswali. Sikia vile Sally Koskei aliongea. Sikia vile Chebii Kilimo waliongea. Wale watu walijua, wamekuwa na Moi na wamekuwa na Raila, ya kwamba jamii ya Kalenjin, sisi ndiye tulikuwa tunacheka Wakikuyu wakiitwa 41, sijui ilikuwa nasemanga 41 against one, ama ilikuwa inasemekananga sijui sisi hatutaki kuitwa hiyo, na tukiitwa hiyo hatutatoka milele. I want Kalenjins. Ruto hakuna mahali anafanya, hata kufa amejaribu, na tumejua amejaribu, lakini alifanya makosa. Moi hakuweza Raila, Kibaki hakuweza Raila, Uhuru hakuweza Raila. Ruto ndiye ataweza Raila? Unaweza mtu mwenye ako, yani Raila ni, yani baba yake alikuwa anamuita Simba, alikuwa anaita huyo ndugu yake mkubwa, huyo ndiye alikuwa mtoto. Lakini Raila akifungwa, baba yake anasema yeye hawezi lilia Simba. As I'm talking to you today, hata dunia hapa tuko, kila mtu wanajua Raila. Raila ni household. Raila alijitengeneza. Raila China hiyo akwambo hiyo, hata Luo Nyanza, hata Nyanza msima. Raila ataretire na watarudi chini, tukae kama hawa, tuanze kutafuta viongozi. That is the time sisi tunaweza ongea. Ninakwambia hiyo 6 million unaongea, uombe Mungu tupata hata 3 million kwa generous, na si ya Kikuyu. Kama kuna mtu mwingine atawahurumia, na utarudi hapa kuniambia. Mimi nimefanya kazi na Wakikuyu, mimi nilifanya kazi na Uhuru. I know them in and out. Ukiona Gachagua akikuja mkutano na anaongea mambo ya Uhuru 90%, kama Uhuru ni pure ya pili baba. Mimi nataka kuambia Ruto, siokopi. Alitumika kuipa kura za wenyewe. Saa hii ile mbinu alitumia kuipia Uhuru mara 3 inajulikana. Ile patonisi yote alikuwa amefanya inajulikana na imesipwa. Kama angekuja kistyle ingine yenye unajua you cannot compete. Sitaki kuingia vile watu wanasema system, lakini still nataka kusema umetusi Uhuru, unatusi Matiang'i, unatusi Kivicho, sijui unamwambia nani, sijui unamwambia mkubwa ya polisi tunakutoa, sijui wewe unaongelesha watu wenye umeshika silaha na wewe ndio unatoka nje. I'm telling you, nataka kuomba wakale nchini kama vile Salata alisema, patia Raila 34, patia Ruto 50, ama peana 50-50, ili Wakenya wakitaka kutenga nyinyi hata mtakuwa na sauti. Lakini can you imagine 100% tumepigia Ruto. Raila aliambia watu, na ukumbuke hiyo election ya pili ya 2017 aliambia Kenya nisikaa nyumbani, kijana yangu. Hata huko Central wako enda kupiga kura walikaa nyumbani. Hiyo 96% Uhuru alipata, hata yeye anajua haikukuwa kura. Kama umetoka kwa kupenda ama umetolewa, lakini ukweli ni kwamba Wakalenjin, tafadhalini, Wakenya wameamua. Tusikue huko nje, tufungiwe nje penalty. Nilitaka tu kwa sababu ya huyo kijana anataka 6 million, waombe tu hata hiyo yao ya 3 million haitakuwa, kwa sababu Kalenjin half of them watu wameopena. Hakuna mtu anataka kukaa msituni in this period of Kenya. Utakaa nje ufanye nini na utarudi wapi tena? So thank you so much. Na kama umetrop kwa sababu hii masimu inatutrop ni sawa, lakini pia kama uko nje karibu kuambiana hiyo 6 million hiyo mnaota na kura ya wenyewe kwanza, msitegemee ya kijana ya nyumba ingine, hapana. Asante.
So, asante sana Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Ni muhimu kila mmoja amakinike. Nashukuru sana vile umejaribu kutuelewesha. So Rogers ni kijana mzuri, naamini ameelewa kile ambacho kinaendelea, na ni tuhuma tu amejazwa nazo na propaganda, lakini ukweli wa mambo unajulikana. Mpaka William Ruto mwenyewe anajua kwamba kitumbua kimeingiwa mchanga. Ndio, that is why he's erratic and reacting the way he's reacting. We're going to have some series of videos just before we bring in nani Bwana Tom, wewe inaonekana tunataka tukuage uende upunguze usingizi alafu urudi. Watu kwa comments wameteta sana. So Bwana Tom, kata usingizi masaa mawili alafu urudi. Napatia wewe ruhusa. Thank you. Masaa mawili tu urudi masaa ya Wekesa. Masaa ya wazee. Thank you. So there are this series of videos that I want us to look at keenly and be able to embrace them and learn one or two things from the same. So here we go.
wa mfalme wa milki za Uarabuni UAE, Ali Zadi, dhahabu kutoka Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo. Ruto na Wetangula walitumia wanabiashara wawili humu nchini, Zair Janda na Don Bosco Gishana, kumlagai mwanamfalme huyo wa Dubai.
Moses, because 1 minute, Ali, every day he's changing something better. And I've been here for 10 days. That's Moses. Bro, they told me at 9 o'clock, so they set up a meeting for themselves, 11 o'clock Dubai time, which is 10 o'clock here. I know. Because they wanted answers. And then every day something is changing, brother. I cannot do this with these people. You know what I mean? And believe me, these people are powerful, brother.
Of course I know. I mean, from what I've heard and what I've...
Zair na Bosco walimuandaa Ali Zadi kuwa wangemsaidia kupata dhahabu kutoka Kongo na kuisafirisha moja kwa moja hadi Dubai kupitia nchini Kenya.
I want to close the deal right now, brother.
Let me tell you.
And I want to leave on Monday, brother.
Okay. Ali, I want to tell you.
Monday for sure or no?
Okay. And if I give you my word, and that's it, because that is the word that everybody goes with.
Zair alitia sahihi kadarasi ya kusafirisha tani 9 za dhahabu kutoka Kenya hadi Dubai kati yake na Ali Zadi kwa takriban shilingi bilioni 1.3. Katika mkataba huo, Zair Marian Jada, ambaye ni mshirika wa karibu wa Ruto na Wetangula, angesafirisha kwanza kilo 4,600 za dhahabu katika visanduku na kulipwa pesa taslimu. Kampuni yake Ali Zadi kwa kila namna kusafirisha dhahabu kutoka Kongo hadi Kenya bila kusumbuliwa na asasi zote za kisheria na kisalama humu nchini. Hata hivyo, ile dhahabu ya mtoto wa mfalme kutoka Kongo iliweza kunaswa na asasi za usalama hapa nchini Kenya, na hivyo basi habari hiyo iliweza kujipata katika vyombo vya habari humu nchini.
News of a gold consignment held up at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport hit the headlines.
Baada ya sakata hiyo kutibuka hapa nchini mnamo Mei 2019, Ruto alitumia mshirika wake wa karibu Paul Kiprop kumshawishi mwanamfalme wa Dubai Ali Zadi kuwa angepata dhahabu zake salama nchini UAE bila wasiwasi.
I haven't tried to reach to Ruto. I think he's just concerned. He wants to help you. Tell him to return the money that he took. And because he's very concerned. Because he's very concerned. No, he should be very concerned because his name is all over the Interpol right now.
Katika mazungumzo yake na Paul Kiprop, Ali Zadi alishangaa ni vipi Ruto angemsaidia na hakuwa kwenye kadarasi hiyo hapo awali.
Yeah, how is Ruto gonna help me? Yeah, I just want to link you direct to the boss so that you can get your help. But who exactly are you? Pardon? But who exactly are you? I've told you I'm in his office. And that is why he came to me. So because he came to me, in Ruto's office you are? Yes, I gave him a lot of pressure. You see, I gave him a lot of pressure. No, hold on. But you work in Ruto's office, yes? Yes. And your name is? Paul. Paul what? Paul Kiprop.
Kuwa akishirikiana nao kutoka awali, Zair Marian Jada na Don Bosco Gishana, wote ni vibaraka wa Ruto.
So they're just small fishes, very, very small fishes. Okay, so tell Bosco to return what he took. Okay, the money he took. This is just a matter of time.
Wetangula pia anajitokeza wakati huo kumwaahidi mwanamfalme Alizadi kuwa angepata adhabu yake kama walivyokubaliana hapo awali katika mkataba waliotia sahihi.
I need to know when exactly the gold is going to Eldoret and when exactly is going to...
Tomorrow evening you're going with the Zaid to see the couple. Once you finish and you confirm that this the quantum and everything, then the next day it leaves under police escort to Eldoret.
On Wednesday evening?
On Wednesday evening. It arrives in Eldoret around Wednesday midnight, 1 a.m. Everything will be arranged when you arrive. There's no question of documentation on anything. Once they arrive and you load, you take off.
So I leave on Thursday?
On Thursday evening.
Ruto na Wetangula kupitia watu wao wa mkono Zair Marian Jada na Don Bosco Gishana walifanikiwa kumlaghai mwanamfalme wa Dubai Alizadi takriban milioni 850 na akupata adhabu zake kule Dubai kama mkataba ulivyoashiria. Bado uchunguzi wa sakata hii unaendelea, ilhali milioni 850 za mwanamfalme wa Dubai Alizadi ziko kwenye mifuko ya Ruto na Wetangula. Je, Ruto na Wetangula wanastahili kushikilia ofisi za umma?
Okay, the big question that we all need to respond to. Kuna huyu Sibuoka TV, politics and politicians. This is not propaganda. This is a valid argument that needs to be scrutinized. I have said here over and over. The Bible says it is required of stewards that a man be found faithful. So the moment there are question marks on your name, on your behavior, on your character, you can't work as a steward. And to be a president is to be a steward of the resources of this great country. So people with questionable characters are not supposed to be charged with the responsibility as stewards. For it is required of stewards that a man be found faithful. And so I stand in question of you, politics and politician. You support twistedness, you support crookedness, you support shortcuts. That paints you as unfaithful person, and so we can't trust your opinion too. Birds of the same feathers flock together. We are on this particular debate for one thing. We want a better Kenya, a Kenya that we can hand over to our children and our children's children. We are not here to help somebody win an election and that is it, or lose an election or that is it. Our main purpose of being here is to secure a Kenya that our children's children will enjoy. What we have suffered, we shouldn't transfer it to our children's children. It seems some of you miss out on the point and think that we're here to win an election. This is far beyond an election. The nation is in a very critical position. We cannot entrust it to novice and people with questionable characters. And so, if you can swindle people, you business people, and you claim to be a businessman, and in your business they are gray areas and all that, and then when you're questioned you react and then begin to blame everybody. Oh, this is happening because my political enemies are after me. Those excuses are the ones that are sickening. For once, people should own up their responsibilities. All in all, we'll make progress and look at that critically. Let's look at what you said so that we analyze it accurately. But I want to appreciate all of you that are inviting guys to join into the discourse. Thank you, those of you that are joining into the debate. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep the focus. Ensure that there is a better Kenya for all Kenyans, not a Kenya for a few and the rest to be victims of the few. Thank you very much. Yaicheza tutacheza yaicheza, Mato anasema hivyo. Tumsikilize Papa Azimio tukisonga mbele tafadhali.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Mama Selina, kuna Mgoi Rogers, huyo naye amepotea wapi? Amepotea. Na Evans. Nashukuru sana Bwana Bernard.
Bob, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. You can't hear me? Mama Selina, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Bernard is having problems. He has just moved out.
Okay.
Now you are the chair lady. We have given you that job.
Okay, so we can assist each other.
Sasa,
you are
mimi
controlling.
nataka ni...
Sema Baba Azimio.
Okay. Now, yeah, let me have a look at the menu.
Yes.
Let me have a look at the menu. The menu is very rich. The menu is extremely rich. I can see Raila in 3 counties. Yes, I managed to follow that on several news channels, and there was a very impressive turnout. The people were very charged. They were very enthusiastic about his visit and dissemination of the Azimio manifesto. However, there were calls for him to go to Cabernet, and people seem to be waiting for him there eagerly. And it looks like the Azimio team is doing a great job in that area. Yeah, Martha is also doing a good job in Nyeri. She's going deep in the villages. She's not just visiting the towns. That tells you that she has decided to give it her all in these last few days, which is a good thing to see. She was accompanied by Jubilee aspirants in Mount Kenya, and looks like all went smooth. Now, Ruto in Coast. Ruto is still making a lot of noise, and there is something that there's a saying that says, "Guilty conscience needs no accuser." And the first statement Ruto is making is to do with the land, and he's talking about like 2,500 acres is something very small. that mimi najua kwa nini wanafuata hiyo eka 2,000. Now he has even reduced it to 2,000. You know, Ruto is such a con that he wants to deflect the issue of land away from him, so that he can continue to benefit. But Baba has made it very clear that should Azimio ascend to power, he will have to forfeit that land. For one, that was a gift, and it is above that limit stipulated in our laws. So why is he keeping land that he was gifted? You know, if an employee of the government is given 50,000 shillings and he declares it, he will be asked to forfeit. So why is Ruto not forfeiting that land? Because that land should be given to the squatters. So Ruto continues to give spread his lies, but I'm glad that Ali Hassan Joho is steadfast. For the last few days, he has combed Kilifi County. He was in Mombasa County. Yesterday, he was in Likoni area, and he was spreading the Azimio manifesto, and also countering the lies of William Ruto. He was explaining to the residents in detail who William Ruto is, and likewise the crowd was very, very enthusiastic. Now I will leave it at that, but I have some very, very good and bad news. In a few minutes ago, there were people who came into the country from the company that IEBC hired to supply them with the technology. That is it's called Smartmatics. Yes. And 3 people who purported to be working, we are not very sure at the moment, but who purported to be working for Smartmatics, who had come from Venezuela, have just been arrested at the airport. Their purpose, according to IEBC, is that they were meant to come and do something to do with the technology. Now, IEBC has already posted that protest letter of the arrest of these people on their Twitter. Now, the question is, why didn't IEBC notify the immigration officials that there are people coming in to the country to perform the contractual what do you call it, their contractual obligation with the IEBC with regard to the elections that are coming up on 9th? Because you see, there is no way a government would just arrest people at the airport without a reason. IEBC should have informed the authorities that they are expecting 3 individuals who are coming from Venezuela to JKIA, then and they are coming to do their work. But these people appeared landed at JKIA, and hence the security forces arrested them. They are now in detention. So IEBC has issued a statement and posted it on their Twitter account. So let's see what happens. But there is more than meets the eye, and my take is that this has something to do with UDA. There is no way people would just want to sneak in the name of coming to deal with the technology. IEBC has just been testing their kits. So who are these other people who are now coming in? to perform some contractual obligation. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. And if there is anything that UDA could be trying, they should know that serikali iko macho na mambo ya uwizi ndogo ndogo will not be allowed. Thank you very much, Bernard. I am still with you. We will continue to engage.
Okay, asante sana Papa Azimio. We appreciate that. I was thrown out by the enemies of progress. I've just looked at my back office and I'm being followed by 167 trackers. These guys are serious.
That is
so
very interesting. Bernard, Bernard,
why should they be following me?
Bernard,
yes, sir.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, there's something I've said.
Are you able to get
Maybe
me?
you can share it on the screen. It is yes.
So let me find it, since I've just gotten, I've reboot my system, so I need to reconnect and then we will do that. Don't worry, it will work. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for continuing to follow us. We continue to urge all of you who are following us on Facebook, please make sure you subscribe on YouTube. We have unlimited time on YouTube to broadcast, and so we want everybody who is following us from anywhere to be also on YouTube. Especially as we gear up to stream results from different polling stations around the country. We will not be able to do that on Facebook, since Facebook only gives us 8 hours of full-time broadcast. And with YouTube, we have unlimited time. So please, I will urge you to ensure that you are a subscriber on YouTube, even as we continue with the broadcast. Mogoi, habari ya leo? Anaitwa Mogoi Keungu. Kengu. I don't want to spoil your name. Ali vipi? Bwana Mogoi, unanipata kweli? Unmute the mic, is beside your name on the screen. Amazon, you stay off until it's your turn to speak, please. Okay, inaonekana Mogoi hatuelewani. Evans, take it as we wait for Mogoi to come around.
Okay, good evening, everyone, or wherever we are. I'm a new member here. I've been following everything that is going here daily, and today I decided to at least be inside, and I thank you very much. Of course, the way you rightly put it, Mr. Bernard, we are working on an initiative to change this country to a better one. We don't have any other better role here, but to put the country in the right hands, that it can move into the right direction. So my submission tonight, as the elections are going, I wanted to echo something about the gender card that it seemed to be ignored by the Kenya Kwanza team. I come from a constituency where gender card has really worked so well. I come from a constituency called Kisumu East. And Kisumu East, if you are aware, Kisumu, when the word Kisumu, you will imagine it is an ODM zone. But the gender card has consistently denied the ODM party an MP in my area. Consistently. My current MP is called Shakil Shabir, if you know him. He's running on an independent, and he has been there as an independent simply because of the gender card. Now, what I've witnessed myself about this gender card, what women have been doing in my area, is that women do not yap on online, or they do not yap on the campaigns, but on that voting day, when they take up that pen, Mama Selina will agree with me, women vote with conscience. They vote with conscience. So my area, the example I was giving you, the ODM has been giving someone called Nicholas Oricho the ticket. And all men around here normally support the guy. And in the campaigns, the men are there scrambling for money, for funds. But women have consistently, in 2 or 3 past elections, Shakil has served for 3 terms. That is 15 years, he's going for his 4th one. All the time, the rallies, you might think that the ODM guy, which Nicholas Oricho, will carry the day. But on the voting day, the women normally come to punish the male counterparts, because in Oricho's rallies, the male always throw words against women, but Shakil have invested in women. And I came to realize that women are much more than men. I think the notion that women are more also escalate even into voting. The women, I think they vote more, even more than men, because most men you see on those rallies, on those campaigns, some of them do not even vote, some do not even have votes. But women, with their conscience, when they get inside that polling booth, they normally ask questions before they give a tick on any candidate. They ask, am I voting for a progress or not? Am I voting backwards or not? So Martha's card, I am convinced from my experience in my own area, the card of Martha Karua being picked as a running mate, all women will vote with conscience and they will come out in numbers. And I tell you, 14 million votes that Raila, at least 14 million votes that Raila is likely to get in this election, I'm telling you, about 9 million, 9 will be as a result of the gender card that Martha Karua will have brought. I know and I'm sure that Martha Karua, those who will vote for Martha Karua will not be bothered whether they are Kalenjins, whether they are Kikuyus, whether they are Lugos, whichever tribe. The women will vote with conscience, because they know they will pick that pen on the polling booth, on that booth where you are there alone. They will remember their children. They will remember their households. And they will say, between Rigathi and the mother, which is Martha, I rather go with my fellow woman consciously. And 9 million votes out of possible 16 or 15 million will come from these women. Thank you, Mr. Bernard. That was my submission. I wanted to show you what has been happening in my own constituency. Women have been voting Shakil Shabil squarely, and 96% of Shakil's vote for 15 consecutive elections, for 3 consecutive elections, that is 15 years, has been from women. They are very clever. They might be quiet. You might abuse them, and you think they're not there. But consciously, they normally carry the day on the voting day. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Evans. That is very important information at this point in time, because we have those people who are considering Mother Karua as not a factor in these elections, but she is. In the women constituency, it has never been a constituency.
They will have a rude shock, the shock of their lives. I'm telling you, as men in Kisumu East, we already been shocked 3 times, and I'm sure even now, if the men will not talk well of women in my constituency, the seat will still go against them, against us men. Thank you.
So thank you, Evans. There is a poll that was carried out specifically in Rift Valley, North Rift, and it targeted the women and whether they're going to vote for Mother Karua or vote for William Ruto. And the poll came out with the shocking revelations that the majority of the women in North Rift are voting with Azimio, despite the fact that they are in UDA zone. And so anybody who thinks that the women constituency is not a factor in 2022 elections is misguided. And that's part of the shockers. So watu wa kukata miti, tafadhali mjitahidi, msichoke, endeleeni kukata miti kwa sababu
But
shockers
they
are
won't
coming from
say it.
all over.
The women won't say it. They won't give
They,
any sign. They won't give any
they
sign, the
will
women.
not.
But they will shock
The
everybody.
shocking will be the day for the results. The surprise part, the surprise rally that Baba had in Kericho, and the kind of turn up that came forth, that was the beginning of the shock. And so the Sally Kosgei Rift Valley underground movement is powerful. So let everybody update themselves and be ready for knowing that things may not be as they look. And for sure kitu kinakwenda kufanyika. Nashukuru wote watu wa comments, tafadhali let's tuweke nidhamu. Huna ruhusa ya kutukana mtu yeyote, na kama huna point matusi iwezi kukusaidia. Si unaona vile matusi inasumbua William Ruto. Amepoteza kura ya Bungoma tu ambaye alikuwa angepata 50%. Kwa sababu ya matusi amepoteza, hata tuoni kama atapata hiyo 25% huko kwa sababu ya kutomanage mdomo wake. So don't insult anybody. And there are people you are mishandling here. After this show utaenda tu interview, unakuta nani ako kwa panel ni Bernard, na wewe ndio unatafuta hiyo job uko shortlisted, na wewe umenitusi hapa alafu tukutane kwa panel. Unafikiria nitakuvotia? I will not vote for you. I will tell the panel this is a bad-mannered person. He insults strangers. He cannot contribute to any of the betterment of your company. So be careful who you handle on the public platform like this. You just never know. You may need that signature, and it's the only one that can give it to you. At the end of the day, you will suffer a great deal simply because you couldn't control your. Let's go to MD. MD, vipi? MD, unmute them. Yes. MD, carry on. The broadcast is allergic to silence. Oh my. Bwana. Okay. We can't hear you. There's something wrong with your configuration. I think you need to leave and then come back. Configure rightly. Rogers, you have something to say quickly before we bring in a video? MD, your audio
Yes.
is not coming through. Go and fix it
Yes.
fast.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on. So I have
Yes.
a question.
Hilo swala la wanawake kupiga
Yeah.
kura na Martha Karua haijafika West Pokot.
Iko ishafika, but to some people, not all, but a group of people. Yeah, I can take it is like something like 5% there. But I'm not sure of, because in my not constituency, I'm a person who is analyzing. I follow live updates everywhere. Sijawahi pata kikundi chochote kutoka mahali popote wamekaa chini kama wamama wa West Pokot County na kusupport mama Martha Karua. Sijawahi. so siwezi sema kitu ile sijawahi ona. So point of addition, Mr. Bernard, nilikuwa nataka niulize swali mama yangu Mama Selina. Hello? Sijui kama bado mnanipata.
Uliza swali tuko.
Okay. So Mama Selina, you talked more. I listen. Yeah, I listen very keenly and carefully. What I want to tell you this evening, although mimi sijakuwa sana active na hii nini, hii TV ama sijui discussion, this is my first time, but want to tell you this. In every, or for another person to win this election, one community, one big community must go to opposition. Na kama imekuwa ni Adamu ya Wakale, then we are okay. There's no problem. According to us, we are very ready and we are waiting for that 9th August. In fact, hata tutalala kwa polling station. Hakuna usingizi hiyo siku. Despite of that thing, hiyo mentality yenye manasema our votes will go nowhere. We believe and we are very much optimistic that we are going to win this election. But as a Kenyan, because we are a Kenyans, tunajitakia kila mtu mazuri. I'm very much interested with this manifesto ya wawili. Ile nati imekazwa kila pande zote. And I wish kila mtu au yule atakayekuja kuchukua president, the fifth president of Kenya, akuje atekeleze yale ameahidi wa Kenya. That is what I'm interested on. Because in this last government ya Uhuru Kenyatta, we have been experiencing a lot of problems, especially on the health sector, which is a very important sector in our life. In my county, the good thing, and hata mimi siwezi sema aje.
But you are saying you are ready to be in opposition. So
No,
tayari kukaa opposition, nani anakuja kukutengenezea?
Sijui kama umenielewa hapo. Nimesema aje?
No, you have said Kalenjins, a big community, we have never been in opposition and we are ready and we will sleep in the polling station. Our votes will go nowhere. So which means, yes, kura zetu sote sitaenda kwa Ruto, of which it is okay. And then unakuja unatuambia tena at whoever who will win the election, kuna shida kwa tumepata ya health na mambo mingi. Ndio nakuuliza kwanza, kama unapika chakula na niko na watoto 10, napatia ile watoto wamefanya kazi kwanza, wale niliwatuma walinitii, alafu wewe sasa ikibaki utapatiwa, ikikosa utalala njaa. Sasa wewe unataka kudemand ya kwamba tufanyiwe kazi na nani? Umetuma nani? Hatutakuwa na members of parliament wale wako kwa serikali ya Azimio wako opposition. Hatutakuwa na cabinet secretaries kwa sababu tuko opposition. The few wale watakuwa wamechaguliwa na baba, they will serve the government but they will not serve you in opposition. Hiyo ndio nataka kukwambia.
Aya, wacha niulize, because this is one-on-one question, conversation. I want to tell you, during 2017 national election, did you know that Azimio, not Azimio, it was NASA. NASA will going to fail. Ulikuwa najua kama NASA hawatapita?
Kwa sababu walipita, na ndio Uhuru waliambia Raila tuliipa kura yako. Na ndio Uhuru anajua kura iliipiwa. So don't tell me that. Usijidanganye na wenye walikuwa naipia kura. Wacha nikwambie kijana yangu, Hile kiboko nyinyi mnapata mulitumiwa kuipa kura ya wenyewe. Sasa nyinyi ndio mutasikia hiyo uchungu baba ameaisikia akiipiwa. So huwezi kuja hapa kunieducate na kama Moses Kuria, kama watu wote walikuwa Jubilee wanasema tuliipa kura, kama hata kila mtu ameamini hiyo kura ilikuwa imeipiwa. So ukiniuliza ati NASA ilijua kama iliipiwa, wewe unafikiri Raila na Uhuru kusalamiana? Na Uhuru akasema ukweli baba, na ndio Uhuru alisema nilitaka kuchapwa kofi kwa sababu niliambia William, wacha twende nyumbani, wacha Raila achukue hii kiti. So wewe ujue ya kwamba Raila alipita, lakini alinyamaza, na mwenye alikuwa naibiwa amekaa chini na Raila na akaambia, mimi unisaidie tu nimalize hii miaka juu nimeipa na nimeapishwa, kuja tu unisaidie na mimi nitaenda nyumbani. Na sasa hivyo ndiye imefanyika. Na wewe mwenye ulitumika, kwa sababu I know mlitumika kuipa, sasa hamutaiipa siku ingine, muende kwanza nyumbani, ndio siku ingine mtu akikwambia tuende tuipe, unamwambia tangulia wewe mwenyewe. Hivyo tu naweza kukwambia kijana yangu, usiniambie ati
Sawa
NASA
sawa.
ikujua, hawakuipa,
Sawa.
waliipa. He never won.
Thank you.
Sawa.
Okay, that's clear enough. That's clear enough. Now, Rogers, relax. Rogers, relax. Roger Kwanza. I want us to have a constructive conversation whereby you are giving us facts on how you intend to win the elections, not just to claim you're winning the elections. Elections are not won like that. Politics are prearranged. It is a script that is acted upon. It is not something that is wishful thinking where people meet and you're not listening to me. I will finish talking, then give you permission to talk. Mute your mic. So when we are telling you that UDA is bound to lose the elections, we are not just saying because we don't like UDA or we don't like deputy president. It is on the pattern of how Kenyans vote and which areas are supporting who at what point. Where are we in the calendar of elections? So if William Ruto right now has not made serious inroads in Western, the ones he has made, he has finished it with running his mouth the other day by insulting Eugene. So any inroad he had made, he has undone it. So investment yake ya miaka 4 ameharibu na speech ya siku moja. Okay? So Western is gone. Nyanza is gone. Nairobi yeye ni jogoo shambani, hawezi kuwika mjini. Hata kuja alale hapa. He has no constituency in Nairobi. Cost ndio hiyo. So what will he use to win the elections? Remember, Raila has been winning without Central Kenya. Okay? Without Mount Kenya. Right now, he has a sizable support from Mount Kenya. It doesn't have to be the majority, but a sizable. That means those are votes he never counts on. Those are votes that have never been in his basket. He doesn't consider them when he's going for election. And still, he wins. So, what are you going to use to win? Secondly, the women vote that we are talking about. That has never been so strong like it is right now with Mother Karua on the ticket. The women constituency has always been despised. In fact, we fought that thing here for a long time when Mama Selina was telling us the women constituency, until we saw maendeleo ya wanawake, 4 million women backing Mother Karua and pledging their support for Mother Karua. That's when we began to see a pattern of a formation of a constituency called women constituency. And from now, after the 2022 elections, the women can never be ignored as far as the voting of presidential candidates are concerned. And that is why majority of the governors have women as their running mate. It is a serious matter. So if you are not considering that in West Pokot, you people are behind the news. You are part of the shock that will shock you. So majority of the Rift Valley women are going to vote for Mother Karua. Now when the votes will begin to be counted, Bwana Rogers, nataka ukuwe reporter wetu wa West Pokot, ndio tueleze vizuri. Ukianza kuhesabu 1, 2, 3, usizimie kwa microphone. So nakupatia dakika moja ya kujitetea, alafu nilete video tuende kwa Omar.
Thank you very much. So one thing, this is a conversation. I really respect people's opinion. I'm very much Democrat. Hakuna siku nafosia wengine ikuwe na nini. But I want to answer, I don't know to answer which question. Kuna 2 questions, but let me just use one, let's say one stone to kill 2 birds at once. Ya kwamba sisi kama wana UDA, kwa nini tunasema tunaenda kushinda hii uchaguzi ujao? Niko na sababu. Ninasema hivi, ile strategies ambayo Kenya Kwanza wako nayo, I don't know, kwani sijui nyinyi ni psychophants ama you are following updates like other Kenyans, kwa sababu ile nini mnatupea ni kama sisi wengine hatujaisikia. Western, how prove that Western has gone through that? Hii yenye wamesema tu ati we are not going to, as a Kalenjin hatuchapangi wanawake. How sure are you? And by the way, the only person that we trust and we know that he has votes ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa nini nasema hivyo? Kwa sababu ile kura zake tunajua ako naso, amepikiwa nayo, tunajua ni kiwango fulani, 8 million or 7 million that we know. But yale ya William Ruto na Martha Karua hatutajua until we prove that day. That is what we know.
Bwana Rogers,
tukisema sahi,
Bwana Rogers, let's do this. Hakuna haja ya kubishana kwa swala ambalo, kwa sababu wewe ni debater mzuri. Your reasoning is good. The problem is you don't want to substantiate your claims. Okay? Substantiate your claims. How are you going to win an election wakati you are attacking the IG, Inspector General? Unasema is incompetent. Okay? You insult the Minister for Internal Security. You insult the Minister for ICT. You insult the President. Na hawa watu wanapaswa kuchukua hiyo njora wakupatie. Watakupatia saa ngapi? Kama umesimama wapi? Sikiliza Bwana Rogers, hii kura William Ruto angewin, lakini yeye alijiroga mwenyewe kwa kinywa chake na matendo yake. I'm happy that you are young and you will be here long enough to tell the story. Unasikia? Ukweli ni kwamba kama vile Mama Selina amekuelezea, hauwezi kutumia meno ya mwingine kucheka. Unatumia kwako tu, hata kama ni mbili. You can't borrow somebody's teeth and use it for laughing. Kura za Central ni za wenyewe. Hamwezi kuzitegemea kuwasaidia kwa sababu wenyewe washarudi. Mama Selina anapenda kutumia mfano wa baba mkate na baba mwenye nyumba. Wakati baba mwenye nyumba alienda KDF Somalia, okay? Kuna baba mkate alikaribishwa nyumbani na mama, akaanza kutunza watoto, lakini watoto ni wanani? Wa baba mwenyewe, ila kwa Somalia vita. Wakati amerudi, baba mkate anatimuliwa, baba mwenye nyumba amefanya nini? Amerudi. Watoto wataenda na baba mkate? Rogers, watoto watasema sisi tunaenda na baba mkate, hatutaki baba wetu? Will it work? It can't work. So enda ufanye hesabu vizuri. Ukishapata hiyo hesabu, then utaniambia vile UDA is going to win. But as at now, you are doing probability, and those probabilities don't have basis If you're doing it on basis, then it's out. Lakini hazina basis. You're just saying Western can get, this cannot get. The Western vote has belonged to one Raila Odinga all along, even before wherever William Ruto came to Western Kenya. And Kakamega, I come from Kakamega. I'm speaking because I come from Kakamega County. In Kakamega County, last election, 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta got 11%. How much? 11% of all the presidential votes. Now, if Uhuru got 11% in Kakamega, William Ruto cannot get 6. So don't bank on what you don't have. Uhuru Kenyatta is better than William Ruto when it comes to the leadership of this country. And from the performance of William Ruto on his own, you notice that the person who was giving him credibility, acceptance, and substance was Uhuru Kenyatta. That's why he alikuwa na wika everywhere. Now, he has reduced himself to be an insulting machine, a complaining child, crying baby. That's not William Ruto. Look at the William Ruto wa 2017. Yule alikuwa anasomea watu wa NASA, anachekelea watu. Saa hii nguvu zimeisha. Mwenyewe anaanza kulia, alafu mnasema ana chance ya kuwin election. Hata mwenyewe anajua hiyo chance iliisha. Na iliisha lini? 2018, after the handshake. If William Ruto supported the handshake, angesurvive. Lakini alipoanza kuantagonize the government started to plan to do without him, and the plan has gone up to 2032. Wacha tu 2022. Naomba hivi Baba Azimio na kupatia dakika moja, alafu nirudi kwa Omar hapa. Tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Now, Rogers, I am not so sure how old you are, but one thing I can tell you is that among the Bantu communities, there is something that they don't take lightly, and that is insults. And your candidate cannot start insulting people from Bungoma, come to Nairobi, insult Igathe, go to Kambani, insult Mamangilu, and you still expect him to get votes? In fact, in Ukambani, he further says that the kingpin of Ukambani, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, anakaa kwa lami, amechanganyikiwa. You expect him to get votes? I don't think you are serious. You need to look at things very objectively. And number two, this is the first time William Ruto is going for presidency. We don't have a reference point for him. In fact, he's like in baby class. And if you look at his campaigns, he moves around with buses paid up to cheer him. So I think that is what is confusing you. So Rogers, you need to be very objective. Ruto is very confident because he can marshal up paid up crowds. The kind of money Ruto walks around with is not something to joke about. When he goes to Kambani in one rally, he buys people lunch for 300,000. So what do you expect? You'll definitely find very many people there. So Rogers, you need to get your facts right. We don't have a reference point of Ruto. This is first time. So after this election, then we'll be able to say that Ruto has got this base here and this base here. So next election, we'll be able to judge him. But right as of now, he is just William Ruto, and he's coming with a few of his votes in several areas. We can't ascertain what percentage he can get, and we cannot be fooled by crowds, because some of those crowds don't vote. Some of the young people you see there, including you, might not even be having a voter's card. So you be objective. Don't look at it because he's coming from home and now you think that he's Alpha and Omega. No. Things don't work that way. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante Bwana Papa Azimio. We appreciate that. Now we want to make progress, but let's listen out to this short video and then tumulete Omar. Tunafuata mkururo although nani amerudi.
Presidential candidate Raila Odinga is the most popular presidential candidate in the coast region, followed by Kenya Kwanza's William Ruto. The latest InfoTrack poll has shown. The poll shows that Raila got the highest support in Mombasa with 59% and the lowest with 42% in Tana River, while Ruto's highest support is in Tana River County with 41% and the lowest in Taita Taveta with 23%. The polls were conducted over a period of 2 weeks, sampled 5,200 respondents across 6 counties. The polls also show how governor, Senate, and the women representative candidates in the 6 counties would fare if elections were held today.
Tana River, it's still a battleground because it is 42 for Raila Odinga and 41 for the deputy president. So we can't call it for anyone. Remember, it has been flipping. Early this month, it was William Ruto leading at 43 with Raila at 40%. You've seen it has changed within a span of a week. I believe if they make inroads, and of course, by the time we did this poll, I don't think, I'm thinking Dr. William Ruto is making his tours now, currently within the coastal counties. Raila having moved there slightly over this weekend. So it may flip.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you those of you in the comment section. Please let's keep it clean, and those viewing around the world, please let's keep inviting guys. Keep sharing that link with your WhatsApp group, your Facebook groups, and all other social media platforms, so that the whole world tunes in and gets to know what's happening at Mtembe TV and Kenya generally as we get prepared for the general election. Bwana Omar, karibu.
Bernard,
Yes.
habari ya wananchi
Tuko salama, tashukuru. Namna gani huko?
na habari ya Bernard. Jana niliingia nikajishtukia nikaacha screen wazi nikalala kabisa. Sikujua kama nimeacha screen. I think ulikuwa umenitafuta jana ukashanga huyu jamaa aitikii. Okay. Mi si jambo Bernard. Nimekuja kwa mtandao kidogo, nimesikia kuna ndugu yangu kutoka Pokot na mtakia la heri pia, achunguze vizuri huko upande ya kwake, kwa sababu mambo si vile anafikiria. Achunguze vizuri, hiyo tu naweza kumwambia. Na kulingana na hali vile iko, naweza kusema sahi ni lala salama. Hata wakati wa kampeni inaenda kuisha na Wakenya wamedecide. Wakenya wamesha decide, wamesema, wameamua ni nani watampigia, na imeonekana wazi sasa. Kafaa deputy president, wale watu amewaabuse, amewatusi, aenda kaombe msamaha, na baada ya kuenda kuomba msamaha, kwanza aende amuombe msamaha master. Nikizungumza master, watu wanamjua ni nani, boss wake amemwabuse sana. Na wapili, wale amewabuse wote aende kaombe msamaha na arudi class ajue ni wapi amekosea na wapi, yani ni wapi imeenda wrong kwake, ndio atakuja kujua. Kwa sababu Bernard, nilikwambia katika sisi Waislamu katika Qur'ani inasema nitazungumza kwa Kiarabu kidogo. Mwenyezi Mungu anasema kul man alayya fan, yani kila kitu ina mwanzo wake na mwisho yake. Ile ambacho kwamba umeichuna ndio utaivuna baadaye. Hiyo mfano hiyo sasa, kila kitu ina mwanzo wake na mwisho wake. Na nikizungumza hivyo ni mfano ya deputy president. Mara kwanza ameenda spidi sana miaka 4. Na miaka 4 mdosi wake akamwambia vile unaenda spidi watu wafanye kazi. Hivyo si kwenda hivyo spidi. Akadharau bosi wake. Sasa mambo imekuwa tight kwake sasa. Na siasa ya Kenya inakuanga sensitive sana. Wakenya, sidhani kama Wakenya wa saa hii kama ni wale Wakenya wa zamani. Wakenya wa saa hii Bernard ni waerevu. Tusiseme ati Wakenya ni wajinga. Sana sana hii Mount Kenya hii unasema Bernard alikuwa anategemea sana deputy. Mimi nimetembea upande ya Gachagua. Nimeshtuka sana. Madhera. Inaitwa Madhera. Jana nilikuwa Madhera. Nikasikia wa vijana vile wanazungumza, nimeshtuka sana Bernard. Sehemu ya Gachagua. Wanasema Gachagua Gachagua atashtuka sana. Hii election wale watu walikuwa wanasema baba aweza akapata kura, sehemu ya Gachagua kwenyewe nimeshtuka vile vijana wanazungumza. Wanasema Ruto amedanganya wa vijana sana. Future iko kwa mama na baba. Nikwambia si hapa nadhani ni ngome ya William Ruto. Akasema nyinyi mnasema Mount Kenya ni ngome ya William Ruto, mtashangaa. Hiyo August 9. Nikasema okay, mambo imebadilika. Sasa hivyo ukiona watu wamenyamaza, deputy asidhani watu ni washenzi, asidhani Wakenya ni washenzi. Wale wamenyamaza Wakenya wanamwangalia sana na wajui Wakenya wanamfikiria nini. Sasa wakati saa hii inaenda kumsema mkweli ndio kwa debe. Na nilikwambia Bernard, kuna watu watapelekwa ICU. Utasikia watu wako ICU Bernard. Na ile Atwoli anasema watu watakata miti. Sasa jitayarisheni, hizo miti zitakatwa ndio inaenda kukua. Na nashukuru sana, nimeona siasa ya mzee yuko Pokot leo. Anapeleka vizuri. Jana alikuwa Turkana. Inaonyesha mzee ana wafuasi. Yuko Rift Valley. Wa Ruto wenyewe nimeshtuka vile ana wafuasi. Yaani Kenya mzima imeonyesha huyu baba atashinda zaidi ya 60%. Atashinda na kura nyingi sana. Sasa ile naweza kutoa maoni yangu ya mwisho. Waswahili husema ukichimba kisima unadhani mwenzako ataingia, wewe ndio utaingia kwa hiyo kisima. Sasa hiyo ndio wale watu walikuwa wanamdharau mzee, wanamuita vitandawili, mganga, sijui majina. Majina zote walikuwa wanamtusi mzee. Lakini hiyo August ndio itapatia watu lesson. Hiyo tu Bernard kwa leo.
Okay, asante sana bwana Omar, tunashukuru. Mchimba kisima uingia mwenyewe. Mpanda hila uvuna majuto. Ni lazima kila mtu apevuke. Uongozi ni tabia, uongozi ni utu, uongozi sio sera, uongozi sio matusi. Wakenya wajifunze, waelewe tabia ya mtu haibadiliki kwa sababu amepewa cheo. Kama mtu anadharau watu, hata ukimfanya nini hawezi kuwadhamini. Na kama Kenya inataka kusonga mbele, lazima ikague kila mtu anayetafuta uongozi, kutoka kwa MCA mpaka kwa member of parliament, kwa women rep, kwa senator, kwa governor, kwa president. Watu wote waweke kwa mizani. Kama mtu tabia yake haifai, awekwe pembeni mpaka akajifunze kuishi na Wakenya wengine kwa nidhamu na kwa maadili ambayo yanafaa. Ni upotovu wa nidhamu mtu ambaye umri wake ni mdogo ana mdomo wa kutuzi watu ambao wamemzidi katika umri. It's a bad example, it's bad character, it's bad behavior, and nobody in their right senses should be supporting that. William Ruto is a disappointment. It is not that he doesn't know. It is wrong for William Ruto to insult Uhuru Kenyatta, insult Raila Odinga, insult wherever Madam Gilu. Those are people ahead of him by far. Insult Wetangula. Wetangula should have been his lecturer in the university. How can he be insulting such people? And then you want to support him to go and to be what? So that he can engineer anarchy in this country and make our children unruly and controlled, so that our children can begin to insult us at every opportunity. Kenyans, let's wake up. Huyu ni mtu mgonjwa ambaye anahitaji kuadmitiwa, madhara yaangaliwe. You don't do that kind of things and you expect to be the leader of this country. It doesn't work that way. So if it's no for no other reason, William Ruto should be rejected for his bad character, or for biting more than he can chew, and exercising powers he doesn't have, and thinking too high of himself than he ought. Naomba tumsikilize bwana Mongoi. Mongoi, vipi? Mongoi, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on the white item beside your name. You click on this crossed item on your screen. Then it will open up. Even if you scream, we can't hear you until that is unmuted. Work on that as I play this video, and then you have succeeded.
Ulikuwa unataka. Kwa hivyo unanisikia sasa?
Yes, unapatikana. Endelea sasa.
Okay. Kuna jamaa mimi nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia kidogo, sio eti nini na nini, lakini it looks like some people who were born 2000 ndio hawajui kwamba Ruto ni nani. Yaani huyu mtu anashindwa tu. Watu walianza kusikia siasa the other day, wasome gazeti kila siku. Huyu Ruto vile kwanza watu walialiwa Kiambaa. Mtu angalie hiyo kitu one vile watu wanalia huko. Hii pesa kwanza huyu wapokoti. Si damu zilipwa pesa ikaenda Switzerland. Yaani pesa inatoka Kenya na tengeneza huko kwao huko juu. Alafu tunasikia tena ikapeleka kule Switzerland. Sikatolewa taxes. Tena sirudi. Mpaka yule jamaa wake yule anatrasalia kafuta. Huyo mtu kazi yake ni matusi all the time. Anatuambia eti atatoa 5 bilioni ya pe vijana. Mimi sijui kijana, mimi sijui hata mimi ni kijana sasa. I'm over 30. Sasa vijana hawa ndio wale kama huyo. Ndio wale hawajui Raila ni nani. Watu tumeungana na kwanza, mimi hata hatutaki kura zao, hatutaki kuwapembeleza watu tusaidie kupiga kura, tupige kura. Sisi watu wazimio tuko na kura za kutosha. I live in America. I'm in America. Kura yangu ni hapo hapo DC. Kwanza siku hiyo tunanua nyama tuende, kuna paki hapo, tuanze kukura tuale huko. Ndio tuone hawatushinde kutoka hapa. Hata Sachera ndio sijui Sachera, unajua Ruto anaweza pata sababu watu wachari corrupt kama Ruto. So hapo ndio hatujui, lakini kitu ni ile Ruto heshimiwe, yani Raila heshimiwe, Ruto hakuna heshima, na yeye lazima aende kura mara 2 ama mara 3 kama wengine. Wezi toka mahali tu hivi ingie president hiyo Afrika yetu. Lazima na yeye ajue wakati ya outside what is inside. Uwezi ingia tu pap uko inside na ingia inside. Hujajua kitu unaambia wananchi, hujajua kitu uko inside. Ruto wacha kae nje, lakini naona kama Wachakoya anamshinda, sababu Wachakoya kuna wale vijana wale wanataka kuuza hizo vitu za hiena na nyoka. Ni hao tu. Hakuna mtu mzee ataenda kwenda msituni kutafuta nyoka. Ni vijana wanafikiri kwanza watakufia huko ndani kwa msituni. Alafu na bangi. Eti ni dawa. Kwani ni watu wote wanafuta bangi kwa hero. Lakini hao ni vijana hao wajui. Watu wa Pokot hao mahali Raila ameenda. Kuna kitu Raila wamewa promise that in case your cows drought comes, mnaweza uza kwa kijinjio, instead zinakufia hapo, hiena zinakula. That's one kitu mwingine ya maana sana. So ukisema Ruto anasema eti 500 billion, yeye mwenyewe ni corrupt. Na mungoja tu debate, nataka ni mngoja. I hope Raila wataenda kuuliza swali ya corruption. Tuangalie Ruto kwa TV tusikie anasema nini hapo. Lakini si eti nachukia Ruto. Namchukia sababu kuna watu watazaliwa akiruhusi election, kuna wengine wana attain 19 years wapate 18, wapate that kind of card ya kupiga kura, ndio hawamjui kama hao wengine hawamjui, wanaenda wanapewa pesa mbandeni. Lakini if someone can know really who's Ruto, awangempigia kura. Tuendelee, nitaongea baadaye.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Mongoi, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na kutuelimisha. Vijana hawa wote ni wetu na lazima tujitahidi pia kuwaelekeza, kwa sababu wengine wao ni kama wamepata hiyo habari from one side. There is a teaching, somebody was teaching on the danger of a single story, a danger of one side of the story. So wamesikiliza side moja ya story, hawajaelewa hiyo side ingine. But cha muhimu ni kwamba hii nchi ni yetu, lazima tuwajibike, na kuwajibika kwetu kutatokana na kuanza kuwaza kuhusu vizazi vijavyo. How do you want to have your child grow up in an environment where elders are not honored, where elders are not respected, where anybody can take on anybody anytime, anyhow? Especially for the women, there is some self-control required. Huwezi kwenda kutusi Mama Ngilu kwao tena, hata kama uko na impunity, hata kama wewe ndio unapeana oxygen. It doesn't work that way. Men are called gentlemen because they treat women well. They have a way of self-controlling themselves when it comes to dealing with the other gender. But we cannot have a renegade for president. Somebody who's run away. He can pick on anybody, call anybody name. Then after that swear that he has never insulted anybody. Hata kama ni kutubeba wajinga, William Ruto anapaswa kutuheshimu kidogo tu, kidogo. Kama hataki kutuheshimu kabisa, atuheshimu tu kama Wakenya, kwamba tuko na akili timamu na we can think through things. We are not that dumb for him to take us for a ride the way he's trying to. And for that matter, hii election sioni hata akikuja kwa dawa aenda kajifunze tena.
In Waitiki, kama mnakumbuka, only me she can say that. I cannot say that. Tumeelewana? Lakini nilisimama nikaambia watu wangu mnawadhulumu, na iko siku historia itakumbuka kwamba watu wa Waitiki walilazimishwa kununua mashamba ambayo wameishi na mashamba yao. Kweli uongo? Ni kweli, ni uongo? Mashaka hayo masi mashaka? Mashaka si mashaka? Sasa leo wanarudi hawa na watu wao wanatembea palikoni, wanasema ukombozi waja. Ukombozi nyinyi ndio mmetudhulumu, mnataka kuleta wewe. Acheni mchezo bana. Tumeelewana? And then they have the audacity to say that freedom is coming. Which freedom? Mmetufinya kutufinya, sasa tutawafinya kuwafinya, ambayo hamjui, sivyo? Itawezekana vipi hivyo? Yani mambo yakiwa mabaya, Uhuru mbaya. Yakiwa mazuri, tumfanya. Yawezekana vipi hiyo? Yawezekana hivyo? Jamani, mnaelewa? William Ruto akikuja hapa, kwa mfano, anaona hii barabara ya Kibarani inajengwa, sio hiyo? Anasema pale Kibarani, anasema hii barabara tumeleta hapa, serikali ya Jubilee imeweka mabilioni hii barabara. Akitoka hapo afike Sabasaba akute mashimo barabarani, anasema serikali ya Jubilee imewacha barabara haizibi mashimo, sijui barabara. Jamani, mnaona muyaoni nyinyi? Mwayaona muyaoni? Ndio huyu William Ruto huyu ambaye anataka kuwakanya watu wa Mombasa na watu wake, kwamba leo wamekuja wanasema ati watakurudisha bandari yetu. Bandari ilivyokuwa yaenda, mimi peke yangu na kina Mishi na kina Badi na kina Bezimba na kina Abdulsamad ndio tulisimama kupigania hiyo bandari, sivyo? Ni ukweli si ukweli? Silisimamishwa hapa na GSU mimi hapa, mnakumbuka? Silikuja hapa Shikadabu hapa katika mkutano ule wa shamba la Waitiki, sinikalipuana nao mbaya sana. Mnakumbuka hiyo? Wao walikuwa wapi? Na mtu ambaye alinijibu wa kwanza hapa alikuwa William Ruto. Yeye ndo alitoa press conference akisema serikali itaingilia. Mimi nitakwambia, kama mnyinyi hamukuiba mahindi, bei isingepanda. Kama mkuiba fertilizer, bei isingepanda. Kama mkuiba pesa ya kujenga madams, bei isingepanda. Ama nasema uongo mimi? Ama nasema uongo? Kama pesa za mahindi zingepewa watu wanaohusika na mahindi kikweli kweli, bei ingepanda kweli? Kama bei ya fertilizer pesa zikuibiwa, bei ingepanda kweli? Na waulize, ingepanda? Kama ile pesa ambayo imewekwa ya kujenga madamu hakuibiwa, bei ingepanda kweli? And then some people have the audacity kuja kwa majukwaa kuona kama sisi ni mazembe sana na kutuambia tu maneno ya kipuzi. Kama kuna wapuzi hii dunia, basi ni nyinyi watu wa UDA, wale. Jana William Ruto alikuwa kule Makueni, akasimama pale akasema ati yeye serikali yake imeleta barabara hii, akahesabu barabara karibu 5-6 hivi. Alafu akasema yeye serikali yao hii ya Jubilee imetia umeme katika manyumba 80,000 na kitu. Simulimsikia jana akisema? Wewe William Ruto, usubuhi serikali, usiku opposition. Itawezekana vipi hivyo? Yani mambo yakiwa mabaya, Uhuru mbaya. Yakiwa mazuri, tumfanya. Yawezekana vipi hiyo? Jana Uhuru Kenyatta alikaa pale Ikulu na wale watu wenye kuuza unga. Simuliona hiyo jana? Wakasikizana bei ishukishwe mpaka shilingi 100 leo, sivyo? Mimi nataka nimwambie William Ruto, kwa sababu nimemsikia jana akisema, William, nataka tuelewane hapa. Nataka kumsikia William Ruto alisema, ngoja kidogo. William Ruto jana alisema ati unga umeshukishwa sasa kwa sababu ya siasa. Mimi nataka kumwambia William Ruto, na nielewe leo nikiwa hapa Likoni Mtongwe, iwe siasa isiwe siasa, alimuhimu bei ya unga ifanye nini? Ishuke. Tumeelewana? Tumeelewana? Nataka tumtumie huo ujumbe, iwe siasa isiwe siasa, alimuhimu bei ya unga ifanye nini? Ishuke. Tumeelewana mpaka hapo? Kuna shida kwako ukipunguziwa? Ikiwa siasa iko shida, ikiwa si siasa uko shida, si bora ukiingia dukani unatoa 100 unapata nini? Unga. Na alafu binadamu hawa wanakuwa na haraka ya kusahau. Anakuwa na haraka ya kusahau sana. Huyu William Ruto 2017 kitu kama hii ilitokea. Na yeye
Twende kwa Mama Selina. Mama Selina, zamu ni yako. Then kuna Hydro, you are behind the camera. Kama unajificha hatuwezi kukuongeza kwa screen. The same with servers. Endelea mami.
Leo Cho amekasirika. Akipatiwa mtu atamesa. Sijaiona Jo akiwa na hasira hivyo. You know, ukweli isemwe pena. Na ukweli ni kwamba kama vile unga ama pesa imerudi chini, iwe ni siasa isiwe ni siasa, lakini unaenda pata unga. Na Jo amewaelimisha na ameambia ukweli. Ule kijana alikuwa na ng'ang'ana na kusema ati watakuwa na 6 million. Wasikie vile wananchi wanasema. Other is penat. Kwa hii siku 18 watu hawataamini. Nafikiria kura ikiisha, ile kitu imenisumbua penat. Hii watu wameshikwa, wametoka Venezuela, Chebukati. Kwani kunaendelea nini? Hii watu, na asante sana kwanza kwa serikali ya Kenya. Asante kwa wale wachunguzi ama wenye wameshika hiyo watu. Na hata kama walikuwa nakuja. Kwani Chebukati ni nani? Anafikiria nchi ya Kenya ni yake. Kama kulikuwa na wageni ama kuna itilafu, anamwambia wahusika. Angeita wahusika yote na kwambia tuko na watu wanakuja. Pena tunakumbuka siku ile Sagargarian waliletwe. Sasa Chebukati anatuletea tena Sagargarian kutoka hii mtu nafikiri Wakenya wakuwe tayari. Hiyo mtu hii Chebukati akicheza penat, wacha vile mtasema. Mimi ningetaka Wakenya wamkula akiwa uwai. Sitaki story ya polisi. Hiyo ya polisi ni baadaye. Watu wanaweza ingia Kenya na unasema si unaambiana kukua commission, kukua independent, you have to work with the other agencies of the government. Sisi raia hatutaki kujua. But call serikali ambia, we have these visitors coming. Watajua Kinoti ni mkubwa ya Interpol. Wesi kuja Kenya na uchinga. Tuko na kijana Mumeru kwanza Kinoti. Asante sana. Chunguza hii watu yote. Penat, they will not go away. They will not run away with this. No. Serikali na Uhuru amekubali. Uhuru anataka kwenda nyumbani alale na amani. And we need a real winner. Hatutaki mchezo. Na kama hii watu ni wachingaje, ile pesa yote walikuwa najaribu kuingiza Kenya inashikwa kwa boda za Uganda, ingine zinakuja inashikwa. They should know that. Hakuna kuipa this time round. Hata mimi nimeamini. Hakuna, hata mkijaribu mtaona ile hamjaona. Sijui wanasemanga sijui mtajua nini haikumea pembe. Hapo ndio watajua pembe. Wa Kenya, tuchunge nchi yetu. Corruption tuanzie kabla baba ataingia ndani, tufanye kazi penalty, kushika wezi. Mtu yote, hata ukiwa polling station na uone mtu anataka kudanganya shosho, piga nduru, piga picha. That is what we can say. Na mimi nataka kusema Kenya ni yetu yote. Kijana, hiyo milioni 6 mnafikiria kuiba baba, hakuna. Hiyo unatuambia hapa unataka kuota, ota milioni 2, ikiharibika sana ota milioni 3. Otherwise watu wengine pena wataenda nyumbani, wataamini, watashangaa ati hii ni Kenya ile nilijua. You don't know. Kama Moi hakujua Kenya mpaka aenda alale, wewe ndiye ni nani? But people don't know. Na watu wanakataa history. People should learn a lesson. Na wewe umetumika kuipa, hauna chance. Ati unaenda kwa mama ngina. Wewe unatusi mtoto yake alafu unasema unakimbia kwa mama ngina kumwambia uongeleshe Uhuru. Wewe umesikia Uhuru ameenda kwa Pana. Yaani watu ni wagonjwa ama nini inaendelea? You cannot abuse my son. Unamwaipisha, unatuma Kachakwa na 100 words ya kwenda kutusi mtoto yangu, and then you want to come and talk to me to say what? Yaani hii watu wanaona watu ni wachinga. Si mlituambia wachinga hakuna Kenya. Hii PhD mnafaa Bernard nilikuwa nafikiria ni kwani ni akili ama ni PhD. Hii masomo kunaendanga aje? Nimeamini ile wanasema mtu akisoma sana anakuwa mchinga. I think it is true. You rather have a wisdom. How? Unaita unachoko how penat? Unataka yani mtoto yangu anakuja nyumbani in 2 weeks. Unamuita machina, na kama si mtoto yangu ungekuwa mahali huko. Aisuru ati kweli unataka ati uende kwa mama ngina, yani for real. Yani hiyo ni ukweli story ama ni ya barabara penalty? How can somebody say ati ana call mama ngina kusema nini? Nimekasirika penalty, wacha hata ninyamaze because hii mimi nataka mimi nahesabu nione nimepanda ndege, sitaki kuhesabu maneno mengine. Hata kuchikuta airport. Sitaki story mingi mimi.
Asante Mama Selina. We karibu. We airport tutakwenda kupokea. Utashikwa na watu wa Chepkati. Chepkati anataka kutuletea mamluki hapa akisema ni experts wa IEBC. Experts wa IEBC wataagizwaje kutoka Venezuela wafike Jomo Kenyatta na serikali ijui? Haiwezekani. Hiyo games zake anacheza, mara hataki physical register, mara anatumia electronic. Hizo games zake anacheza, atakwenda committee. There is no monkey business with these elections. Anybody trying that is just setting themselves up for a big
Bernard, committee tutaambia prisoners wa mukule ati aende wapi? Committee kwa nani?
aende huko afanyiwe discipline, kwa sababu huku nje anaona anachezea.
No.
Aenda kutana na head boy wa kamiti
Amwambie
apige magoti.
bibi kwa heri, amwambie watoto kwa heri. Hakuna mahali Chebukati anaenda, anamalizania hapo. Musando anangoja watu, anangoja marafiki zake wasalamiane. There is no way. I'm sorry, but Musando is ready waiting for the friends.
Okay, let's get this video.
Tampeleka kwa njia ile inayofaa na kuinua hali yenu ya kimaisha. Ni timu ya Azimio, timu ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Mimi nataka muelewe ufisadi ni nini. Ni andu ingi tuga ungumania mona gotaka undu kanini. President Kenyatta aratwirire ati Kenya itiaga bilioni 2 o muthenya. Nirenda umenye bilioni ni tandu. Bilioni icio 2 ingigairwo andu othe a Kenya nginya mwana mukue. O mundu angirengerwo ciringi 40. Koguo akorwo mucii waku wina andu 6, icio ni 200 ma 40 wina mutu wa ngima na tubesa tunini twa kugura sukuma. Koguo aici ongumania maragucuna mutu wa ngima nikio raire we muhutu. Nikio tangiona mbeca cia thibitari. Nitwanyitanira. Muiguaga muici wa nguku gicagi mugacina. Ni uhoro wa ma. No muici wa mbia cia bururi mundu uranyamaria kirindi arugagirwo ndugo akonio magego na akerwo ubarikiwe. Ni undu ni oka akirekagia andu iheo. Turekagia iheo hindi ya siasa. Ukariganirwo ati miaka 5 utoirio ni thithino ya moko maku na kirathimo kia Ngai. Andu aitu ndingira mundu mubutu ati wabewa kindu ndukare ria no ndugathurane na thirikari ya gatagati, uthurane na ki na hakiri. Etha mundu ukwiboka, mundu ungirugamira indo ciaku. Mundu ucio ti ungi ni baba na uinae karwimbo karakeragwo tugokira tene. Ukire tene ukathure Martha mena Raila, tondu tigiti yo ni andu eri. Wathura Martha ni wathura Raila, na wathura Raila ni wathura u. No ririkanage Martha ni muthigari waku ugukurugamira na njira iria igwete. Andu a Ngai mutigetikire mutigwo na wega tuthio tukigeithanagia. Na ni ndakena tondu ni ndona ngirikia ni mwakorwo mwoka na njira njega. Ni njui ndeto ni igutonya irore muriganitie nake kureo uraikiria Martha ni uturo waku urathondeka. Thondeka yo uturo wanyu wa ciana cianyu na watu cukuru. Rathimoi.
Okay, that is Deputy President designate for Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition. Akihimiza watu kupiga kura alafu kujiathari na ufisadi. Ufisadi is one of the main problem this country has that must be solved if you're going to succeed in restoring this country and securing it for future generations. The Kenya Kwanza fraternity has no solution to corruption because they don't see it as a problem. The deputy president is on record to say corruption cannot stop a determined leader from performing. So as long as he sees corruption as not a problem, then that makes him unfit to be the president of this country, because he will only lead us into further corruption that may run this country to halt. We encourage all of you around the world to keep inviting guys, even as tukianza kuingia ile masaa ya wazee na tukiendelea na mjadala wa leo. Bwana Mungoi, unahitaji kuvaa shati serikali yetu ya hapa YouTube inazuia kuweka picha kama mtu hana top, italeta kizaazaa. Channel inaweza kufungwa ama tunaweza kupewa hiyo red card, na tutaki red card. Tuko injury time, we need to be here to relay the results and relay the swearing in until we escort baba to State House, tuhakikisha amekaa vizuri, mama Aida amekaa vizuri, alafu Martha Karua tumpeleke ile nyumba Karen, ambapo lazima mabishop watangulie huko, tuende kuitakasa, tuisafishe, mapepo yote tufagie, tutoe. Ndio mama akiingia atakuwa hapo akitekeleza majukumu yake vizuri, asiingiwe na ile pepo mbaya ya kusumbua serikali wakati uko ndani. Mwalimu Nyerere akasema huwezi sukuma gari ukiwa ndani yake. So William Ruto amesukuma hii serikali akiwa ndani, imemshinda. Sasa yeye ameanza sasa kutukana kila mtu, akikutana na wamama anawatukana, akikutana na wazee anawatukana, akikutana na vijana anawatukana. Sasa hii matusi ndio dawa. So cha muhimu kila mmoja amakinike tafadhali, tutasonga mbele na nchi mpya. Tunahitaji Kenya ambayo inaongozwa na watu wako na nidhamu, wako na adabu, watu ambao ni mifano bora kwa watoto wetu. Hatutaki watoto wetu wajifunze matusi kwa kinywa cha mtu ambaye anajiita deputy president na hawezi kujicontrol. Anaita watu ambao wanafaa kuwa mama yake anawaita majina. Hiyo siwezi kubali. Hata kwa nini siwezi kubali kabisa? Ni lazima tuite mambo jinsi yalivyo. It is bad manners for an elderly person behaving like a child. It is the worst state of being. You cannot be seeking the highest office while upholding the lowest standards. It doesn't work that way. Ask for the highest office by upholding highest standards. And highest standards begin by you choosing what you say, especially to whom you are saying. There are people you must stand and tremble before them simply because they are older than you and they have seen more than you have seen. Being a politician doesn't suspend the laws of nature. Honoring the elders is something that you can't run away from. One of the greatest revelation in the Bible is the book of Proverbs. Okay, it begins by the introduction that these are the Proverbs of Solomon. Okay, the king of Israel, the son of David. Look at that. He's the king of Israel, but he does not forget that he's a son of David. There are many people, after they become king, they forget their father. They forget that they are son of anybody. And that's why they have that sense of entitlement where they feel everybody owes them something. So they think somebody must treat them a certain way. That is not going to happen. If we're going to have a country, it will be a country built on values, not built on sentiments and built on vain promises. You lie with a straight face in public platform, and you want us to give you the highest office in this country? We will not. Even if it means condoning or whatever, fencing off the State House for you, we will do that. Blocking State House Road, we will do that. Because we need leaders that we can say, follow so and so, be like so and so. Not people we are ashamed of. That every time they open their mouth, we need to hold our hands and pray seriously. They may cause us embarrassment before the ambassadors, cause us embarrassment before the international community. That is not the kind of country I want to be part of. So as we debate and as we look at the politics, let us also look at the behavior and the character of the people asking for the office. We cannot replace faithfulness. We cannot replace integrity. We cannot replace respect. Any person who does not uphold these three is not fit for any public office anywhere. Mtaniambia president sio kiongozi wa kanisa. Hatutafuti kiongozi wa kanisa, lakini kiongozi wa nchi anafaa kuwa mtu ambaye ni mfano bora kwa wengine kufuata. That is what leadership has been. That's what leadership should be. And that is what it's going to continue to be. Any other person advocating for anything else, yeye ni mkora, na wakora wote kamiti. Tuko na ekari nyingi, nilitembea huko juzi. Kuna ekari mingi tu hapo zinaweza kuextend ma cells na hao watu wote wanaenda Kamiti, hawaendi kwa picnic, mnaenda kuwa part of the production line. Hakuna kukula chakula cha bure kwa serikali ya baba na mama. Kila mtu atakuwa productive, hata wafungwa walime mashamba, watengeneze mahindi. Hii mahindi bei ya unga itateremka wakati mahindi inatoka mingi. Okay, watu wa Sugoi wakifikiria wamepanda avocado, our prisons can feed us by giving us plenty of maize that will help with balancing the equation and the wherever the prices in the market. Asante sana Bwana Joe, how are you? Siku nyingi, vipi?
Sio siku mingi Bernard, mimi saa zingine naingia usiku sana. Wakati
uko kwa ile night
ushaondoka. Na kuangalianga tu mpaka naona unahepa, alafu unakuja huyu Pemba, alafu huyu mwingine pia anamalizia asubuhi, saa zingine saa 1 asubuhi.
Sawa, karibu.
Lakini tunashukuru tuko vizuri, tuangojea masiku zimefika, ndio haya. Hatuna chuki na mtu. Vile saa hii tunaona vijana wetu wako inaitwa Oregon, wengi ni wakale na wanatufanyia mazuri sana, na sisi tunawashangilia. Hiyo ni kuonyesha kwamba hatuna chuki na mtu. Kuna hata wanyonyi hapo wanakimbia 800 meters na wako pamoja tu, hakuna mtu anachuki na mtu na hakuna mtu anatukana na mtu. Na sisi tunaombea watupatie medali mingi. Kwa sasa tuko namba 3, tuko nyuma ya Ethiopia ambayo namba 2, Amerika namba 1. Na hata tuletea sifa, na hivyo ndio tunataka. Kila mtu acheze pati yake, ajenge hii taifa, tupate sifa. Mambo mengi ya matusi hii hatutaki. Mtu kama Ruto ametusi, sijui ni wapi hajatusi watu. Alitukana Wamalwa, Mudavadi. Raila anamtukana kila siku. Gilu ndio huyo amemtukana. Alisema Joho hajasoma. Sasa sijui ni wapi. Kenyatta ndio huyo, Uhuru Kenyatta anamtukana. Sasa sijui hajatukana nani. Lakini nafikiri ni kwa vile kiburi alikuwa nayo, ni kwa vile pesa alifikiria anaweza tumia pesa vile wakati Moi alikuwa akitumia pesa. Kenya imebadilika. Hizo pesa amekuwa nazo, sijui amezipata wapi, na zitaisha tu, sababu zake alipata kwa muda mfupi. Kwa hivyo anazichezea. Unajua ni kama hii pesa ya inaitwa sure bet. Hilo unasikia mtu amepata 200 million. Lakini baada ya mwaka moja hana kitu. Sababu anazitumia kwa vile hakuzifanyia kazi. Za Ruto pia anazitumia hivyo kwa vile hakuzifanyia kazi. Zitaisha tu. Anyway, nimesikia huyo kijana Mpokot anaongea. Mimi nimefanya Pokot for 5 years. I know Pokot in and out. Nimekaa Pokot sana, najua. Na niko na connections. Huyo sijui ametokea wapi, sijui kama ametokea upande ile ya Uganda. Sababu vile nimesikia anaongea hajui Pokot iko wapi. I'm very sure sahi Pokot wako Azimio. Dhibitisho ni vile mliona kulikuwa na mkutano huko. Even Marakwet pia iko Azimio wengi. I know Marakwet iko division hapo kubwa, na Murkomen pia anapata shida, ndio unaona amenyamaza. Kule hizo sehemu zote Raila alitembea leo, iko dalili kubwa wako Azimio. Kipsigis, Marakwet, hao ni Wakalenjin, Wanandi. Wakalenjin sio Wanandi, ni Wakalenjin. Huko kuna dalili kubwa sana ambayo kwamba kuna wafuasi wa Raila wengi sana. So Ruto akubali hii mambo. Hata kwa Chebukati anasema naleta wageni. Bernard have worked in the airport for a long time, na hiyo line ya protocol tu. Hakuna vile mgeni kama kaliba ya watu wanaweza kuja bila serikali kujua. Now Ministry of Foreign Affairs wanakuanga na protocol officers on standby 24/7. Na kama wageni hali yao ni kubwa, wanatoa ofisa katika Ministry of Home Affairs, na mtu akikuja hapa si lazima achukue visa na asema anakuja kufanya nini. So unaweza kuta labda hawa walikuja wanataka kuchukua visa pale kwa migration. Hiyo pia ni ngumu because you have to declare. Na hiyo declaration kama umesema unakuja kufanya ABC, swali na kwamba mbona huko chukua visa kule umetoka kwa nchi yako. So question marks zinaanza hapo. Hawezi toboa kabisa. Sababu protocol is supposed to receive you, take you to your hotel or take you to the office. Sababu kuna wengine uingia na kwenda kwa ofisi ile unataka. Kama ni kwa Magoha unapelekwa huko. And there must have been an early appointment with the officers you want to see. Na kama ofisa pia anafanya na serikali, yeye pia ataambia watu wa MFA wageni wangu wanakuja. So hii yao ya kukuja kichini chini, haiwezekani. And why? If you can be facilitated with the government, a whole government, wanakufacilitate kila kitu, wanakupatia visa, wanakupatia escort, unapewa hata 99 kuclear njia. So why sneak in? That's where a lot of question comes in. So if they are locked in, or if they are arrested, but I think they're just detained for further questioning. Yendeka watapeana information vizuri sana. Nani walio facilitate kukuja huko. These are some of the mistakes that Chebukati is doing. I cannot authoritatively say that Ruto is also in this game, but these are very, very simple mistakes that somebody should not do. And actually, it's bringing Chebukati into bad light. And this is the kind of situation where we can have violence after election. Because if trust is being lost for Chebukati, then whatever happens, people might not believe either side. Watasema ini mbaya. And you know, for violence to start, it needs only a trigger somewhere. Kidogo tu, ninaanza. So we should be careful. I mean, we should, like you're always preaching, this country is ours. We don't have any other country. It's all upon us to protect it. Hakuna ati unafikiria wewe you are safe. Nobody is safe. Hii bei ya unga ikipanda, silipandia kila mtu when things are bad. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. So mtu hawezi sema yuko safe. If this country starts burning, hiyo unga hata mtanunua 1,000. Na itakuwa ati ni 1,000 sehemu nyingine ya Kenya na sehemu nyingine ni 100 shillings. Iwezekani? It will be 1,000 to everybody. Kama mafuta itakuwa petroli makuna itakuwa there for everybody. So this country is ours. We should all accept what is happening and we do it in a legit way. That's why Martha Karua anaambianga our officers, wakimess they'll be taken how individually. So Chebukati should be very careful. Anafikiria yeye ni jogo sahihi, lakini things can turn against him. Ajikute yuko kamiti. So we all should be very, very careful on what we are doing, especially if you are given responsibility or whatever. Hata kama si you're not given, hata kama you're playing a role here in Mtv TV, we should all be careful of what we say and where we direct our people. Kama sahi we have got over 300 people listening. We have to give them direction. They're not here for nothing. They're here wanataka kusikia. So whatever we tell them, lazima wasikie. And the right things. Something kama ni wrong should be pointed wrong. Kama ni right, legit, ni sawa. Hakuna watu wakuja useme Ruto hivi and they can't substantiate. Hapana, hiyo time iliisha. Nile wakati ilikuwa na inaitwa KBC, not KBC, VOK, Voice of Kenya. Mali ile umesikia hapo Voice of Kenya, utasikia mali pengine. Na vile wametaka kusema ndio hivyo watataka. You'll have no other source. Sahi TV ziko kwa simu zetu bana. We can see, we can monitor. Hii TV station ikijaribu kucheza, sisi wengine we can see things on the ground. In fact, hata newspapers siku hizi hakuna haja. Zamani ulikuwa newspaper unangoja kitu ilifanyika jana, unasikia leo kwa newspaper. Siku hizi kama kuna meeting wapi kama leo Pokot, unaisikia direct, you can judge for yourself. Hakuna watu wa kukupatia direction na misinformation na malformation. Sasa wewe mwenyewe unasikia direct. Wengine hapa hapo wakati wa VOK, inaitwa Voice of Kenya. The only single radio station, TV kwanza ni mpaka saa 4. Ikifika saa 3 hapo imezimwa. Sasa tuko vizuri bana, hakuna mtu anatudanganya vile Ruto nafikiria sisi ni wajinga. Hakuna, haiwezekani. We know. And then we have internet. Zile vitu alisema 2017 we have it. Akijaribu kuruka ndio hiyo tunaitoa. Sasa hakuna ujanja ingine. Hakuna ujanja ingine. Tumerefuka bana. Kama sasa mimi niko na laptop iko on, naona games, naongea na wewe 3 at 1. Sio kama zamani. Hapa laptop nikitaka kitu mimi na Google. Huko tunaongea na wewe. Sports huko pia naona. Hii dunia Ruto asione sisi ni wajinga, honestly. Honestly asifikirie sisi ni wajinga. And one thing I've said here so much often, what Ruto claims the other side wanafanya, that is what he's doing. And what the other side is what he claims ni yeye. When he says mambo tribalism, ujue yeye ndiye ako nayo. Sio wale. Akisema kutafuta viti, vyeo, ujue yeye ndiye anatafuta vyeo. So whatever he says, ujue tu ni opposite. Na hiyo I've proven for so long, for a long period. I've proven he always talks ni reverse psychology. Sasa leo nimesikia vile watu wanaongea juu ya ati bei irudi pale ilikuwepo kabla handshake. Bei ya petroli irudi pale 2017 wakati ya kabla handshake. Petroli, who controls petroli? Kwani ni Uhuru Kenyatta? Unajua vitu zingine watu wanasema hata sijui kama wanafikiria. How can we return it? Basi warudishe kama ni hivyo. Pia Raila anaweza sema irudishe wakati walitoka serikalini na Kibaki, rudishwe huko wakati ilikuwa 50 bob. If that is the case, ama if that's the way they want us to work. Raila pia anaweza claim mili wacha hii kitu ikikuwa 50 bob or rather 45. Ilifikaje huko 90 huko 2017? So vitu zingine ni ujinga tu, watu unasikiza watu unashangaa ati petroli irudishwe. Itarudishwa mna gani? Kama Amerika yenyewe inalia, nchi ambayo developed worlds wanalia, sisi tutakontrol hiyo kitu mna gani? Na I'm afraid kuna watu wanasikiza hizo vitu na wanasema ni hivyo. Mimi usikizi hata nashangaa watu wale wanachia hii watu kwa umati. I just wonder ni watu aina gani? Ama ni pesa umepewa? Because mimi sasa sioni kitu Ruto anasema ya maana. Hakuna. And mark you, Bernard, I want you to capture this. When Raila was in Kwale or any other place, when he refers to Ruto, who is younger to him, anasemanga Bwana Ruto. That one is always in Raila's Bwana Ruto. Raila anamuita bwana na anamuita kitendawili. Now people are not seeing this. So I want you to capture, last time when he was in Kwale, he was talking about Ruto, akasema Bwana Ruto, and so many other places. When he's mentioning the word, when he's mentioning Ruto, lazima weke Bwana. But baadaye atasema ni mwizi. Lakini ashamuita Bwana Ruto. That means he's addressing him, which is normal, hata parliamentary language. Unaita mtu honorable so and so. Then now you can explain yeye ni mtu aina gani. Lakini wewe unaita mzee alikufundisha siasa, unamuita kitendawili, sijui mganga nini. Hiyo haiwezekani, in the African culture haiwezekani. You are cursing yourself actually. Vile unasema na amejiletea shida. You are cursing yourself. A man of repute like Raila Amolo amekuwa detained for this country, for you to speak the way you are speaking. Alienda akateswa, akakuwa detained without trial. Huh? For you to speak the way you are speaking, unamuita kitendawili. You're cursing yourself, bana. You're cursing yourself. It's like mamako cannot go through that labor pain. Labda hata kuna hospitali akuzae tu chini ya miti, then unakuja unamtukana. That's a curse, bana. It's a curse. It's a curse. Hiyo hata Mungu hawezi kubali. Aende through that labor pain, akunyonyeshe mpaka uanze kuongea, alafu ukipata kuongea unaanza kumtusi. Haiwezekani. Raila went a lot of pain mpaka sasa hii suffering. Hakuwa anatetea shamba yake ya Apoda Farm huko Bondo. No. He was doing it for Kenyans. I'm not saying he's alone. Wako wengi. But he suffered the most. So Ruto cannot have that freedom of talking and saying what he wants. Alafu instead of using it positively, anaanza kutusi yule alizaa hiyo matunda anakula. Ni vibaya sana. Ni vibaya sana. Otherwise sina mengi, niliona tu hapa ya inadidimia, akasema wacha nikuje because we have to keep talking. Lazima tuongee. There's no way we are going to stop. Hata tukibaki wawili tutaongea tu.
Sawa, asante Bwana Joe, tunashukuru sana.
Kuna watu wengi sana. We are about 350 wako chini.
Yes, and that is YouTube only. Yes, the other side too. So
yeah.
we really appreciate it, and it's important that we keep everything in right perspective. Huku Black kwa comments anasema UDA will be the only party remaining here. I don't even think UDA is a party. UDA is not a political party. Where are its structures? Where are its grassroots offices? UDA is an imagination of one William Ruto. It will be existing in his mind. But UDA as a political party, it has no head or tail. It has no structures. Who are the office bearers? Where are they? Who is the chairman of UDA in Navajo constituency? Bwana Black, wacha hiyo story ya propaganda mapema tafadhali. Tuelewe vizuri kwamba kama tunataka kusaidia nchi, lazima tuinsist kwa kile kitu ambacho kinafaa na ni cha ukweli. Sio kuinsist kufanya mambo ambayo hayafai na hayasaidii wengi wa Wakenya. For us to be part of the solution of what bedevils this country, we need first to believe in what is right and pursue what is right and insist that all the people asking for leadership are weighed against that standard. Kama William Ruto anataka kuwa rais wa Kenya, lazima asimame kakiurais. When is he going to present himself presidential? We are now 17 days to elections, and he's still behaving like a street wherever, I mean. Alafu mnataka kuniambia atakuwa rais wa nchi gani? Haiwezekani. He has not conducted himself presidential. He doesn't speak like a president. He does not own up the responsibility of this country. He doesn't look at Kenya as made of over 44 communities. He looks at Kenya as himself, and Kenya deserves to be the president of Kenya. We are not giving you presidency to that level. We will give presidency to those that are able to navigate this country through thick and thin and deliver it to a better place. Not simply because somebody has an ambition or had stated in his diary that in year so and so he will be president. That is himself with his diary. As we have our own diary, and our own diary reads differently. So we will not fall for the trap of entrusting this country with unfaithful people. Kenyans, It's our duty, our civic duty, to safeguard this country for our children's children. We will not accept to let our children curse our graves because we slept when we needed to voice out these truths for other Kenyans to hear and follow. So presidential material, you need to carry yourself like a president. A president is like an expectant mother. An expectant mother does not go everywhere, does not sit everywhere, does not eat everything. She's careful with everything. You can't be careless like William Ruto and you want to be president, except you want to ban this country, of which we will not allow that to happen. Let's watch out this video as we continue the conversation. Wale watu mko kwa comments mnangoja kujae ndio mseme kulijaa. Kujeni huku mtuambie ile mnayofikiria hiyo. Sisi tutasikiliza. Let's listen to these combined videos. They are a little bit disturbing, but listen carefully.
Ni excellent. Tatizo ni ukabila. Najua maneno haya yatawachoma kidogo, lakini lazima niwaambie hapa hapa. Muumalize ukabila. Ukiisha ukabila, Kenya is the best country.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi, kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa sawa? Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno, unaweka maneno ya tofauti za kijamii kando, unatafuta serikali kwanza, kwa sababu ile serikali itakusaidia kutatua matatizo ulio nayo.
Lakini amole na nyun ki jagmole jamozar kenuchu yera go ne tepchi nguna nyu ri len ki tanagara ni gere go so pik jog mau kolyon ngolo kolyon mammi ngala yata kenuchu amu pik mi mau ko pik ke ndo title ko jitani ki po so ko majitani magiberber sisi hapana wajinga.
And if you fight deputy president, you are fighting us. Usifikiri deputy ana watu yake, sisi watu yake tuko hapa. Muendelee kutusi naibu wa rais, lakini mjue we are marking you and we are profiling you. Ikifika wakati tutawashughulikia, because Raila Odinga and his proteges want to bring the narrative of 208, 207, 208 of saying 40 against 1. They want to isolate the Kalenjin nation. But God lives. The Kalenjin nation is part of Kenyans and we are proud to be Kenyans. Sini namna hiyo. Bwana, hii Kenya sisi quarters. Na wakitaka hii Kenya tutakanyagana mpaka wajue hawajui. Ama tufunge hii Kenya if that is
Kenya si ya mama ngina huyo. Hii Kenya si ya sio ya Moho Kenyatta. Hii Kenya si ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Na kama unafikiria kwenu baba yako ama mama yako ako na matiti kushinda ya matiti ya mama yangu, ama unafikiria baba yako alisaa ama alikusaa na muo kushinda vile baba yangu alisaa, tunataka tukueleza kwamba sisi wote ni Wakenya.
Yara Ruto no komo bal ko loyi o balea ko mujini ge porodienyo chipo lazima kuvumilia. Moyo ametukanwa mara ngapi? Kama ningekuwa na roho kama ya panya, si ningalikuisha tuba nyinyi.
Nguruwe hujikanga na mafuta yake. Nilisema juu ya kutafuta kura, tafuteni kura kwa amani. Kama mtu anakataza wewe kura, hapana kasirika, hiyo ni haki yake.
Usitukani jirani yako, jirani mnaishi naye pamoja. unamuonea wivu au kitu gani? Amekufanya nini? Wewe usimuone, hapana, pigana na huyu mtu. Wewe sema vizuri tu, si muko hapo. Na uchaguzi, nimesema mara nyingi, utafanywa siku moja.
Okay, I see different reactions over those videos. It's important to remind ourselves. Uh, you cannot be a leader of where you're going when you can't tell where you're coming from. Your security as a leader is determined by your appreciation of the history, your embracing of the current, and your pursuit for the future. So, if you can't tell us where we're coming from, you are unfit to lead us to where we are going, in my understanding. And then the character of a person does not, the office the person holds does not change their character. It's actually their character that changes the office that they occupy. So if somebody has is short tempered and you place him with a machine gun, you will know that he will respond and use it without restraint. The navigation of the leadership of this country is complicated. It cannot be left in the hands of somebody who is quick tempered. And when they lose their temper, they tell anybody anything. What these people are talking is who exactly they are, and that makes them unfit for leadership. You can talk all you want, you can say all you want. You know, if rats have invaded your house, you have a choice. Either to go and get rat to get rid of them, or set your house on fire. The rats will run away, your house will burn down. So the choice is yours. You are either finding a solution to what we have as a people, or you want to aggravate it by setting the whole house on fire. Whichever way you go about these elections will determine where Kenya will be. But we trust that Kenya of right thinking, and I believe the majority of the Kenyans are right thinking people. They have the interests of this country at heart. At heart, they will not hand over this country to incompetent, inexperienced novice like William Ruto. That one, I will tell you any day, any time. And I'm not talking that because William Ruto is not a leader or something like that. William Ruto has demonstrated that he's a child. He's reacting like a child, fighting over nothing, accusing everybody and blaming everybody. That's childish. In my leadership school, you don't pass exam behaving like that. Your character is everything as far as leadership is concerned. And he has failed that character test. He has failed to restrain himself. He has failed to honor protocol and serve his master. Instead of him serving his master, he went to compete and ended up insulting the mother, insulting the community, insulting the elders. You insult Mount Kenya Foundation. You insult Mount Kenya Council of Elders. You insult all people. And then you still want to be a leader, president. Yaani nyinyi watu mnajaribu kweli. Mnajaribu kweli. You don't do that. And I don't know where people were born. Who raised you? These people, I don't know. Even if you do not have a father, you had an uncle. You are the society has its own protocol. You don't climb over the fence and succeed being voted for as a leader. You don't. William Ruto amevuka mpaka na mjifunze. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, naomba tusonge mbele. Naona Vincent amekuja. Vincent, vipi?
Halo, unanisikiza?
Yes, umepatikana. Endelea. Namna gani?
Mzuri sana. Habari yako Bwana Bernard?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Masalina wote niwasalimu. nimekuwa nikifuata kitu kwa makini sana. Na okay, hii ndio siku yangu ya kwanza, but the thing is you people are doing a great job, at least to educate Kenyans on what is going on in this country. But as far as this election is concerned, I think our man Ruto is running mad. He just needs help. He needs a lot of help because the utterances anasema without even batting an eye. Anasema kitu leo, kesho anasema kitu leo, anasema kitu nyingine. It is so annoying. Some of us is like they just want the day to be forwarded, like today ama tomorrow we go and do election, and then he knows ishe kabisa, so that we go and do our own things. You can't be every day. I hardly even watch TV. I hardly watch news because wherever I see this man was in, ni matusi, si nini, you know, it's very demeaning. It's cheapened the politics of Kenya. Politics have become so cheap in Kenya. And then the people that follow them, I don't know what is happening with them. I don't know whether they are hypnotized or something. They might have been hypnotized because a brilliant person like you see, like Wakina Mudavadi, Wakina David Ndi, once you join Ruto, unaanza na insights. It's like you put your brain kwa mlango, alafu unachukua brain ya kutukanana. So I think from there, once huyu jamaa ametoka, these people nafikiria they'll wake up from their stupor, or from wherever dream they are. Because it's logic for somebody to be following somebody like that, and you can see him lying in front of you. Sijui ni kiapo gani ukiingia kwa UDA unakula kiapo gani ile, it's so dangerous. Ile ukitoka is like sijui majini yatakufuata ama ni nini. I don't know. But anyway, for now it's just this. I just wanted. I'm following you from. I just wanted to see the feel of the video and to join your fraternity as I share with you and enjoy the show. It's very addictive. I don't sleep because of this show. Thank you very much.
Yes, Bwana Joe, what I say?
Naambia Vincent, karibu sana bana. Ujue you're already not talking to me and Bernard. Kule umetoka sumona kuna watu karibu 300 na kitu. So, ndio maana nasema tukikuja hapa tunaongea mambo ukweli. I think the observation of why Ruto people follow him, I've also been trying to do a research. Mimi I usually told people waone ile video inaitwa Jones yule wa Guyana. I don't know whether Bernard you have checked that video. The Guyana massacre. Just Google the Guyana massacre. Ya Jones ambaye alichukua watu akapeleka forest and they followed him blindly. Paka siku ile ya mwisho anaambia concussion ya sumu anaambia wakunwe. And so many of them did that. I think it's called cults. Na hii cult ukiingia hakuna uprofesa, hakuna chati wewe ni Mudavadi. Hiyo ukiingia umeingia. Just Google the Guyana massacre ya Johnson Jones. It's a short video ya 30 minutes, but it'll tell you a lot. And the Jones is very, very like Ruto himself. Kabisa copyright. I think maybe alisoma huyo jamaa. So cult ukishaingia hakuna chati wewe ni mwerevu ama nani. Because ukiangalia Mudavadi aliingia siasa kitambo sana, akikuwa 23. And he was a presidential material before even Ruto started even thinking or dreaming of being a president. Na Raila akamweka deputy prime minister instead of Ruto, despite kwamba Ruto alileta kura kuliko Mudavadi. Za Mudavadi zilikuwa za Raila, alikuwa anaokota tu. Mudavadi hakuletea Raila kura ati ya maana sana. Hizo kura zilikuwa za Raila tu. So Ruto brought a lot of votes, to say the truth, hiyo wakati wa ODM. And actually he deserved the post of the first prime minister or second prime minister, deputy prime minister, or whatever you say. But Raila is also not a fool. Hii mtu alianza kusoma siasa when he was less than 15 years old or less than 10 years old. Wakati babake alikuwa anafanya mkutano na wakina Julius Nyerere, wakina Obote, wakina Kwame Nkrumah, yeye alikuwa pale mtu ya kutumiwa kwamba leta mamaka, leta aongeze uji meisha. Ama maji meisha, leta maji. Enda mbia mamaka walete maji. So alianza kujua hizi mambo ya politics kitambo sana. So aliona Ruto is not the man kitambo sana. Ndio maana akampatia Mudavadi. Because if you ask me or you ask anybody, mbona Ruto hakupewa na Mudavadi ndiye alipewa? Na Mudavadi hakuna kura alileta, sababu kura za Mudavadi kwa Mudavadi huko Western zilikuwa za Raila. But Raila had seen. Raila pia sio mjinga, aliona mtu kwa mbali akaona pana, huyu sio mtu. So people wakiingia UDA, something happens like Vincent Odhiambo has correctly observed. It's happening to a lot of people. Ambayo people that I respected that could not ingia kwa Ruto hivyo blindly. But you see, most of them are people ambayo ukiangalia their track record ni people hawajaona mbali, people who are not experienced. Ruto will not let you be, kama your experience will not let, hawezi kubali ukae karibu. Where's Kositany? A man who can think on his feet. Kositany can think on his feet far much better than Ruto. Salimwagwa. Wakina Keter, people who are independent, walimwagwa. Ruto nataka tu psychophants. Wale hawezi fikiria chochote, like our friend who was here, sio alikuwa anaitwa nani? Huyu Mpokot. People ambayo even if you show them lights, they will not see. Those are the kind of people Ruto works with. That's why he's going for wakina mama mboga. People who are vulnerable. Watu ambayo hawajui mambo mengi. Vitu kama boda boda. But I'm glad mimi mali niko hapa, the boda boda walikuwa wote Ruto, lakini sahi they have changed their mind. In fact, mama mboga, you cannot gauge them because they don't have groups. They don't have chama kama boda boda. Boda boda, they have big circles. In fact, you can monitor them very easily. Sababu kila stage they have those units. So most of them are now, coming back to their senses. Hii mama mboga anasemanga ndio uwezi jua mama mboga kama wanakanga pamoja na sehemu fulani, you can gauge them. Hapana, kuna kila mmoja mboga kona mambo yake tu. They are not mobile. Kama mimi najuanga mama yangu ya mboga namjua moja tu. Hata niko na namba ya simu napiga nasema tu kata siku tatu. So it's like that. If you see the people he uses, hata huyu Rigathi ni mtu ako na negative. That's why Kindika angepewa, because that is a thinker, that's a professor. Lakini huyu Rigathi is more or less like him. And I said from day one, wakati alichagua huyu, just in case wapite, hao watapelekana from day one. Rigathi vile alikuwa akisema ati hao hawezi kosana na Ruto kwa interview, urongo. Zikiwa elections, he walked out na activate watu kule Nyeri wafanye demonstration even before he was elected as the running mate, and he had no protection. What about if he is now a deputy president and also protected? Hii Kenya itakuwa na peace, because afadhali hii Uhuru na Ruto ni 4 years. Hii yao itakuwa from day one. Hakuna kuvata ati zinafanana. Just from day one wataanzana tu. Na sasa wakianzana, sisi tutakuwa wapi? Hizo vitu wamepromise itakuwa implemented wapi? Just imagine tu siku ya kuchagua, kunominate, he walked out. Na hakuwa na protection. Wakati atakuwa deputy, God forbid, tutaona moto ila tujaona. Hao wenyewe they are of the same character. Unaona hata hii mambo ya ndugu yake alipata accident bado inamwandama. Hata hii I don't want to say, mimi nasikia tu watu nasema hii ndugu yake mkubwa alikufa. There are so many questionable things, and they are of the same character. So ni hayo tu Bernard, for the time being. Naona kina Selina umeamka sasa, watatuongezea maneno.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Joe, tunashukuru kwa udadisi wako na hekima unayotuelimisha vijana haswa wa Kenya. Ni muhimu kuangalia hii inji holistically. Tusiangalie tu ati nizamu ya fulani kwa rais. Huyu unajua nimesema hii tena nitarudia. Wakati uko na mgonjwa na mgonjwa ako in a critical condition, you don't entrust that sick person to a novice. Hawezi mpeleka kwa ile mtu yule amekuja teaching practice ya medicine. You need an experienced elderly doctor because your patient is in a critical condition. Where the country is right now is in a critical place. We can't entrust it with people who want to experiment. William Ruto has become a billionaire with trickle-down economy. He has vowed when he's made president, he will turn it upside down, call it bottom up. He wants to overhaul the judiciary, overhaul the police, overhaul, atafanya Kenya, kazi ya Kenya sangapi? He wants to distribute money to every group. Women group money, youth group money, police money, judiciary money, fund. It will be a funding government. At the end of the day, we're going to have an IMF for a government because all they are doing is funding. In my opinion, William Ruto hajaiva, hatoshi mboga, hata mwenyewe hajielewi, hajui nchi inaongozwa vipi na hii nchi inasumbuliwa na nini. Unaweza kupata Wakenya wote wakufuate, the majority of Kenyans to follow you is not as easy as you think. When you see Uhuru Kenyatta at peace right now, it's not that he's just enjoying. He has come a long way to realize that Kenya is only Kenya when you have every Kenyan with you. You cannot run with a part of Kenya and succeed in running Kenya. And so William Ruto needs to grow up and understand that Kenya belongs to all Kenyans, not to the ruling class, not to the preferred community, not to the majority community, or not to the minority community. Kenya belongs to all Kenyans equally. And the best president is the one who can rally the majority of Kenya with him, not the minority. So for us to move from where we are to where we ought to be, we need to think seriously. Think seriously about that MCA you're going to vote for. Think seriously about that MP you're going to vote for. Think seriously about that senator, that governor, that women rep, that president you want to give power for 5 years. Is he able to carry this country? Can he be trusted with this country? What has he done in his power for this country that proves that he can forego his own ego, he can forego his own comfort for the sake of the country? If he has never done that before, then he will not start it today. When we want to entrust leadership to people, you don't entrust to people who have never sacrificed anything for others. My mother is a Catholic. She is a leader there, the women prayer group and all that. And she would go for 3-5 days. And when she's gone, she will leave me in charge of the feeding of the family. Although I'm the eighth born, the feeding process. This day they will eat this day they will eat this day they will eat this. So, and she knows that if she leaves me in charge, everything will work out well. Now, the everyone knows the kind of children he has, and even today she's still alive. She's almost 90 now. When she wants something done, she does not call the firstborn, the secondborn, that she calls me. Then, when I've gotten the information, I will rally the family and will address the matter and get the solution to it. Leadership is with a sense of responsibility. How much can you forego for others to get better? Show me one thing William Ruto has foregone for the betterment of this country. When Uhuru Kenyatta said wasichukue salary mpaka economy recover, what happened? Sitaki kwenda nyuma sana, lakini ningependa tu tuangalie kwa kina, ili tukifanya uamuzi tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 tutafanya uamuzi wa busara, si uamuzi wa mchezo. Don't play with Kenya. Kenya is in a critical place. We have multitudes looking for jobs. We cannot have looters to preside over our resources. No. Bwana Vincent, karibu.
Yes, Ben, when you said you look at the country holistically, you've just triggered something in my mind. You see, the thing is, in this world, I like relating things with the Bible. I look at the God as in man's affairs like 2 times. The first one was he intervenes when there's unity of purpose. The first one was when the Tower of Babel, the times of Nimrod. He intervened where the tribes were divided, but came with this language. Then the second one is during the Roman Empire. Roman Empire, you know, it spread in quite a very big area. You get it? Then he came and intervened now through Jesus. You see? Now this one now, whatever is happening right now, is that now we are coming to that globalization, the global village. The earth is like the globe, the world is coming together. And you see now, I look at even Raila could not be president in 2007, 2013, 2017. Why? Because it was not his time. This is his time. Why? Because Raila now is a Pan-Africanist. Is somebody that is respected all over Africa and the world. Is noticed, is known. So his interest here is the one that is going to midwife Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Bangui. He talks about Africa. Yeah? You see, even in terms of trade, China trading with Kenya. Kenya is quite a tiny country. But if you consolidate this country of East and Central Africa under leadership of Pan-Africanism, you see that the market is expanded. Then even the economy is going to what? The economy is going to expand. So whatever I'm trying to tell is just that, like a theory, like we are entering the new world order. Ni kama siku za mwisho, tunaingia kwa siku za mwisho. And this it has to be, lazima kuwe na midwife. Lazima kuwe na midwife. At this moment, it's only Raila bibi hata akiingia pale, it could be able to kuunganisha Africa vile tunaiona yote, so that we talk as a continent and as a community. And so only then tutafanya nini, tutaendelea. Ni hayo tu. Asante.
Okay, asante Bwana Vincent. Mama Selina, una la kuongezea?
Sema Penat. Yes, naona Vincent, naona Joe wameongea. Tumetoka mbali kama nchi ya Kenya, Penat, vile umetuambia. And kitu mzuri ni kwamba sometime unaona Ukristo, sometime we follow people. Unajua kama watu wako na shida sana, Penat, like I don't know, hope watu wanafikiria, lakini usuri ni ya kwamba hawa watu wanakuwa wakora ama wanaitwa waongo, sijui china ya kuwaita, kwa sababu siwezi kukupromise today, ni kupromise tomorrow. 2013 ni kupromise laptop, 2017 na wa promise 16 na wa promise statues. Nafanya kazi na serikali, mali iko mzuri ni yangu, mali iko mbaya ni yangu, and you see people get followers. Lakini I want to tell you Penat, Wakenya walikuwa nafuata pesa, watu walikuwa nakula pesa. And if you want to know Kenyans are clever, kwa nini wanafosiwa kuwekewa uniform ama ma-t-shirt ili munaisapiwa? And then after, kuna msee moja sijui utatuwekea, sijui ni Mkisii, alikuwa mlevi sana ama ni Mkikuyu, alisema pesa kwa Ruto, kura kwa baba, na he was very drunk, na wenye walikuwa na mtochi. Hiyo ni moja. Mwingine akaulizwa akasema mimi napepa wheelbarrow kwa sababu ni kazi, lakini kura yangu najua mahali napeleka. So ukionyesha watu pesa na unawaringia, Wakenya they are very clever, they will eat that money. Alafu baba akatoka na Uhuru wakaambia watu hizo ni pesa yenu. Then wakaambia watu mshahara ya Penat ni 2,000,000 na Penat anapeana 10 million. Where do you get this other money? Which business do you do? So msema ukweli, na hivyo ndio ilikuwa inafanyiwa Moi pia kwa campaign, and not Moi alone. A lot of wanasiasa, and there are these leaders, they don't give out even 5 cents like Raila, and he can be elected. I want to tell you, there is a man in Kericho, Paul Sang. Alienda parliament 3 times because he was a principal, and akakuwa na slogan ya kusema love me for free. Chamabuch, love me the way I am. And let me tell you Penat, watu walitoa pesa, but Chamabuch was elected, na akichaguliwa anaenda kufanyia kazi constituency yake. Inafika tena election, he comes back, na kwake mtungi asubuhi saa 10 ameandika watu ya kupika chai. So kasi ya mkifika kwake, hata mnaweza kunywa chai ya mchui inaisha ama inaongezewa, and not because of election, siku yake yote. Na ngawa alikuwa Nairobi, by Thursday ameteremuka kwake. Hakuna siku alikaa nje ya constituency yake, na kama kuna siku hata kuwa anaambia jamii ama anaambia constituency where he went. So mimi kulingana, kwa sababu nimekuwa kwa siasa ya Moi 92, nikachikuta kwa Kibaki na Martha Karua, nimechikuta hii ya Uhuru. So na siku kwa siasa ile ya nje, like in a circle, I can also say ninajua some ile ngawa mini, you know. So Ruto atashangaa sana. Hakuna Okay, Ropa.
So,
Naomba niulize.
mama tamatisha kwanza.
Nataka kumuuliza swali.
Wewe Bob unavunja sheria. Ameacha sentence ikihang.
Yes, Pena, that is why we are disciplined. You know, mtu akiweka mkono, hatutaki kupishana kama UDA, we relax, and then sasa wewe mtosi ukisema endelea, tunaendelea. So I was saying,
maliza sentence yako alafu nitapatia Bob nafasi ya kukuuliza swali.
hata unajua hii maneno ya kuharibu wewe sijua. Okay, I was saying nimekuwa kwa hiyo serikali penat na nimejua yale ninajua. Kupeana pesa sio kuelektiwa. Watu wakikupenda pure, Martha Karua kampeni yake hakuna hata kutoa ndururu. Kampeni ya Raila ile pre ya 92 opposition wale walikuja Kenya bila pesa. Those guys you will elect them bila pesa penalty. Kwa ile maneno atawaambia na wapembelezi wanakwambia ABCD. So hii mkutano sote mumeona, I'm 100% mtashangaa, na hata yeye mwenyewe atashangaa kwa sababu uongozi wake alinunuliwa kusupport wherever. Unajua penalty, nikitaka kukua running mate yako, pile Martha Karua amekuwa running mate ya Raila. It is a genuine running mate ya kwamba kuja tufanye kazi tutengeneze serikali. Martha Karua hajaenda kwa Raila kumwambia unilipe milioni 10 ama milioni 20 ni kusupport. Uongozi ya kununuliwa haina baraka pinguni. And I'm always looking at this. Mimi nilikuwa wakati ya siasa ya KANU, ya Uhuru na Piwot. And I know how this man played the games. Na ameamini hiyo. Lakini wakati hiyo ilifaulu kwa sababu Moi ndiye alikuwa kwa kiti. Amekuja kufaulu kwa hii ya Uhuru kwa sababu ya system na ile watu walikuwa na interest ya Uhuru. So today is original man himself. Na ile mambo yote amefanya pila mtu behind. Vifaranga yake tu, ila aliwafanyia vifaranga ya kompyuta ndio wakapata kwenda parliament. Hawa ndio the only people they follow him. But wacha nikwambie, Mkalenjin anasema hivi, siwezi kukupatia boma ya ng'ombe yangu unichungie na una ng'ombe hata moja. I cannot trust you to take care of my family if you don't have it. This man angefikiria kuanzia, and I wish one day angejua arudi back to serikali ya Moi na yale yote alifanya. Biashara ya pesa, biashara unipatie nikupatie, nikufanyie unifanyie, hata pinguni hiyo haina baraka. If I want to support you, ni kama kwa sababu ni biashara. Kama nimeenda, hata sijui nitaita nini. Ni kama ile wasichana mlisema mtawapatia kazi wale kuna ule genuine ameenda kufanya hiyo kazi kwa sababu ana namna. Na amefunga roho yake kwenda kufanya hiyo mambo, at least watoto yake wakule. Na kuna ule cheuri amezoea kufanya hiyo kazi chua acharitika. So Ruto, he will learn a lesson that he will never forget in his life. I'm saying this. Kama angesikia mawaidha ya wasee, viongozi ya Wakalenjin, wale hata wale walifanya kazi na Moi, angewauliza muliongoza hata ingawa alikuwa kijana. Sitasema alijua kila kitu kwa hiyo serikali, kwa sababu alikuwa anatumia uchanja. But you could go back to Sally, the real leaders, wale wali support Moi. Even if you are the best penner today in your church, kama utakuwa na wasee ya kanisa na wamama ya kanisa na vijana ya kanisa ya kuweza kushikilia kanisa yako, ama tuambie vile Wakristo wanafanya, kwa sababu kuna wakati Wakristo wanalalamika, but you as the pastor in front, lazima ukuwe na watu yako ya kukwambia mambo that hata kama unakaa chini na hao watu ya Azimio ama hao watu kwa hapa, but wanasemanga hii kama hayuko. But if you don't want to listen, you don't want to be told, wewe ndio unajua peke yako, hiyo tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 utajua kwa nini ukutaka kusikiza, ukutaka kuambiwa na ukuitana, ndio usikie dunia inasema nini. Bernard, nimemaliza.
Okay, asante Mama Selina. Bob, swali lako quickly.
Swali langu ni kwa Mama Selina. Mama Selina, unajua tumebaki na muda mchache sana tufike tarehe 9, na mimi nina wasiwasi kwa sababu wengine wetu hatuko pamoja, na Bwana Gideon Moi simuoni kwa ground akisukuma hili gurudumu la Azimio. Mimi nina wasiwasi sana kwa sababu ni kama anakubali ya kwamba amekuwa swallowed by wave ya UDA ama ni namna gani? Kwa sababu mimi naona kina mama Sali wanafanya kazi yao mzuri. Naona wale kina Tolgos wanang'ang'ana kabisa. Gideon mimi nashangaa yuko wapi?
Nataka kukwambia hivi story ya Gideon kidogo kama ninaweza. Azimio ama baba, Gideon alifanya kazi yake ile alikuwa amepatiwa na Uhuru Kenyatta ya kukaa na Kalonzo. So he was not in any, akukuwa Salat ako na Azimio na anatembea na watu ya Azimio sana. And again Gideon Moi in Baringo, baba na Uhuru wanataka Gideon achaguliwe, na wakati watu ya Baringo walikaa chini wakamsikiza, is down there kila siku. Na ukiona wakati ametokea alikuwa Kabartonjo, amekuwa Mochongoi, so is actually not sleeping in Baringo because we need that vote. Hatutaki tukuje to nominate Gideon kwa serikali ya Azimio and he will be a big person kuwakilisha Rift Valley. He has to do something. Na walikubaliana na yeye ya kwamba aende ground. So I don't think kuna mahali Gideon ameenda, na watu ya Baringo kwa Wakalenjin ni watu tofauti sana. So Gideon unasikia anaambia watu pigia baba kura. Na Baringo kulikuwa na hiyo shida ya kupigana na Marakwet. Hii mtu alilete vita kubwa sana Baringo. So Gideon is trying to bring together, kujaribu kuweka watu ya Baringo pamoja. Na mnajua wakati ile yote Ruto alikuwa amechukua Baringo kabisa. Hata Gideon angeenda nyumbani angefukuzwa. But slowly amepata that courage ya kuweza kurudisha watu yake. So kuna watu wako kwa Azimio but they cannot go out. Lazima wa concentrate kwa sababu hiyo ground itakuwa mzuri. Na Baringo si kama Kipsigis, na Baringo si kama Nandi. Nandi they are arrogant, they can speak, hakuna kitu utamfanyia. But Baringo ni watu wako tofauti. Mimi nimekaa Baringo kutoka 81 mpaka 97. Nikiitwa sahi Baringo, I'm proud sometimes, I'm a Nandi, but I'm much proud to be a Tugen. Kwa sababu nililelewa na marehemu Chelagat, the mayor na Baba Moi. I'm that proud girl of Moi, even though I'm a Nandi. So I know Baringo. Don't be worried about Kitun. Na kama ungekuwa worried about Kitun, haungekuwa na Kalonzo today. Alipatiwa mission and he delivered the mission. Thank you. I hope women understand.
Okay. Bob, I think that's settled.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and Gideon needs also to secure his backyard. So he may not be on the front line. And also with the Azimio, when Baba gave out the teams that will be leading different campaigns in different places, all those things are not accidental. It's not just waking up and say, leo najisikia kwenda na Baba Marakwet, wacha tuende. There are teams that are doing groundwork, and there are teams that are doing that kind of campaign. In fact, there was I think a newspaper headline that was giving big names in Nyanza that are not featuring in Raila's campaign, Kinorengo, and then and all that. They say, why are they not leading the campaign? Because it's not their responsibility. Waende huko kujitafutia kura yao. Now pia hii story ya 6 piece is not guarantee anymore. Kila mtu aende kujitetea kwa wapiga kura, akiwa convince atapata kura, sipo convince asitegemee Baba kwamba atapata automatic win for the elections. So ni hivyo tu, but also Moi is in my opinion a foresight leader. Ni mtu anaona mbali, apigani vitu za hapa. He is looking like the questions he was asking the Rift Valley people the other day. He said, in the central Kenya, we have Mother Karua as a running mate. We have Kashagwa as a running mate. Are you not seeing that they are scrambling to be part of the government? So that means if Gachagua does not get it, Mother will get it. If Mother does not get it, Gachagua will get it. And when they get it, it will be for the good of the people of Central. So he was asking the people of Rift Valley, if we all put our eggs in one basket and we miss, what is going to happen? So he said he will be on the Azimio side. The other people are free to be on the other side. And whoever gets is for the community. And that, in my opinion, is a wise way of looking at it. In also opening up space for free politics. You know, when politics get curtailed, that you have to be UDA or you move out, or you have to be UDA or you have no chance here, that in itself begins to defeat the whole purpose of democracy. So as much as we have negotiated democracy, there is a lot that needs to be done in terms of providing the space, the political space for people to breathe freely and be able to express themselves even when they have divergent views in terms of futuristic leadership. Other than just building up propaganda to stop what needs to be to be embraced and serve the purpose of right now at the expense of the great future. I don't think that is the way these framers of the constitution were anticipating for us to operate as different political parties and different leaders from different regions. So I support. I believe Gideon is up to something. He wants to keep his, of course, his Senate. He wants to galvanize Baringo and be able to assume the leadership of the Rift Valley leader. The Rift Valley leadership is not surrendered to one William Ruto. William Ruto is just running around pretending to be the Rift Valley leader. But as far as the leadership of Rift Valley is concerned, wazee waja declare ni nani.
And again, Bernard,
yes,
wangekuwa wanatusi, and like, you know, Kitchen is nowhere, and they don't have, ndio unaona hata Kachagwa alifikiria kulete china ya Gideon Moi. So if Gideon Moi was in front, Ruto angepata hiyo chance ya kusema nimetarauliwa kwa sababu ya dynasty, mtoto ya Moi, bla bla. So they knew Gideon disappear kwa macho yake, ndio hata wakitaka kucomplain they don't see Gideon. So nakwambia hii system pia iko na akili sana. Alitumwa atembee na Kalonzo huko na nyinyi mkaona tu wako huko, but foot soldiers yake wako tayari na wako na baba, and I think that is good because Gideon anaheshimu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta sana. So there is no way Gideon can even go anywhere. Ni ile tu wacha watusi Uhuru, ingekuwa ngumu sana pena kutusi Uhuru, kutusi Gideon Moi. Sasa ingekuwa ni dynasty, watoto ya marais na mimi baba yangu alikuwa maskini. Now he cannot talk about Gideon. Na Gideon naendi kwa watu, anapaki huko Baringo kung'ang'ana na wanajua chenye wanafanya. But kwenye Raila ataapishwa na Martha Karua, we will see a real Gideon talking in Rift Valley. And everybody will follow Gideon. The silent majority wako na Gideon.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina for that clarification. And kuna nani huyu anaitwa Respect, you are behind your camera is off. If your camera is off, we are no longer adding people on the screen if they are not putting their camera on. So please ensure that you do that. Without that compliance, hatukuongezi kwa nini kwa screen, because we want to have quality video for the people who come to view this show as soon as we close. Just to emphasize, kuna mtu anasema hapa we are going to know who is the king of Rift Valley. I am talking in terms of traditional leadership of different regions and how it's passed from one family to another, of one person to another. The one for William Ruto did not pass legitimately. It has legitimacy issues. It has self-declaration other than elders commissioning you. And as long as that is a misfit, you are usually left to run until sasa kafuni uishia ukingoni. Ukishafikia ukingoni, then you will come back to your position, and then whoever that is meant to take the leadership will take the leadership. So there is more to being a kingpin of a particular region than just having the majority of the votes in the place. You can be a leader based on the majority of the votes, but the legitimacy of your leadership is proven by the support and the blessing you have from the elders. If you have insulted the elders, you may have the majority of the people, the majority of the votes, but you still are not bona fide leader of that region until it is given from the source where that leadership is given from, and that is the traditional leadership of different segments. So Ruto may run away with majority of the votes, but does he have the elders' blessing? Is he dependent on? Does Rift Valley depend on William Ruto? How much profit has Rift Valley gotten since William Ruto has been deputy president? How many delegations from Rift Valley have been to the deputy president's office and bid for this and that and that and got it? Those are the things we are looking at. The way they used to come as elders of Elgeyo Marakwet, elders of Soso Place, they come to Moi State House and then get this and get this. How many of those delegations have you seen at Karen, other than this bishop of that church and this group and that group? There is something amiss with the leadership of one William Ruto straight from his home, not just at the national level. And one of the reasons why he's misbehaving at the national level is because he has nobody that can call him to order. When Raila would be angry and he has held the country hostage, he had people like Olentimama, they would call him to order. Fred Gumo, they would call him to order. Matiba will call him to order. Who calls William Ruto to order? Who can tell William Ruto to shut up and William Ruto will shut up right now? I don't think even Rachel can. So that is the mess ups that we are talking about. Huwezi kuruka class alafu graduate. Haiwezekani. So William Ruto arudi kwa kishina kile ambacho uongozi unapeana. Apewe uongozi kulingana na sheria na mila na desturi. Sio yeye kujitangaza kwamba yeye ni kiongozi wa sehemu fulani na kama ni yeye amejitangaza, nobody declares themselves leaders except rebels. If you want to be a legitimate leader, leadership is handed over from one generation to another, from one leadership set to another, next to the next set of leadership. And that is what we are focusing on. Not just to jump around because you can command the majority of votes. Thank you very much.
Bernard,
Now
we
kila
don't need
anaska ngoja
ambia
kwanza
huyo Bernard mwenye
mm,
anauliza hiyo mambo. Kenyans, we don't need a king of Rift Valley. Tunataka kiongozi ya Kenya. Kwa sababu hata wewe Bernard, you are a king of your house. Kuna mtu anapinga hiyo. Unajua hiyo watu wanataka kukua, they don't know even what they are talking about. Kenya ni kubwa kushinda Rift Valley. So hata mkipatiwa Ruto kukua king, what will you get? King ya kufanya nini? Opposition ya kufanya nini? So mnaweza wachiwa yeye akuwe king yenyu. Si hakuna mtu atakuja kuchukua hiyo from you. Continue very well and then sit in opposition with two. Wache nisiseme maneno na wamama
okay, thank you. Thank you
Thanks.
Mama Selina. Tulia hapo na tunapoanza kutamatisha show yetu tusimalize vibaya. Nani Geoffrey Ruto, the women constituency in Rift Valley, I have been part of the poll that was carried out. The women are going to pull a surprise in Rift Valley. Wababa hawajawekea ID, wamejiwekea ID na wataenda kwa booth, mtayasikia yale ambayo masikio yenu hayataki kuyasikia. Na we Aneska Kirui, chunga mdomo wako na tabia yako ya kutusi watu, utatafuta mahali unapeleka. Mjinga ni nani? We are telling you what is valid as far as leadership is concerned, and you are perpetuating what? 2 weeks. There is nothing. Ruto is not going anywhere. He doesn't have the votes. He doesn't have. I'm telling you, begin to prepare yourself. Wajakoya is going to be number 2. Ruto will be number 3. Ebu jiandaeni, mwache kujipuliza hapa. You can't break all the rules and end up being number 1. It doesn't work. The Bible says he that participates into a race, he must do it lawfully. Otherwise he will be disqualified. So umetukana wazee nyumbani, umetukana wazee Mount Kenya, umetukana wazee Kenya nzima, alafu unategemea kwamba watakupatia uongozi. You can't get that. You people need to grow up. Wajakoya is going to pull the surprise that you people have not been expecting. And Vincent, hebu ongea, wacha niseme hiyo.
Asante sana. Bernard, Marcelina, I just wanted pia to add on the issue of Gideon. Gideon is very strategic. And one thing that happened, you see, when Ruto took over in the Uhuru in 2013, Ruto alienated all the wazees that were associated with the Moi, wakina Sally Kosgei, wakina those old folks. The equivalent that we can call them now, the equivalent of how do we call Mount Kenya Foundation. So this is a group ya kina Gideon. So number 2, again, these are the group that Gideon is trying to consolidate behind the scenes. And that that face of Gideon, the face of Sally Kosgei, is doing whatever Gideon is supposed to do in Rift Valley. The third one also, Gideon Moi, he is there, is avoiding to go to Azimio rallies for one thing. You see, there are issues when now we come to the issue like YK 92, where Jironga and Ruto, you know how they mess the it is like touching on his father in a part, you see, and he should be very much uncomfortable when he's there. So to avoid such like embarrassment, because they'll have to talk about it when they're mentioning Ruto and economy. So to avoid such embarrassments, he has to work in the background. And fourthly, of which I agree with you, pia hiyo bashing. Now they would have taken, see, like Gachagua wanted to rope in the name of Gideon. But there was no way he could drop in the name of Gideon because Gideon is nowhere in the scene. He's nowhere in the scene. There, that aside now. Now when you come to Ruto, Ben, I'm reminded to this book of Isaiah. I think it's Isaiah 14, talking about the Lucifer, the 5 I wills of Lucifer. Eh? I'll be like this. I'll ascend to the mountain of the favor. I'll be like the Most High. Eh? He says a lot of things. Yani just thumping. Anajipiga kona kiburi sana. Eh? Yes, Jesus ilikuwa ni to do the will of God. Ni kitu tu moja tunasema kitu moja, lakini mtu ule amchi Mungu, it talks a lot. I'll be this, I will be this, I will be this, I will be this, and that is what Ruto do. Si mimi ndio nimefanya hivi, si mimi ndio nimefanya hivi, si mimi ndio nimefanya hivi, si mimi ndio nimefanya hivi. It's so much self-centered. It's so much self-centered ila jioni. I've seen him even comparing himself, anasema yeye ni David. Ati na sasa anacheshwa na Saul. Naambia surely David namna gani? David never had ambition. Hakuwa na ambition ati anaambia Saul anataka kutoa Saul. He had an opportunity. Hata kutoa Saul kwa kiti, but no, it was not his time. It was not his time. He was anointed, he knew he was the person that was going to take that seat. Lakini hakuwa ati yeye sasa ati bla bla amechukua watu umeweka kando, unataka kutoa Saul kwa kiti, sijui mnaenda kujui wapi. Hiyo kareni yao, hiyo kareni ya kina David na Kakezili. He never gathered people like that. He never formed an army against Saul. Why? Because he's waiting for God's timing. So these people, I don't know what they do. They misinterpret the Bible. Like they read the Bible in a hurry. They just want to, like they want to annoy you. Ukisema comment zao ni insult. Yani you cannot have a genuine discourse with them. You cannot have a genuine discourse with them. Because ukianza tu hivi, ukipatia fact ni matusi. Ile matusi unatupiwa, yani paka unakufa roho, unasema wache. Hata unajitoa kwa mtandao unasema wache kae, kwa sababu it will vex your spirit. Unasema we've said of wasting my day, wacha ni relax tu. Ni hayo tu sasa kwa zaidi.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the best person that fits the description of William Ruto is not David. Is the son of David called Absalom. Absalom was an assistant in King David's cabinet, and he would sit at the gate, and his mission was to steal Israel from David. And when he had converted them and made them to follow him, he went and declared himself king, and he was ordained. That's exactly the picture of one William Ruto. He sat in State House. Instead of him protecting and supporting Uhuru's presidency, he sat in State House and made all the delegations that came to see the president to go and see him at Karen. When there was any team that wants to meet the president, he said, why are you bothered with him? He's going home. Come and see me. I am the future. So he stole the hearts of the mountain and then went to the mountain and forced them to declare him as the kingpin of the mountain. And now, right now, he's so he doesn't know his description. It is Absalom, it's not David. David refused to take the throne from Saul. Refused. He was told, let's go kill this man. He's asleep. After that, you'll be king. He said, no. Nobody can touch the Lord's anointed and be innocent and be guiltless. David became king because God made him king. He did not make himself king. Absalom made himself king. He died before his time. Adonijah wanted to take over the kingdom. He also did what? Died before his time. Anybody who goes to dethrone a king, it does not end well. They always die between heaven and earth. I always say they die. When they were going to heaven, heaven rejected them. When they were coming down, the earth resisted them. So they died in between heaven and earth. And that is the end of every anarchist. any person who wants to disturb the established order because he has come with freedom is coming. Which freedom? Chungeni ile maneno mnatumia. So kama anataka kuhubiriwa, the best picture that describes one William Ruto is Absalom. Aache kujifanya David. Hana character ya David hata moja. Character ile ako nayo ni Absalom, ya kuiba uongozi kutoka kwa legitimate leaders ili yeye ajifanye kiongozi. Ameenda mlimani, ameharibu leadership structure ya huko, akajideclare the leader. The same way he has spoiled the leadership structure at Rift Valley, he has declared himself the leader. The same thing he's trying to do in Western. The same thing he's trying to do in Coast. William Ruto is a misfit. He's a disturbance to the society. He needs to be arrested for being drunk and disorderly. Although he doesn't drink, I'm told.
Si Bernard kanisa mnatuambia saa zingine watu wanalewa maneno ama kulewa si kukunywa peke yake. You can be drunk of what?
Sorry, so this one say political channel. They say, Bernard, I need an answer. Who ordained Raila if his father couldn't trust him? Who told you that? Who told you that? The political leadership of the Oginga family was handed over to Raila Odinga by Odinga himself. Obura Odinga is older, but he says the political leadership is given to the junior, but the family leadership is left with Obura. Kwani nyinyi mnakuwa same? Where are you coming from? The same thing happened at Moi's place when Gideon was given the political leadership and the other son was left to be in charge of the family. Tafadhali, mkitaka propaganda, tafuta njia ya kuileta angalau ikuwe ya kuaminika, sio kusweep two statements. So Raila's leadership is legitimate from their house, and then when it was to be taken to Bondo, he refused. He said, I'm not going to inherit my father's seat. I'll come to Nairobi and take a seat for myself. That is what important, competent sons do. They go far from their home and build a home that is a home enough for others to come and visit and live there. So hii historia ya kujaribu kutwist ukweli, historia ipo na kila mtu anayo. Msijaribu kudanganya watu. Kwa vile ninyi mmeleta maneno ya Biblia, mimi sikuwa na nimeleta maneno ya Absalom, ninyi ndio mmeanza kuyaleta mkisema Ruto is David. Ruto cannot be David. He has never been David. Ruto is Absalom, the anarchist. He wants to take power by all means. Unless mwende kufuta hiyo story kwa Biblia. Yes, Bob, sema maneno.
Bernard, thank you very much for that opportunity. I want to thank William Ruto seriously because this week William Ruto has done an amazing job, especially in Ukambani. By insulting Mama Ngilu, I don't know whether William Ruto will be able to garner even 50,000 votes from Lower Eastern, because if you could follow the activities that are going on in Lower Eastern, the same Mamambogas, borders who hail from Lower Eastern, they got together and went to see Mamangilu. Kalonzo Musyoka was holding fort in the other counties, and they have pledged to fumigate the wheelbarrow and its cockroaches. Totally from Eastern Kenya. I honestly, William Ruto is our best campaigner this week in Lower Eastern. He has done an amazing job, and you can imagine what is also going on in Western Kenya, because he also campaigned for us very well last week. So we urge him to continue campaigning for us. With his loose mouth, we will encourage it very much. Just to maybe to comment on one Sarah Njoroge in the comment. Sarah Njoroge tells us that Uhuru Kenyatta told the mountain people of the mountain that Raila is a madman. You know, Sarah, it's only a fool who does not change his mind. Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga shook hands, and even publicly they acknowledge that they insulted each other. They have made peace with themselves. You are still hating here. So I think you are going to waste a lot of energy and waste your youth, continue hating. Hao wazee wamesalimiana kitambo, wamependana, wamesema watafanya kazi. Wewe ni nani bado unaendelea kujikasirikia hapa ati uliambiwa na nani? Asante sana bwana Bernard.
Huyo ni mtu amechange China tu. You may accuse that person for nothing. Unajua watu ya Yuda wako, they can call themselves any name na kusema kitu waone reaction, but kama Uhuru alisema Raila ni mad na Uhuru amerudi akasema Raila ni mzuri, na Murathe akarudi akasema, na huyu member of parliament ya Nairobi anaitwa nani, ni unasahau, the veteran anasema tulitusi Raila kwa sababu he was very strong, na tulikuwa tunasema kwa sababu tulikuwa na mtoto yetu. So walisema Raila is a very good person for anyway, but hiyo ni njia ya walikuwa natafuta, kwa sababu Raila was very strong for Uhuru, na mwenye alimuita mwenda simu ametokezea kusema Raila ni mzuri. So who do you believe? If I call you a thief today, na kesho nirudi nisema hapana, wewe baba ni mzuri, so utasema kwa nini ulisema yeye ni mwizi kwanza? Atuendangi na mambo ya kwanza, tunaendanga na ya nyuma. Ama ache penat kwa Biblia.
Sawa. Thank you, Mama Selina. A new law does not operate backward; it operates forward. So I know they know that. Then kuna huyu anauliza kwa nini Jaramogi hakupeana Ford Kenya kwa Raila, so that it becomes a family affair. The hierarchy of the leadership of Ford Kenya had it that Wamala Kijana was to inherit. He was next in command. So how would you want Jaramogi to hand over to his son and still be democratic? You people twist the truth, you know it. So mwache story mingi. Mkubali kama mko anarchist na mnataka kusupport anarchism, just go ahead and do it. Nobody's holding you. And then kuna huyu anasema is reporting the channel for hate and all. We are not talking about hate, and nobody has arrested you to be here. You can leave anytime you are ready to, and if you don't take your time, we will escort you, because we are not here for you to perpetuate your propaganda using this platform. This platform is here for the truth and for the betterment of this country. And the only way for us to fix the betterment of this country is to fix its leadership. And the best way to deal with its leadership is get rid of the bad leaders, people that have messed up leadership. They are holding the highest office, yet upholding the lowest standards of character and behavior. Some words should not be coming from the mouth of people who are supposed to be deputy president. What would a deputy president be insulting an old, respected woman like Ngilu for? And then you support it, and you want us to follow you into your madness? We are not part of that madness. Kama nyinyi mmemezeshwa irisi yenu ya kususpend your reasoning because you must be in UDA without your heads, go ahead and stay there without your heads, but don't bring it here. Don't bring it here. And then there is this one talking about circumcision. Are you a circumciser? The circumcision season is now on in Bukusu and in our place. You better roll down there. If you are a circumciser, go and do the circumcision ceremony. It is not done on this platform. Everything here is digital. So I don't know if you have a digital circumcision program. Akili, it's important kutumia akili. sio to make yourself a fool in public. Handed over to Omalo kijana. Let's make progress. Big Julius, habari ya leo?
Safi sana Bernard.
Ruhusu mimi nicheze tape moja alafu uingie.
Sawa.
Ruhusu mimi nionyeshe nani Rogers amekuja hapa akatuambia hakuna Azimio West Pokot, so na lazima nicheze.
Haya. 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 Pokot hoi. Pokot hoi. Vijana hoi. Vijana hoi. Mama hai. Hey. 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 Na mmekuja kwa fujo. Kuja kwa wengi sana. Wananchi wa Pokot na Chepararia. Spai Kokuyo. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Mimi nina furaha kuona vile mmekuja kwa wingi namna hii. Sasa kuna mzee mmoja anaitwa mzee Lorema.
Yes, Bwana Julius, you can now take it.
Yeah, thank you Bernard, Mama Selina, Bob na Vincent, habari ya asubuhi. Nashukuru wakati kidogo niko na homa, sijaenda leo kazini tangu jana kidogo. Nilipimwa jana nikapatikana niko na COVID. Sasa niko tu kwa nyumba, siwezi enda kazini.
Pole. Nilikuwa nafikiria ni baridi ya Nairobi imekuvamia huko.
ni homa tu, lakini niko vizuri, I'm feeling good. Japokuwa sasa siwezi tembea nje kwa sababu ya kuspread. Nimekuwa nikiwatch program, nashukuru sana. West Pokot ilikuwa moto. Na nafurahi vile baba alikutana na huyo mzee wa zamani. You know, it was like a reunion. It is a reunion, and sasa najua tunaendelea kupata the whole picture, the picture of Azimio, because ilianza na Jaramogi wanted to unite the country. That is actually the proceeding from the Jaramogi. Now Raila is reviving it, and I think we need to appreciate to God that is giving us. We are given this chance 2022 to feel that we are Kenyans. But if we do a mistake, we cannot be Kenyans. Tutaanza tena na shida. Na kuna kitu imenifanya nikaingia nilikuwa mnasema ati nani hakunywi pombe. Unajua afadhali ulevi ya pombe kuliko ulevi ya room 350. Ulevi ya room 350 ndio mbaya, Bernard. It's very bad. Kwa hivyo afadhali hata mle mtu anakunywa pombe anajulikana anakunywa pombe, lakini ile hiyo pombe ingine ndio mbaya zaidi. Alafu sasa ukiongeza hiyo pombe ingine uongeze na tamaa ya uongozi. I'm telling you, hata fisi afadhali. So mimi ninafurahi sana na naona uzuri ni kwamba kuna mwangaza. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. Of course we still have around 18 days to go, around 18, but kuna mwangaza. Hiyo hasira yote umeona Ruto anaenda kutukana, sasa anatukana Mama Ngilu. Kwani lazima, is it a must that, unajua hata uzuri leo uliweka video mingi sana mpaka Moi anaambia watu mtu akikatazwa kura yake usikasirike. It's not a must, it's your rightful. Mama Ngilu akiamua kufuata kumsupport Raila, they have a very long history. Hakuna vile utamsuia, na hata kama angeamua kufuata Ruto, Raila hawezi complain ati huyu ameenda kufuata Ruto. You know, hiyo ni kuwa na tabia ile by the way Bernard unasemanga tabia ya utoto. Kwa sababu hiyo utoto ndio unasikianga watoto wanasema ati mbona umepea fulani mimi hujanipea. You know, that kind of childish. I think people, the UDA need to grow up and understand the politics, because hata kama wako kwa inaitwaje a cult, because actually ukijaribu kuangalia UDA what they are doing is they are in a cult. They are not really in a I think kuna vile kuna uchawi fulani, kuna kitu fulani, kuna magic fulani wanatumia, because people don't go they are not in their senses. Mtu ana ile akili yake ya kawaida, akiingia tu hivyo vile mwenzangu hapa alisema awali. So but one thing I'm telling you, najua mtu ukiona mtu ameshinda utamuona tu kwa tabia zake, kwa sababu anasemanga Ruto anasemanga ako na Central, na Central ameenda mara asijima anaenda weekly Central, lazima every week Ruto ako Central. Kama ako na votes za Central, yes. Kwa nini anaenda huko mara mingi hivyo? That means things are changing in the ground. The only thing that they are not going to accept, they have to fight up to the end, because they are angry, power angry. And again, you know, hii kitu ya kuwa na makosa mingi, sasa unafikiria lazima upigane mpaka mwisho, kwa sababu unahofia kuja kufuatwa baadaye. Lakini mimi nataka kuambia tutawafuata. That one we are not going to hide. Tutawafuata na watarudisha chenye wameiba. Ile mtu ameiba aanze kurudisha tu mapema. We have been saying this for long. Warudishe chenye wameiba, because Martha Karua is not playing. Kuna niliona kwa comment mtu mwingine akisema ati huyu sura mbaya Martha anaongea anasema nini? Nikamwandikia nikamwambia, my friend, hiyo sura mbaya ndio itapigana na corruption. Hakuna vile itacheka. So this so called corruption, I think watu wako na maji sana kwa tumbo, na ndio naona wameenda side moja. Wacha wakae tu side moja, ndio ikichomeka wachomeka wote. So anyway, Bernard, I'm really praying that those undecided voters tupigie Baba na Martha, ndio from September tuanze kufikiria about the new country, the one country. Tuanze kufikiria about one country, because we have been so divided for long. That's why we are not developing, because of kuangalia the second name. Nikiona Chep na mtreat kama Chep, akiona Ole ana treat kama Ole, nikiona jina tu, so long as the second name we treat you according to your second name, which is a very bad thing in this country. Kenyan people are hard workers. Kenyan people wanatafuta kwa kila njia. So I mean, we are hard work. We are not lazy. So I think let us be sober, and kuanzia mwezi wa 9 tuwe watu wamoja wa Kenya, tufanye kazi kwa pamoja, tubadilishe uchumi wa Kenya. We enjoy being Kenyans, not tribal, but being one Kenya. So that is my prayer, and that we look forward. Mungu atusaidie, ngawaje atuamini IBC kwa sababu ya ujinga ile wanafanya hapa. They are doing a lot of stupid things, but again tutakuwa macho pia. This time we are not going to accept anything done in a wrong way. And I see, vile nilisema, naona mwangaza mwisho wa tunnel. Naona Bernard hayuko, unless nani nitapatia nani Bob endelea tu.
Asante sana Julius. Pole bwana, mimi naona una kidogo utusambazie hiyo kwa net lakini usijali utapata nafuu. Tunakuombea kabisa upate nafuu manake tunakuhitaji kama Mkenya ili tusukume hii gurudumu ya azimio la umoja na tujenge nchi yetu, ndio ili tuweze kuwa na maendeleo ambayo tunastahili. Sasa nataka nizungumzie kuhusu kampeni za azimio hapa upande wa Pwani, and I am a very proud azimio.
Bob, kidogo nikukatishe kidogo tu. Nani Nyali, mbona mnaacha jamaa jicho pevu ana nini jicho pesa na
Jicho Pesa is a desperate man. He's a desperate man because yeah, he has kind of performed well and reasonably, not extremely well, but reasonably. And his fear is that his real worry is that the wave, the Azimio wave, might sweep him because, to be honest, and this is not something that I'm trying to imagine or just guesswork. You know, Ruto is very unpopular, very, very unpopular in Mombasa. And there is every chance that, you know, in as much as Jichopevu on the ground, he has done work here and there, and there are people who appreciate him, but his politics of day in, day out, press conferences, just throwing jabs at one family. He has spent about 4 years just focusing on the Joho family. And there is something called voter fatigue. You know, the people are beginning to get tired. In as much as people like him, he's becoming monotonous, and he's becoming it's like an ISO, something that you might have in the house and you feel like this thing is too much. Let me just change it. He has overdone it. Focusing on Joe will not change anything, and for him it is more personal than politics. So there is that voter fatigue that has crept in, and people don't want to listen to him anymore because they find him as noisemaker. And anybody who was black can attest to that, watu wa Pwani huwa wataki mambo mingi na kelele mingi. So the fellow is I think hiyo Jicho Pesa inamsukuma sana na anaongea mambo mengi sana. All in all, I like the work that Hassan Ali Joho is doing. Joho is very, very organized, and he's fumigating UDA away from coast, because the kind of politics that Joho is playing is ground, village to village politics, and he has managed to hold fort very well. He's explaining to people who actually William Ruto is very much in detail, what he has stood for. And yesterday in Likoni, that was a very good rally. They had a very, very good rally, and he has explained to the people. He is continuing to give them detail by detail, which will ultimately fumigate a coast region UDA out of coast, because the kind of lies, there's something about the Coastarians. I've lived here for almost 20 years now, and Coastarians don't like entertaining lies. And the lies, they will laugh with you. They will get the little money that you bring. They will follow you here and there, the vijana. But you'll be surprised that even the few youngsters that I talk to, who are voters, boda guys, anasema ile pesa bana wacha tu ile. And they know what they are doing, because history has it. Jubilee spent lots and lots of money in 2013 and 2017, and there is also a negative. So you can expect the best I want to give UDA in Coast region might be around 25%. Even what the polls are saying is just too high for him, because they are they know what is lies. They are the people who stay here, and even when it comes, UDA comes with the theory that, or idea that they are going to give people land. Well, they're going to buy 1 million acres of land and distribute to the people, while he himself is still wants to hold on to the 2,500. Nobody will believe you about that. That is out of question totally. So we as Azmio are going to hold fort and ensure that UDA will get absolutely nothing. Thank you very much. Julius, upate nafuu.
Okay, thank you, Bob. And maybe I'll say something about Jijopev. Jijopev got elected because of crying foul that he was snatched the nomination from ODM. When ODM realized that although he was in ODM, his godfather was William Ruto. And so the reason why he was elected the first time is because of that. He campaigned in the name of Baba. He was in support of Baba, and that's how he succeeded to get the seat. Now he has been full-time antagonizing Baba and the leadership of ODM and every other person that every other thing that the coast people hold, for lack of a better word, sacred or respectful. That, in my opinion, may not translate into serious votes unless he doesn't have a serious Azimio competitor in Nyali. But if the serious competitor does his homework well, I don't see UDA getting a seat in cost. No matter how there is the performance, then there is the politics. There is the politics thereof, and then also the security of the people at the cost. So, without much details, I still suspect that the continued attack on Joho and the continued attack on Raila Odinga and the blame game that he has inherited from William Ruto. He used to be an objective politician who used to bring about facts. Now he's always crying and blaming and shifting blames. Won't that affect his re-election? Back to Bob.
Yeah, Bernard, I want to tell you that there is talk in Nyali here that they are fed up with the Jichopevu, and the only stronghold or ward that Jichopevu relies on, there are two. One is in Freer Town, another one is Kongoea. But majority of residents in Nyali constituency, the traditional Nyali, are leaning towards a gentleman called Gitonga. He's a very good friend of mine. The guy has been in the insurance sector and the clearing and forwarding sector. He's a very, very popular gentleman. And if ODM or Azimio is to prevail on a fellow called Saidu, believe me or not, that gentleman called Gitonga might carry the day, because the kind of fatigue that Jichopevu has, has given the Nyali residents. Nobody wants to listen to him. In fact, the people are extremely tired, and you can see every other day he has to tag Hassan Omar so that he can look relevant. Hassan Omar himself has problems. His polling his polling is not what UDA. You know, Mombasa is the second biggest city in Kenya, and you would expect UDA to put up a serious fight, but you can see they can't even hold a serious rally. You know, look at Nairobi. Nairobi, Igathe will hold his rally. It looks something like a rally that is serious. Sakaja will hold his. It looks something that is serious. But you know, Hassan Omar can hardly get 1,000 people together just to come and for him to address. So you can see the way UDA has a problem. So the only way is to try and campaign like they are independents. That is the only way they can be recognized, because anything UDA is thinking. Nobody wants to come through it. I'm afraid to say that, because I know black does not they will not feel well.
No,
So
no, no. I want even to respond to Black. He says Chijopebu won Nyali seat as a revolt against Joho brother Zaido. Has happened 2013. Even Nyali voted Witi as a revolt to Joho's brother. And he say anybody that vies in Nyali, as long as they are against Saido, Joho's brother will win. Even you, Bob, if you vie, you will win. Now, in politics, you don't use same trick twice and succeed. Uh, you know, there is more to politics than just being against somebody. The politics of being against somebody and get elected ended with a handshake. They ended with a handshake. That's why Moses Kuria is irrelevant. That's why all these people who are making capital by attacking Raila Odinga, political capital by attacking Raila Odinga, are now rendered to the periphery because it is no longer selling. So you cannot say that by just standing against Joho's brother, you get elected. It all depends. And then there are some decisions you make politically that are not sentimental. So there are some of the claims you're bringing up, in my opinion, may not hold water. If the person running for the Nyali seat will come up with a serious agenda in terms of a cause why they should vote Jijopev out. Like, for example, he's a foreigner, okay? Because he say he was born in Thika. He went to Isiolo. He says he belongs there and all that. So if something like that is brought up, alafu hiyo kasumba ishike vizuri, mtu anaenda tu nyumbani hata awe mzuri namna gani. Niliwaambia kwamba Mkiza Kitui alikataliwa Kimilili kwa sababu alisema wapande pilipili. As simple as that. Waache kupanda mahindi, wapande pilipili. Wasema hey, yaani sisi tuache ugali ati tupande pilipili. Hiyo pilipili ndio vitu gani? That now look at somebody like Mukisa Kitui, intelligent, international, and all that, but it's rejected on the premise of pandemic pilipili. So it's just creating a euphoria that may just work out some magic. And everybody will forget about whether they are running against Joho or the brother of Joho, as long as they understand that the leadership of this place needs to be in a certain way, without necessarily playing the tribal card. You just play the foreign card. uh, Anasema Bufoli wa Bukoli alitusi walimu akatolewa. Is that way? You remember my member of parliament, the late Newton Kulundu. He was minister for forestry, I think so. In the Naka government. He was rejected in Lurambi. Then it was Lurambi constituency. Because he went to a funeral and he said the reason he's elected as a member of parliament is because he's the only man in the entire constituency who scored distinction 1 in English. So the villagers said, okay, you think English is the one that gave you the seat. We will see. When it was the next election, they shot him the door on that simple statement. In a funeral, then he said, the reason I'm a member of parliament is because I scored distinction 1. And that denied him the seat. So there are some of the decisions that are made hurriedly that may just cost somebody a seat. And so if the Mombasa people want to uh, get the Azimio wave or ride on the Azimio wave, they can just create a good wave and ensure that it locks out this UDA. Yellow fever needs to be fumigated from every place, in my opinion. The less they get, the better for Kenya, the better for the future of this great country. Everybody who supports corruption should not be left in public office. Asiaminiwe na public responsibility. That is what I can say on that. Now, hebu nione kama kuna tape owing nicheze hivi. Unajua night class iko karibu kwanza, nimeona Wangira amefika. Sijui atakuwa chairman wa night school. Let me bring in, I think this. I hope this is it.
Presidential candidates of the two main political formations, Kenya Kwanza and Azimio la Umoja. Martha Karua from the Azimio la Umoja movement was this week endorsed by veteran women leaders before meeting with Gema communities living at the coast. On the other hand, Rigathi Gachagua of Kenya Kwanza was back in the mountain, this time, of course, seeking to popularize the Kenya Kwanza team, and of course, going to different places, including Meru and Tharaka Nithi. But Tom, of course, looking at the activity by the two presidential candidates, that is deputy presidential candidates, that is Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua. And of course, you've seen some of the reports from the polling that you've done. Does the showing in the polls that suggest that they are not necessarily impacting on the showing of the presidential candidates, would it inform the policy that they're now taking, the strategy they're now taking?
I think that's correct. We have not yet seen from our survey at the end of April, even leaving aside the one we did in the middle of May, when most Kenyans knew who the running mates were, but not all. And then at the end of June, we haven't seen a major shift in the distribution of expressed voting intentions, either in the Mount Kenya region as a whole, or especially with women nationally. For example, Deputy President Ruto's support, although overall a little bit below that of Raila in our last survey, he's about an even level of support. I think 40% among all men who are registered and say they're going to vote, 38% for women. With Raila, there's still a 10%, I think 8% spread between men and women, with more men favoring him. I would guess, though, and I can't prove this, that if Martha Karua were not Raila's running mate, if he had a running mate from a different part of the country, neither the deputy president nor his running mate, Rigathi Gachagua, would be spending quite so much time on the mountain area. I think because former, cabinet minister Karua, she could be having, because Raila's numbers have been going up a little bit, she could be having just, if not more, of a positive impact among male voters. So I think, again, all the attention on the mountain is a reflection, not only the fact that even if overall the deputy president has a 2-to-1 margin in the surveys of all three companies that have been done lately, there are just so many votes there that even getting an extra couple of percent could be the difference on once they start counting the votes from August 9th.
Well, that is a strange observation that I would also love us to dive into. It is kind of suggesting that the Mother Karua ticket or the choice of running mate has no impact on the elections. according to that Tom's polls. Is that a reflection of what is on the ground? I don't think so from where I sit. Even as Richie comes in, Wangira, karibu. Kumbe ulijoin night school na siku aware.
Mimi niligundua hapa ndio pale wazee wanaishi, nikasema nita defect nikuje huku nyuma.
Lazima ukuje ufanyiwe clearance. Nani alikupatia hiyo certificate?
Lakini leo
Ukuje
nasikia
urudishe
kuna
vitabu
maneno,
na hiyo clearance.
leo nasikia kuna maneno, nitakuja mapema.
Karibu karibu.
Asanti. Wacha nichangie kwa haraka haraka. Eh, I have three things to talk about, and I'll start with one point in regard to the election preparedness, because we are, I think, 18 or 17 days to the general election. I've just seen a statement by the IBC, Wafula Chebukati. You know, I understand that there are three Venezuelans who were arrested yesterday at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, and I understand that these were the guys. These guys came into the country, and that they are supposed to be responsible for the deployment and management of the election technology infrastructure in our coming election for 9th August 2022. So Chebukati calls it detention, he calls it arbitrary arrest, he calls it a confinement in solitary hideouts. And you know, just 3 days ago, I raised, you know, these are employees of a company called Smartmatic. And you know, there have been controversies around how Smartmatic was arrived at, you know, to manage the technology in this particular election. And I think those people who were here 2 days ago could remember that I raised the issue around this particular company. So, you know, what surprises me, Bernard, is that, you know, even if IBC is an independent commission, it does not mean that IBC cannot interdependently work with other government departments. For you to invite foreigners into a country and people you are saying that are going to be in charge of deployment and management of an election technology system needs what I call liaison with other government departments. So I don't know whether IBC informed the government, especially the Ministry of Interior, that we were likely to have three foreigners in the name or in the name of Venezuelans who will be in charge of managing our will be in charge of managing our election technology infrastructure. You know, the issue, and I raised it here just 2 days ago. Makiade was here. I say the issue around the issue around the problem of the elections in 2017 was nothing else but around technology. And I said it here that, you know, there have been opaqueness around this issue of technology, and you know, IBC has not been coming out clearly to tell us, you know, how they arrived even at the company, and even how far have they gotten in ensuring that this technology will work. And given that, you know, this technology has failed in various countries, it has failed in Philippines, it has failed even in Venezuela, and this company, Smartmatic, has failed in Philippines, has failed in Venezuela, has failed in Uganda. So there were issues that people were asking, how did you arrive at a company that has tainted records, you know? And now you see the people around the company, now the three people we are being told sneak into the country, and you know, we are now being told that they are responsible for deployment of management of the election technology infrastructure. You know, I don't know even if the political parties were aware that these three individuals were coming into this country. I don't know whether the government was aware that these three individuals were coming into the country. So, you know, there are issues around this election, and I've raised them here severally, that, you know, they are not very, very clear, you know. I don't understand, you know, for who some of these people who are in charge of these elections are serving, you know. Oh, so I understand the guys have been arrested. Tomorrow we will be observing to see what will come out of it. But you know, my understanding is that the government cannot just arrest anybody in vain. For the government to arrest somebody, especially a foreigner, who is landing at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, the government is in charge of intelligence. There could be something that the government knows that perhaps we don't know. So this issue around these three Venezuelans, will be a very interesting topic that we need to follow it up tomorrow to see why they were arrested, why they were in the country, whether the stakeholders were aware that these people were coming to be responsible for the deployment and management of the election technology infrastructure, whether stakeholders were involved. These are very critical issues because this election does not belong to the IEBC alone. This election belongs to every Kenyan. Point number two, I'll go to the issue of the debate, especially the post-debate and the presidential debate that we are anticipating next week. I understand that now the William Ruto team purports that Gachagua was only availed 32 minutes in that debate against Martha Karua 39. So they are claiming that Martha Karua got 39 minutes in this particular debate, and Gachagua only got 32 minutes. So they are saying that that was not fairness. When we know that for those who observed that, who watched that particular debate, we know that Gachagua monopolized it all along. It became his debate. And most of the time he was debating against Uhuru Kenyatta in absentia. So for them to purport that Gachagua was only given 32 minutes and Martha Karua 39, I don't know how they arrived at that. And now they are coming up with specific demands for the debate that will take place next week between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. And this makes me suspicious even of the debate that ended on Tuesday. Because Gachagua appeared more prepared on what to deal with than Martha Karua. So could there have been some inside information that Gachagua knew that perhaps Martha Karua did not know? This is the question I raised here yesterday, and it's the same question I'm raising it here again this morning, because they are demanding that they want specific time allocated for issues. They're even now demanding the issues they want to discuss, and they want specific time allocated for the issues they are calling economy, the issues they are calling corruption, issues they are calling health, issues they are calling digital and creative economy, issues they are calling education, issues they are calling foreign policy. I thought that we were told that, this debate, these questions are supposed to be secret, and they're only the moderators who know what they're supposed to be asking. And they're only the moderators who even know the topics. For now, William Ruto seemed to come out to say that they want specific time allocated to particular topics. It makes us wonder why. Is there something that they know that we don't know? Finally, William Ruto now claims that we as a country must build institutions that have capacity to investigate corruption, theft of public resources, state capture, and conflict of interest from any state officer. Then he proposed that there are countries in the world that even take their presidents to court on issues of corruption, and that we must get to that level. Anytime I listen to such a statement from William Ruto, I wonder from which moon does he live? In this country, I think we have attained this particular level, even for the courts who have, declared the BBI, even for the court to have nullified the 2017 elections. That shows you that we have attained levels that no other country has ever attained, because we were the first in Africa and the third in the world to have a presidential election nullified. For the court to have declared that he acquired Western land illegally, that tells you that we have attained this level. So I don't know what William Ruto is talking about. We already have robust, a robust judiciary. We have a professional DCI. We have the DPP that can prosecute independently. So I don't know what institutions William Samoei Ruto is talking about. And here is the catch. He's always now dragging in the word presidents. Why is he talking about presidents? Does he plan that if he becomes President of the Republic of Kenya, then perhaps he can end up prosecuting President Uhuru Kenyatta. You know, those are some of the questions that we need to ask. You Bernard, you know, today I want to be short on my contribution. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Thank you very much, Wangira, for that submission. And I think you're opening too much. Let us ventilate on the same. People sneaking into the country in the name that they are coming to work for IBC is unacceptable. Chebukati going to rescue them at the airport, that makes it a crime. And so Chebukati needs to be investigated. These elections cannot be conducted in unclear circumstances. If there is any official that is being imported to come and operate a particular system for the elections, that is not supposed to be a secret. That is not secret ballot. So let those people be detained. And if possible, let them be deported. Let another crew be brought that will come clean and will know where they have come from. How Atuajui, they are the hackers of the system who want to interfere with the server. I rest my case. Wanarichi, take over now. Wadau wote tafadhali, tukutane jioni. We have a very important announcement to make, so everybody must be here and come along with everybody as we debate tonight. There is a lot that is in store, and the milestone that we have covered that we will be announcing, and we will love you to be part of the same. So this evening, be here full-fledged. God bless you. See you when you see me.
Safi Bernard, asante.
Thank you.
Haya, tumebaki na Wangira na Julius. Naona sijui kama Mama Selina anatusikia, lakini sawa tu. Sasa hii yetu sasa ni kuona video na kutoa maoni. Kwa sababu sidhani kama kuna watu ambao wanatusumbua saa hii. Acha nitafute video moja hapa nilikuwa nimeweka. Azimio candidate.
Azimio One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga has accused his opponent, Deputy President William Ruto, of betraying the North Rift region and depriving some counties there of critical development during his 10 years in office as the Deputy President. Odinga, who toured 3 North Rift counties, accused his opponents of being behind the Aror and Kimwarer Dams scandal, a water project that was meant to serve millions of thirsty residents of the north. Odinga promised that if elected president, he will ensure all the 3 major dams in the north are completed. Citizen TV's senior political affairs reporter Stephen Letour reports.
18 days before Kenyans make a date with the ballot, Azimio One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga stretched his campaigns up north and addressed 6 rallies in Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet and West Pokot counties. Odinga trained his guns on his opponent William Ruto and accused him of abandoning the North Rift counties that are in dire need of development. Odinga revisited the Aror and Kimwarer Dam saga that sent Treasury Cabinet Secretary Henry Rotich out of cabinet and saw him charged.
Mulisikia mambo ya Aror na Kimwarer. Tunajua ya Aror na Kimwarer. Waliokula pesa hiyo simnawajua? Tunawajua?
President Uhuru Kenyatta discontinued the Kimwarer Dam after a technical committee set up established that the 22 billion shillings Kimwarer Dam was overpriced, opening corruption floodgates. Odinga says if elected, his government will complete the 2 pending dams of Aror and Muruny to quench the north.
Kulikuwa kuna kitu mbaya na hizo dams mbili. Lakini wao walileta tu kwa madhumuni ya kuiba pesa. Wamekula pesa mingi zaidi. Lakini hizo miradi sisi tutaendeleza na tutajenga mpaka itakwisha.
President Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa na makusudi mzuri. Tumejengewa damu kubwa hapa naitwa Muruny. Lakini pesa ikakulwa mpaka mtoni inakauka, na angalia sisi namna hii.
Niseme ama niseme? Wangapi nasema Baba Raila kuja tumalizie damu? Tumbe kura ama tusimbe? Lazima tumbe kura.
Hivyo baba amewaambia mambo ya damu, mambo ya barabara. Mimi nina uhakika yeye ahadi zake anatimiza. Yule jamaa mwingine uongo ndio mwingi.
Sasa my friend, baada ya miaka 10 wewe umeshindwa kazi, unatafuta nini? Si achukue pension aende nyumbani. Achukue pension aende nyumbani.
Ninapokuwa mali hapa, sina msee, sina mbuzi, sina ng'ombe na watoto nimewachiwa.
Odinga, while in Marakwet East, witnessed a parade of widows of conflict from insecurity-prone northern borders and promised to ensure that their children will not drop out of school.
Tumesema ya kwamba kuanzia mwaka ujao watoto wetu wote kuanzia nursery kupitia primary, secondary, tertiary mpaka chuo kikuu hakuna kulipa karo tena.
Ukiona Inspector General wa kwanza wa taifa la Kenya akisema hiyo, kuna kitu mimi najua. Kwa hivyo kura sote tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 sote tubikie papa. Wewe umekuwa president tarehe 9 jioni, wewe unatangazwa kuwa president. Ikichelewa tarehe 10 asubuhi saa 2 kwisha.
Sinyimu kwa mpaka na wazee wanajua kuangalia nyota waone vile nje inakaa. Ama namna gani? Na mbona muambii majirani mahali nchi inaelekea? Hiyo report leo itawafikia.
Odinga used today's rallies to call on his support bases to start mobilization of a high voter turnout, exuding confidence that he has the numbers to win.
Nataka kura zote zipigwe. Sitaki hata kura moja ilale nyumbani. Hata moja. Kura ambayo imelala nyumbani ni kura ambayo imepigwa kwa upinzani, kwa wale adui wetu. Sawa? Nataka 100% turnout.
Utafiti umefanywa duniani mzima, ndani ya Kenya na nje ya Kenya, na inaonyesha ya kwamba mwenye atashinda uchaguzi kwa asilimia kupitia 70 ni Raila Amolo.
Tarehe 8 mwezi wa 8, hakuna kulala. Akina mama msilale.
Sisi wote tunapatia kura Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Si tumekubaliana hivyo?
Na hii kofia yangu ukisoma nasema, yeye anaambia nyinyi kazi ni kazi. Hata kazi ya wheelbarrow ni kazi. Kazi ya wizi sio kazi.
Odinga said an Azimio government will pay key attention to the high cost of living.
Tuliongea na Uhuru nikamwambia bwana, fanya juu chini, bei ya unga irudi chini. Si unaona jana nilitoa tamsi. Sema sasa unga ni shilingi 100 peke yake. Mnafurahi?
As the campaigns now approaches its home stretch, Azimio leader Raila Odinga has engaged an overdrive gear into his campaigns, splitting his teams into several teams to cover more ground and ensure that they marshal enough numbers ahead of the polls and ensure they get a resounding win on their polls day. Stephen Leto, Citizen TV, Pokot South.
Haya, maneno ndio hiyo sasa. Tumeweka gia namba ngapi ile? Namba 5. Sijui Mama Selina una yapi ya kusema? Naona Raila ametembea huko ile
Wow. Ukiona hiyo, those are the real people and the real heart. Unaona wanaruka mpaka yani ile na yale mambo imesemwa pale ya Pokot, ya Kalenjin, kwa sababu wamechanganya Pokot, Marakwet na ujatuwekea ya Pokot East Baringo. Najua utapata. Mimi sina la kusema, kura imeenda. Kutokea Turkana, kukuja Pokot, kukuja Marakwet. Na hiyo mambo hawa kina mama wamesema. Unajua watu wamependa baba. Na amekuwa akipita. Hata hiyo yani ile kura mnatuambia kura yetu 2.5 milioni sijui sitakuwa wapi. I don't see. But ni kushukuru Tolgos amefanya kazi, ameenda slowly but kazi yake imeonekana. Nashukuru kina Sally Koskei na wale watu wote wameshikana na baba. Alafu utatuwekea mama akiwa Nyeri, kwa sababu hizi mkutano sote ilikuwa ni moto moto. Otherwise nafikiri nataka hiyo tarehe sijui hii 18 days kwa nini watu inakuwa mingi. Tungetaka iwe ni kesho tumalize hiyo kazi. Asante.
Unaongea kama mimi Mama Selina, hata mimi saa ingine naulizanga hii siku 18 itaisha lini, kwa sababu ukiangalia ile kelele inapigwa kila mahali hii Kenya, unatamani uchaguzi kuje ishe mara moja. Kila siku uongo, mmepandisha bei ya unga kwa sababu ya campaign, kesho unga inashuka. Kwa nini mmeshukisha bei ya unga? Mnataka kupigiwa kura, shukisheni mpaka mafuta ikishuka tena ni kesi ingine. Julius.
Asante Makedi. Unajua hii siasa hiyo ndio ile moja aliitaga siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, kwa sababu maneno ya mafuta wezi lenganisha mafuta na unga, because unajua unga mahindi ni local product na mafuta ni imported, so hakuna vile utapunguza mafuta ambaye iko standard, international standard, inauzwa iko na bei yake standard. So hata Kenya mimi nawaambia mafuta ni bei rahisi. Sijui kwa nini watu mnalia. Kenya mafuta ni mahali hapa nipo saa hizi mafuta inauzwa 180 per liter. So at times unajua siasa za hizo siasa mbaya za vitina na siasa za hizo ndio siasa za ujinga tu. Lakini kitu kimoja unajua Wangira ameongea maneno ya muhimu sana hapo. Na mimi sina shida na kusema ukweli, baba ako na support na ako na kura, lakini je, hizo kura zake zitakuwa are they Azimio kweli wako aware vitu kama hizo? Wangira na huwa anatuambiaga, because Wangira is always anatuambiaga vitu zinahusikana na IBC, na hata mimi sipendi vile wana behave. So I'm not sure kama Azimio la umoja they are getting our worries, what we are talking about here, because I remember Makiadi 2013 I think, in 2013 yeah, wakati IBC ilifanya test ya electoral transmission, immediately tulijua kuna shida na we complained, because already Uhuru alikuwa na votes moja juu. So tukasema how comes kama hii ni test na watu wamepiga kura wako sawa, walikuwa I don't remember, Wangira utani remind I think it was around 13 people walifanya. So already hiyo time Raila alikuwa chini na vote moja na wote walikuwa na watu same, unajua. So we complained, but at the end of the day there was nothing which was done, and the votes were rigged. So those are our concerns. We want to know exactly if the Azimio Secretariat, they are getting this information from us, because at times we also have to understand about this. Thank you, Makedi.
Aya, asante sana Big Julius. Na ulitoa jina sasa kutoka kwa ilikuwa papa. Sasa ni Big Julius. Okay, tuna adapt tu pole pole. Wangira, sijui kama unaona tumekamata West Pokot ama tunadanganywa na watu ya anaitwa nani governor wa West Pokot. Anatupaka mafuta ama tumewahi West Pokot?
If you look at the percentages of our performance in West Pokot in 2017, I was just looking for that paper. I don't know where I threw it, but you'll discover that in just a minute, I think I've seen it. Yeah. I've seen it. Let me just tell you how we performed in West Pokot in 2017, and I'll tell you why we are likely to do even much better in West Pokot. My earpiece is falling. A minute. In West Pokot, in 2017, Raila Odinga got 35% of the votes cast in West Pokot in 2017. So 35% of the votes cast in West Pokot, and that being in the Rift Valley, that tells you that there are people who really believe in Raila Odinga. 35, in fact, in the North Rift, West Pokot, Samburu, you'll discover that Raila got a lot of, even in Samburu, he got 49% of the votes cast. In Baringo, he also got 15% of the votes cast in Baringo. That's what Raila got in 2017. So that tells you something, and because West Pokot and Baringo, especially what we call Baringo East. Baringo East is predominantly the Pokots, and West Pokot is also predominantly the Pokots. And the Pokot have always not felt as part and parcel of the larger Kalenjin community. There's something that there is a disconnect between them and the larger Kalenjin community, that they don't feel that part and parcel of the larger Kalenjin community. And that could be one of the reasons why they are behaving in the manner that they are behaving. Look at the number they gave Raila Odinga in 2017, 35%. And now, if you put in if you bring, in this particular election, the Pokos have organized themselves around the Azimio la Umoja, the Kamkat, Olenga Pony. I have a problem pronouncing their names. Those people have organized themselves around the Azimio la Umoja, the West Pokot governor, among a big number of them. So if things continue the way they are, and given the numbers that I've shown you of what Raila got in 2017, 35%, then there's a big likelihood that, in West Pokot and in East Baringo, Raila Odinga could outperform William Ruto, because these people have always not felt part of that, part and parcel of the larger Kalenjin. Even during the Moi days, they had their issues around that particular matter. And perhaps they have felt discriminated. There could be issues. Perhaps they feel discriminated. Perhaps they feel marginalized. So perhaps that's the reason why they don't feel as if they are part and parcel of the larger Kalenjin community. And even where the larger Kalenjin community is being mentioned, they are hardly also mentioned. And that's why perhaps they have decided, to have their own cause. And that's why in this particular election they decided to go the Azimio way. And for the governor with a strong candidate in West Pokot to have gone the Azimio way, that tells you something. So there's a big likelihood that East Baringo and West Pokot could deliver big numbers for Raila Odinga. That's my take. Another county that is also likely to deliver for Raila Odinga, and he was there also 1 day ago, 1 or 2 days ago, is Turkana. Turkana is also likely to deliver for Raila Odinga. Is also likely to deliver for Raila Odinga a good number of votes, given their performance in 2017. So to me, this thing is not a script; it's real. What you are seeing in Baringo and West Pokot is real. Raila Odinga has votes there. Just finally, I just wanted to show you the percentages of the votes Raila Odinga got in Turkana. In Turkana, Raila Odinga in 2017, in that Bangle election, he got 60% of the votes cast. So if Raila Odinga got 60% of the votes cast in Turkana, and given the scenario that we have today, then also in Turkana, Raila Odinga could do much better than he did in 2017. That's my take, Makiade.
Okay, thank you so much. I wish those numbers will be real, because this time round, if William Ruto does not get over 80% in the RV, his goose is cooked, and it will be very terrible, because I can see what is happening in Mount Kenya right now. Things don't seem to be going very well for him. Let me play another video here before we go to Joshua Mark.
William Ruto used there in Waitiki. Kama mnakumbuka, only me she can say that. I cannot say that. Tumeelewana? Lakini nilisimama nikaambia watu wangu mnawadhulumu, na iko siku historia itakumbuka kwamba watu wa Waitiki walilazimishwa kununua mashamba ambayo wameishi na mashamba yao. Kweli uongo? Ni kweli, ni uongo? Mashaka hayo ama si mashaka? Mashaka si mashaka? Sasa leo wanarudi hawa na watu wao wanatembea palikoni, wanasema ukombozi waja. Ukombozi nyinyi ndio mmetudhulumu, mtaka kuleta. Wewe acheni mchezo bana. Tumeelewana? And then they have the audacity to say that freedom is coming. Which freedom? Mmetufinya kutufinya, sasa tutawafinya kuwafinya, ambayo hamjui, sivyo? Itawezekana vipi hivyo? Yani mambo yakiwa mabaya, Uhuru mbaya. Yakiwa mazuri, tumfanya. Yawezekana vipi hiyo? Yawezekana hivyo? Jamani, mnaelewa? William Ruto akikuja hapa, kwa mfano, anaona hii barabara ya Kibarani inajengwa, sio hiyo? Anasema pale Kibarani, anasema hii barabara tumeleta hapa, serikali ya Jubilee imeweka mabilioni hii barabara. Akitoka hapo afike Sabasaba, akute mashimo barabarani, anasema serikali ya Jubilee imewacha barabara, haizibi mashimo, sijui barabara. Jamani, mnayaona muyaoni nyinyi? Mwayaona muyaoni? Ndio huyu William Ruto huyu ambaye anataka kuwakanya watu wa Mombasa na watu wake, kwamba leo wamekuja wanasema ati watakurudisha bandari yetu. Bandari ilivyokuwa yaenda, mimi peke yangu na kina Mishi na kina Badi na kina Bezimba na kina Abdul Samad ndio tulisimama kupigania hiyo bandari, sivyo? Ni ukweli si ukweli? Si nilisimamishwa hapa na GSU mimi hapa, mnakumbuka? Si nilikuja hapa shikadabu hapa katika mkutano ule wa shamba la Waitiki, si nikalipuana nao mbaya sana? Mnakumbuka hiyo? Wao walikuwa wapi? Na mtu ambaye alinijibu wa kwanza hapa alikuwa William Ruto. Yeye ndo alitoa press conference akisema serikali itaingilia. Mimi nitakwambia, kama mnyinyi hamukuiba mahindi, bei isingepanda. Kama mkuiba fertilizer, bei isingepanda. Kama mkuiba pesa ya kujenga madams, bei isingepanda. Ama nasema uongo mimi? Ama nasema uongo? Kama pesa za mahindi zingepewa watu wanaohusika na mahindi kikweli kweli, bei ingepanda kweli? Kama bei ya fertilizer pesa zikuibiwa, bei ingepanda kweli? Na waulize, ingepanda? Kama ile pesa ambayo imewekwa ya kujenga madamu hakuibiwa, bei ingepanda kweli? And then some people have the audacity kuja kwa majukwaa kuona kama sisi ni mazembe sana na kutuambia tu maneno ya kipuzi. Kama kuna wapuzi hii dunia, basi ni nyinyi watu wa UDA, wale. Jana William Ruto alikuwa kule Makueni, akasimama pale akasema ati yeye serikali yake imeleta barabara hii, akahesabu barabara karibu 5-6 hivi. Alafu akasema yeye serikali yao hii ya Jubilee imetia umeme katika manyumba 80,000 na kitu. Simulimsikia jana akisema? Wewe William Ruto, usubuhi serikali, usiku opposition. Itawezekana vipi hivyo? Yani mambo yakiwa mabaya, Uhuru mbaya. Yakiwa mazuri, tumfanya. Yawezekana vipi hiyo? Jana Uhuru Kenyatta alikaa pale Ikulu na wale watu wenye kuuza unga. Simuliona hiyo jana? Wakasikizana bei ishukishwe mpaka shilingi 100 leo, sivyo? Mimi nataka nimwambie William Ruto, kwa sababu nimemsikia jana akisema William, nataka tuelewane hapa. Nataka kumsikia William Ruto alisema, ngoja kidogo. William Ruto jana alisema ati unga umeshukishwa sasa kwa sababu ya siasa. Mimi nataka kumwambia William Ruto na nielewe leo nikiwa hapa Likoni Mtongwe, iwe siasa isiwe siasa, alimuhimu bei ya unga ifanye nini? Ishuke. Tumeelewana? Tumeelewana? Nataka tumtumie huo ujumbe, iwe siasa isiwe siasa, alimuhimu bei ya unga ifanye nini? Ishuke. Tumeelewana mpaka hapo? Kuna shida kwako ukipunguziwa? Ikiwa siasa iko shida, ikiwa si siasa uko shida, si bora ukiingia dukani unatoa 100 unapata nini? Unga. Na alafu binadamu hawa wanakuwa na haraka ya kusahau, anakuwa na haraka ya kusahau sana. Huyu William Ruto 2017 kitu kama hii ilitokea na yeye.
Haya, Joshua, sikia mnasema serikali haifai kushukisha unga kwa sababu ni wakati wa campaign. Mnataka kununua unga 230. Karibu.
Yes, habari yako Makeli?
Salama sana, karibu.
Yes, and I just want to pick it from where that video, your video Joe. You know, I've been saying that Ruto need to be countered. And this is the way Ruto can be countered, because if you say this, we need to have those leaders coming out and clarifying what Ruto is saying. You know, sometimes we let Ruto to talk and confuse. All this time Ruto has been confusing people. And that's the time that's why I say that they even need to come with videos in their rallies. They put videos the way Ruto has been talking today, and the way he's going to talk tomorrow, and then they compare and they make it clear to Kenyans, because you know there's some people who don't follow what Ruto is saying today, what he said tomorrow. So the way Joe is doing, the other time Joe played a clip about the issue of port, and when something like that happened, it makes Kenyans to know really what is really going on. And I remember the issue of port, after Joe came out and he clarified it, and people knew very well that Ruto is just making fun and joking with the issue of port. So this time, 18 days remaining, we need to find some people who can counter Ruto the way Joe is doing. He need to be countered. Now he's talking about the issue of land in coast. Yesterday, I heard him saying that there are some people who have 100,000 acres of land, and I wanted him to call the name of these people. I know that he was trying to target the family of Kenyatta, the people who have some large chunk of land in coast. But now he was trying to dodge. You know, sometimes Ruto want to bring Raila in to issue that is not there, because at the end of it, Raila doesn't have. He has a land in coast, but not that huge. Around the area of when going to Kilifi, he has a land there, but just a small piece of land. But now when you see Ruto saying that there are people who have 100,000 acres of land, we want him to come out and say who are they. And yesterday he was saying that they just want to talk about my 2,000 acres of land, forgetting about people who have 100,000 pieces of land. So Ruto is a liar and he need to be stopped. And the only way to be stopped, we need leaders who can come out and explain to Kenya how he has been talking. They compare the way it talked maybe 3 years ago and the way he's talking today. Like the issue of hunger, is saying 2017. You remember, the price of hunger shoot all of a sudden, and then when you were approaching election, it also dropped, and it was about they want to give some subsidiaries. It went up to 90 shillings, and I remember he tried to defend government. So I'm just wondering today, the same thing is happening. Now he's complaining about election. So Ruto is somebody that double speaking. Today he said this, tomorrow he say this. Now let's now go to the topic of the day today. The 3 counties Raila visited. I've heard Wangira saying that we are going to have upper hand, like counties like West Pokot, Turkana. The fact remains, Ruto is going to carry the day in those counties. Remember 2017, Ruto was not vying, it was Uhuru was vying. So however much Olengapu is trying to come out and trying to give us confidence, but I know Ruto is going to beat Raila in those 3 counties. That's a fact. And the percentage that Raila got in West Pokot is going to come down. Even Onyangapu is struggling. He is really struggling in West Pokot. He might lose the seat in West Pokot as a governor. So I don't think that the number is going to increase. That the 5% that got 2017, I don't think that Raila will get more than that 5%. He will just get less than that 5%, or he maintain that 5%. But I don't think we can get more than that 5% in West Pokot. That time we have dynamic in Turkana. That time we had Nanok. Nanok play a big role. Now we don't have Nanok. You know, like a governor, sitting governor, sometimes you normally have some authority to the voters. So even in Turkana, we might maintain or go down. The only area that I know that Ruto is going to lose is in Central. Central, what got in 2017 is going to increase hugely, but not in Rift Valley, especially North Rift and South Rift. We should not expect more from those 2 regions. You know, even in Elgeyo Marakwet, I thought maybe they could come out and talk about the issue of Aurora and Kimorere Dam. That's where they're affected. But I still know that Ruto is going to have an upper hand in those regions as compared to what we had in 2017. And then Ruto in Coast. In fact, Ruto is performing poorly in Coast. It's really struggling in Coast. I saw yesterday the rally. They were trying to articulate the issue, but the crowd, we had a very small crowd. Even my MC can pull that such kind of crowd, you know. And they were trying to come out and trying to convince people in Coast. So what I know that Coast, he had upper hand 2 years ago. Ruto has a huge influence Coast in 2 years ago, but now the ground is shifting. Like in Kwale, Ruto had upper hand, but now Raila has really tried to come and convince the people of Kwale. Now they're coming back. So I know in Kwale, I saw yesterday the poll opinion. The only county that we might lose is in Kwale. They're claiming that the Uda guy, that lady in Uda has a upper hand. So likely in Kwale we might lose, but the remaining, and then in Taita Taveta, you saw the independent candidate as a upper hand, Mwadime, than Samboja. And I don't think that Samboja is going to win. Is going to beat Mwadime, because Samboja, I have a friend in Kwale. I mean in Taita Taveta. He's telling me that that's the reality on the ground. Samboja will lose governor of Taita Taveta. So in Coast, I see Raila having upper hand. I don't think that Ruto is going to beat Raila in Coast. And I'm sure as time goes, the vote will be even more than what I saw in poll opinion. So I don't think that Ruto will have any upper hand. It will not even get more than 20%. I saw in a poll opinion they put 25%. Most of 25% it was getting those countries, but I don't think that is going to get more than 20% in Coast. And then I want to talk about the issue. Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you. Summarize.
I think I have can someone could I'll come back. I have a problem.
Okay, so Wangira, let me give you a minute to rebut what he has said, and then we go to Toritich.
Thank you very much, Makiade. You know, especially if you look at the county of Turkana, there's a historic relationship between Raila Odinga and the county of Turkana. And one of the reasons could be cultural because, you know, there is some identity that the Luo people and the Turkana share in terms of their culture that perhaps I don't want to mention here, but it is public knowledge. And, you know, that could be the reason why Turkanas feel more at home with Raila Odinga than with perhaps William Samoei Ruto. So in Turkana, it's not an issue of Nanok. In fact, it is Raila Odinga who made Nanok. It's not Nanok who made Raila Odinga in Turkana. So in Turkana, Raila Odinga remains strong because of that cultural connect between the Turkanas and the Luo people. And if you come to the counties of West Pokot, you know, I've talked of this issue of marginalization. You know, the people of West Pokot don't always feel as if they are part of the inner core of the Kalenjin community, so they feel disconnected somewhere, and you know that's why they always vote. They always have some rebellion whenever this issue of Kalenjins come up. And you know, to me, I believe that this time Raila Odinga will do more than 35% that he did in West Pokot. And it's also the same issue in Elgeyo Marakwet, where you'll find the Elgeos and the Marakwets. You know, the Elgeos are dominantly in the Ruto camp, but if you go to the Marakwets, you know, the Marakwets will also feel marginalized. And you'll discover if you have been observing matters around West Pokot, in Elgeyo Marakwet, you'll discover that even a lady like Chelimo, she was elected on DP in 2002 against the Kanu wind. And you know, that was rebellion from the Marakwets, because the Marakwets have always felt marginalized. So this area of marginalization is a key determinant of why people in Turkana, some people in West Pokot, and some people in Elgeyo Marakwet will vote for Raila Odinga. That's my point.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Wangira. Let me move on to Toritich Karibu.
There's a question I wanted just to ask my brother there before Toroti comes. I want to know Mwadime. On what party is Mwadime running on?
I think he has dropped. Let's wait until he comes back. He has just dropped. Oh, he's here. Hold on, let me. Yeah, he's back. Muulize ndio huyo ameingia.
On what party is Mwadime running on?
I think he's independent.
Independent.
Independent, yes.
Oh, independent. Okay.
Okay, so let's move on to Toritich. Toritich, can you hear us? There's something wrong with your sound. Hebu jaribu kuongea tuone kama. Yeah. Go ahead.
Siwapati.
Okay, I'll allow you to maybe restart your gadget, and then when you come in, just do what you can. Wacha tuende kwa Ose.
Before Saya comes in, I have a question I want to drop to him so that he can perhaps pick it from there. Would you please allow me?
Sure. Go ahead.
You know, he's the guy we always discuss with the issues IBC. Kuseo, how are you? Are you getting me?
Thanks, Wangira. How are you?
There's a new development in this country where 3 citizens of Venezuela have been arrested by the government of Kenya. And you know, we are understanding that they were the ones that were responsible for the deployment and management of the election technology infrastructure. And the reason why they have been arrested, I understand, is because they were found with several rolls of election-related stickers. Several rolls of election-related stickers. So the question people are asking is that if you are in charge of deployment and management of the election technology infrastructure, how come that you are in possession of election-related stickers when you are not the printers of the electoral materials? Electoral materials, because we know that the printers of the electoral materials is a company in Greece called Informlycos. Informlycos are the printers of the electoral materials. So for officials of a company that is only in charge of deployment and management of electoral technology to be found with several rolls of election related stickers, Kuse, don't you think that it brings around a lot of questions on area of integrity of this election?
Hey, definitely, definitely. You see, the rumor around that matter is that you see, sometimes you want to argue that you want people who are hands-on. You know, the same system had been used in those other places. And somebody was trying to imply, I do not know whether they have any links with the Greece where the system where the printing was done, or from the supply country where the Kim's kit is coming from. But the fact that they have used the system, so somebody thinks that they have hands-on on as far as using the system is concerned. And I remember there were several demands. Why was that not made public? Why are they within IBC or coming to do an assignment which is nowhere? But as for the stickers, I do not have anything. I'm told they'll be talking with the other key stakeholders, I think, in the course of the day. So maybe more questions are likely to arise so that they can explain why such a huge step can be made around very sensitive elections like ours. Thank you.
All right, so because you've made those remarks, let me do this. Let me give Torotich, because I can see he's back, and then we'll come to you to make your remarks. Torotich, hebu jaribu tuone kama imekubali.
Good morning. Mnanisikia vizuri?
Iko sawa sasa.
Asanteni sana. Habari ya asubuhi na habari ya jioni penye mko kina Mama Selina, najua saa hizi huko hivyo ni karibu midday, kitu kaa hiyo. Yangu ni nafurahia tumeendelea vizuri by the way. Mara nyingi nimekuwa sikuji online kwa sababu ya shughuli tu, but nasikia mjadala inaendelea poa sana. Ya jana ilikuwa imeshika kabisa. Anyway, kuna watu wenye wanaongea kuhusu ya West Pokot na inanifurahisha kwa sababu watu wanajua siku hizi sasa vile kuko. Kuna huyu mwenye ameongea before mimi, isipokuwa sikuwa nina nini kidogo, audio ilikuwa inapotea. But true, yes, tumekuwa tuko chini ya Ruto, but I think yenye ilikuwa inatuunganisha na Ruto ni, mimi natoka West Pokot by the way, yenye imekuwa ikituunganisha na Ruto ni chama cha KANU, lakini tangu kukuwe na split watu wamekuwa kisonga, na hata tukiangalia vizuri hesabu za 2017 sidhani ni ya kuaminika sana yenye ilitoka West Pokot vile, but 2022 ile kitu ambayo imekuwa ni shida kubwa ni kuwa yale shida yenye sisi tumekuwa nayo kama Wapokot, first of all inakuwa tuko marginalized, na unapata sisi tuko na shida special, as in as much as tunakuwa regarded as Kalenjin, there is no way you're going to look at Pokot with the same eyes that you're looking at other Kalenjin people. We have special needs. We are more like Turkana. We are more like people from Northeastern. But you see, tumekuwa overshadowed kufikiria kuwa, kwa sababu ya kufikiriwa kuwa na serikali ya kuwa sisi tuko tuna mahitaji the same like Nandi, the same like Kipsigis. No, we are operating na yetu ni on a different ball game. Unaona? Like in this case about cattle rustling, tumekuwa tuko na shida na hawa watu wa Karamoja huko hivyo Uganda, tumekuwa na shida na Turkana, tumekuwa na shida na kidogo Marakwet, hizo bordering communities zote. And you know, I think hata imezidi hii shida imeendelea into this 21st century, haingekuwa inaendelea, but ni kwa sababu leadership imeamua kutumia hiyo kupata political mileage. Juu the more tuna suffer, the more hii mambo ya cattle rustling inaendelea, the more watu wengine kama kina Ruto wanaendelea kudominate over the Kalenjin community. Actually, if you are very keen, you will notice that only when it is political seasons that Pokots become Kalenjin. Kama si political season, they are on their own. They just keep their suffering. And I remember last time when Ruto was calling shots in the government, when we had these problems about cattle rustling, what he did is they gave guns to the other Kalenjin communities to guard themselves against the Pokot. What they did, they said that they're going to put up in all those conflicting communities, they're going to put these police reservists, but not one was given to the Pokot side. So all of it was given to the Marakwet, to these other communities that are bordering us, except for Pokot and Turkana. They were not given. And now what's happening? They're all crying because Pokots are crushing them again. It's so sad to say this, but that's the truth. You know, they say you need fire to put out fire, but not in this case. I think we don't even have land, you know. We don't even have the space for people to do this free range pastoralism as before. So different measures to counter this and to put this one to an end was supposed to be employed, but Ruto has never put his thoughts into ending this as the way he wants to portray himself as a Kalenjin kingpin. He has not tried. And that's why people are so angered with him. This time round, it's not going to be 50. It's going to be more than 70, because I know Pokots in those town areas like the Chepar area, Makutano areas, maybe they can vote for Ruto, but not those down there in where our senator is coming from, where the pastoralists are. They are not going to vote. You know, in Pokot, there is this Mzungu guy who came long before. He was called Lord Agri. Lord Agri came, and then he did a very huge, large-scale irrigation. And to date, that place is still there. And you know, because we are Pokot, there is a way we talk, you know, like Lonyangapua, we call that place because it was Lord Agri. Now we call it Lodakari. The government has turned a blind eye to that irrigation plan scheme. They have decided not to regard it as if it's there. So in the end, it's dying more than it's supposed to be thriving. It's supposed to be, we're supposed to be making a lot of money, making a lot of food, sufficient food for the Pokot community. But what's happening? We don't have roads. All these government-funded roads that are supposed to be constructed by government, they are not there. People just, it's almost becoming like subsistence farming. You see, even the other time, was it last year but one when we had this landslide? It was last year but one. Somebody remind me. The first person to come with chopper was Mr. Murkomen. What Murkomen did at that time when he was landing down, there were like 10 people carrying one injured boy. And when this injured boy he was actually near the helicopter. So they asked him, please assist us because we do not have roads. Roads are damaged. We cannot even use motorcycle or anything to get to the nearest dispensary. Airlift this guy, and then at least he gets help. What Murkomen did, he dug into his pocket, gave out 10,000, 1,000 to everybody that was there so that they can just go by foot. This guy could not, with the mud, he could not get into the helicopter. Now people are starting to think, so this is how you're carrying us. You think we are this cheap, we are this 1,000 bob cheap, you see? So people are so mad about those things, those small, the way we, they call us challenges. Like right now, you will talk about Rift Valley. You will include us inside there. You will include even the Turkana. But in reality, after the elections, they're not. Even in Turkana, it is only Nanok who is in UDA, but the people are in with Baba. Baba is the one who made Nanok. And right now, the reason why Nanok ran away from Baba is because he dirtied his hands, and there is no way Baba is going to sanitize that guy. Right now, he's being sought after by EACC. So in West Pokot, that one is solid for Baba, I know. Ruto will get, I know. Ruto will get, but it's not from the larger Pokot. It's from this the populace in the urban areas. Other than that, I was impressed by the last debate by Martha Karua, and it was impressive. And I felt so sad when they were trying to like, I don't know what Mr. Gashago was trying to do, trying to talk about the way Martha Karua walked out of Kibaki's government. He could not, he was not even supposed to touch there, because according to me, it was like, I remember Martha Karua walked out on principle. But the same government, Ruto was kicked out because of greed. So what was Gachagua trying even to do? If Martha Karua had remembered this and given it to him, I don't know if it could last another 20 minutes in that in that debate. Otherwise, I know this thing is for Baba. Let me just end there for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Toritich, for your insights into that. Hosea, give me a minute before I come to you. Let me just play another video here due to public demand. It's a short video, so I hope you'll forgive me for that interruption.
Miola Umoja, One Kenya deputy presidential candidate Martha Karua extended the coalition's campaigns in the rich vote Mount Kenya region, where she staged a total of 12 rallies in Nyeri County. Karua assured residents that Odinga's administration, if elected, will prioritize eradicating corruption, which is a catalyst of poverty, the high cost of living, joblessness and poor governance. Citizen TV's senior reporter Seth Olale with the latest from Martha Karua's campaign trail.
Karua took Azimio Umoja One Kenya campaigns to her main rival Rigathi Gachagua's home turf in Nyeri County, where she held a total of 12 rallies in all 6 constituencies, including Mathira, Mukurweini, Othaya, Nyeri Town, Tetu and Kieni. The high cost of living and the fight against corruption dominated her agenda, with Raila Odinga's running mate assuring Nyeri residents that Azimio's priority in its 100 days in office will be reducing further the cost of basic goods and services such as food products and health.
Usipoajiri wale unaamini maisha itaendelea kuwa ngumu.
Wale ambao wanakashifu ile mambo rais amefanya kuteremusha bei ya unga, wajue kwamba hao sio wa Kenya thabiti, kwa sababu wakati rais ameteremusha bei ya unga kutoka 200 mpaka 100, amefanya vizuri ama si vizuri?
Kama mnataka mtu hana urafiki na wezi, ni huyo mama.
Karua, who was accompanied by leaders from the region, led by Senator Ephraim Maina, also pledged to address the socio-economic needs of Nyeri residents through free education, affordable healthcare, and industrialization through the One Product per County initiative.
Masomo itakuwa bila malipo kutoka nursery mpaka university. Watoto wa wanyonge waweze kupata elimu kama wa wengine. Na tukisema ni bila malipo, si ile ya leo unaulizwa malipo kando. Mama na baba watakuwa nyapara wa kuangalia wafisadi.
The Azimio team urging the 481,000 registered voters of Nyeri County to vote for the Baba na Mama ticket, as the pair have passed the integrity test by championing the second democratic liberation.
Tunataka watu wamekomaa, watu wanaweza angalia mambo bila mapendeleo na bila chuki.
Martha Karua's revamped campaign for Azimio la Umoja One Kenya in Mount Kenya region is aimed at delivering the much-needed votes with just 18 days to the August 9th general election. Seth Olale, Citizen TV, Nyeri Town.
Aya, Hosea, kwako.
Yes, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Richie, Themba, Bob, as always, absent, Julius, Mama Selena, Wangira, and Joshua. Yes, good evening to all of us. I think what I can say, just in regard to that, just the clip you have just played, is that I think the likes of Martha really understands the Kenyan voter and what politics is all about. If you can see, I think now I tended to look at the part of the crowd there. Some of the ladies I saw there looks very advanced, almost in their 70s. I'm wondering how they managed to get out on the road and get engaged so much in singing. Now, completely the opposite of what you see in Ruto rallies, where young youths who probably have even no voter cards are yapping all over the place. and then, secondly, when you watch how Martha do the campaigns, every sentence she says, it's like she gets an acknowledgement before she goes to the next. Basically, telling you that she's really resonating with her audience, which I think is a very good thing. If she continues like this, I think Central we may well see Ruto go below 50%. Because I tend to believe that Martha is really engaging with serious voters, the people who matter. Wachana na watu wa euphoria. Now, this issue about unga, and I'm surprised. I think yesterday again I heard Ruto saying that that the prices are going to go up after elections. Now, remember earlier on he had said that the prices will take the prices up. So I do not know whether she means people will take the bait of the reduction in price to a vote Azimio. And then after 3 weeks, the prices are going to go up again, meaning that Azimio is definitely winning. Because I thought you would say that they'll reduce the price, but when we win, we'll reduce it even further. But he's so confident that the prices will go up after elections. And who will take them up? Azimio. So in a way, he's acknowledging that Azimio is winning. Wangira, I just wanted to add on what I was telling you about these Venezuelans. You remember the same system was used in Venezuela, but there, what was the problem? They manipulated the turnout. They manipulated the turnout. Now, you remember during the interview with some journalists, the CEO refused to answer whether they did sufficient due diligence and whether they came across some of these issues, challenges in the same system that they contracted. And I was so surprised that somebody at the level of the CEO of the IBC can answer that. Why don't you ask them? Instead of answering whether they did due diligence and they came across those findings, instead, I think that was almost bordering on an arrogance or rudeness, because he told the journalist that he's not aware of those complaints. Why can't they ask the company, the contracted company, which I think was. But interestingly, our journalists, again, nobody did a follow-up question, because that answer was really begging for follow-up questions. But nevertheless, it ended there. It ended there. So this time around, you know this idea of independence of IEBC. You people keep saying IEBC is independent, blah, blah, this and that. Now, that so-called independent, give them the room to do certain things in this unorthodox manner. I know they are trying to imply that they cannot take a chance, and they want people who they can guarantee their confidence or their expertise in the use of this. And somebody will then argue that where else would you go other than the people who have used it? But nevertheless, I'm a very worried person when it comes to getting people from as far as Venezuela to come and whatever they have to do with this system. I don't think, given the suspicion we have around IEBC, this was completely uncalled for, and it might actually take them to the wrong direction as far as confidence in IEBC is concerned. Just to touch a little bit on Richie, on the issue of that transmission we were talking about yesterday. You do realize that without going into the security details, which IEBC claims that they are put in there, they are saying that every polling station will have to transmit direct to Bomas of Kenya from the polling station. Now, you realize that the media have been allowed to do tallying if they so wish, and so are the participating parties. But then where are they going to get their information from that they want to tally? They are expected to rely on their agents. So the transmission system within the IEBC setup is strictly for IEBC's use. So whatever is in that transmission channel would not have anything to do with the media and will have nothing to do with the parties participating. The parties will have to get the image, be it a photograph or whatever it is. The agents are free to WhatsApp it or to picture and take it direct to their own tallying centers. Now, I see a situation there whereby once they end up with the Form 34As from the polling stations, they will be forced to have them in text so that they can project and put them on to their viewers. Now, there lies the challenge. I do not know whether the media companies and the political parties, I think, maybe are already underway to get necessary programs to be able to convert the images into text and figures. That is really up to them. But nevertheless, once the polling station has sent their images to Bomas, they'll go to what they, from that diagram, what they call the back end or the back office operations. Basically, I think that's the server. Those are the servers of the IEBC servers. Now, from those servers, they will be posting to the IEBC portal. After processing them into figures, they'll process into the IEBC portal, which the public apparently can access. At the same time, they will also project them onto their screens at Bomas. But then, remember, at the constituency level, you also have the tallying of the Form 34As from each constituency. So it means that from the server, you will have a transmission to the returning officers at the constituency level so that they can total each presidential figures from the constituency. Once the Form 34As are at the constituency, of course, they'll consolidate them into Form 34B. Form 34B will be brought to the turning center at Bomas together with Form 34As, which the IBC is saying they are going to use to verify the results before the declaration. But as they receive the Form 34As at IBC itself, they will be tallying the same and projecting as the forms arrive. And that is what we'll be seeing. You can call them provisional tallies at the screens at Bomas. I think that is the root of the transmission. They have talked about several security measures they have taken to make sure that no interference will take place. But from what I've just said, you realize that if anything goes wrong with this transmission, it will be the IBC themselves. And that is why earlier on, personally, I'd said that we can only trust IBC if they convince us there will be no interference. If there will be no interference like in the past elections. But nevertheless, the security is up to them. They can only be as good as the IBC itself. If they allow themselves to be infiltrated, that is entirely up to them. Well, I think in terms of timeline, I remember, as a conclusion, I remember one of the commissioners did indicate that for all the results across the country, the law allows them up to 1 week to conclude that election. So in other words, they are trying to say that if they go beyond 1 week is when you can say they have violated the Constitution. But the Constitution allows them to go up to 1 week. So the faster they do it, they can do it within 2 days, within 3 days, but maximum not beyond 1 week. Thank you.
Let me do this, Joshua. Let me give it to Ndemba so that he can make his remarks and carry on from there. I think you'll have an opportunity to ask a question.
Thank you. Good evening all, and I hope we are doing fine. Kusema mambo ya IBC bado wachi. Naona IBC umeshikilia kabisa.
Who are you working for?
I don't trust IBC, you know. Who are those two gentlemen who are arrested? 3 or 2?
There were 3.
No, who are they?
They are Venezuelans.
Coming to do what?
IBC is independent, so don't ask me.
Now you see, even you cannot even explain who they are. How are they just
because I'm worried about that bit. But you realize their procurement is entirely up to IBC as an independent body. Everybody else will be seen to be interfering. Now you can see they use that independence to do all manner of the way they think they know better.
No, you see, you see the why I don't trust. I don't know why you keep giving them a lot of clean bill of health. You know, they refused to the Greece, I don't know, Greece company that was printing those things. They refused to give some of our party officers visas to go and see what was happening. So the same people who are refusing to give us visas to go and see what is happening are sneaking people into the country.
They didn't refuse. It's just that they limited the number of people from each stakeholder. It's not
they refused. They refused. Why limit?
Who was going to pay for them?
They are paying for themselves. Each party was paying for themselves.
No, they were going on IBC's account.
No, IBC was not to pay.
Ask Wajokoa who was going to pay for it.
Every time I hear IBC and you going about it, I say, Habari ya Joe. I wonder what's happening. Habari Wangira. I'm more focused on winning the election and having people getting out to vote. And that is basically, for me, the principal agenda right now. I see, like many people probably have indicated, that Baba is actually sustaining the pressure. They are spreading their wings and they are focused on winning the game, which I think is mopping up support for what is supposed to be happening right now. I think that's a good thing. And as we move closer, they are tightening up some. I think they are working well with the feedback that they are receiving. I don't know what is happening with the sixth and the venue saga, how it is going, who took it first, and who is gonna take it next. I don't know. I don't know. My feeling about it is uh, it isn't necessary for them not to be given. I mean, to be denied the chance. They should be allowed to use any venue they want to use, and you know, as Azimio also is using whichever venue they want to use. Since it's towards the last mile, and it doesn't. If they're gonna lose anyway, you don't need to deny them the chance to make noise. Where as you know, when they want. Uh, so for me, that is what I would have gone for. It gives them unnecessary publicity. Where now they're coming in to shout that, oh, we have been denied a chance to use the venue and stuff like that. Uh, that for me would have been, if it is not propaganda that they are suggesting, because I know also UDA is very good with propaganda. Are those letters real? Is it indeed true that they had asked for that venue? Because that could also be a gimmick. You know, they're just trying to come up with the situation right now that they had already booked those venues. So I'm hoping it's not propaganda. If it is not, then they should have been allowed. Yeah. Next, I don't trust IBC. That's why I want people to get out so strongly and as many people to vote. Because during 2002 election, Moi tried everything he could, and because people were tired with Moi regime, and the nation by then was ripe for a change, accompanied with Baba Tosha, people got out so strongly to vote. So even when he tried to manipulate the election, it was not possible. So I would want to see a situation where we urge as many people to get out and vote, so that even if there is IBC is calculating anything, the math should not add up. You can only bend a rule when it is possible to bend it. But when it is
Let
not,
me tell you one thing. The best way to deal with IBC is to make sure that when they don't do what is, because they claim they are independent, they are free to employ whoever they want, they're free to conduct the election wherever they want. If they don't meet the expectations, there should be a punishment beforehand. The way Martha was more or less suggesting, that we will take it personally on the affected officers. That way, they'll not be able to play around. If without, in the absence of that, they'll do mistakes and they'll get away with it, like they have always done.
yeah, I mean, let people get out and vote, because that's the only way. We have had 2002 was overwhelming. 2007, the Electoral Commission then, failed us. 2013, Electoral Commission failed us. 2017, the same thing, IBC. And we are unfortunately going to an election with Chebukati. So that becomes something to worry about. So I don't trust it, but we are here. So we gotta see how we are going to, cross this bridge and land this ship safely. The idea is to land the ship safely and sort the issues of the person who is running. Even in soccer, you might have a very bad ref who will give a foul where it was not supposed to be, but the referee's word is final. Now, if they say it's a pair, in the of course advanced league, they have VAR. In Kenya, I'm hoping that our VAR will work. But the problem is in Kenya, once someone has been sworn in, that's it.
Remember, that's a recent development. In the past, you were completely helpless.
whether the penalty was wrong or not, once a person has been sworn in, that's it. So that's the unfortunate thing in Kenya. They swore in Kibaki with all the drama. He had been sworn in. They swore in Uhuru. Raila refused. He said, we are boycotting the election. And Uhuru had been sworn in. So maybe the focus right now that they are having is to just make sure I'm sworn in. Probably that's what Ruto is telling Chebukati, if that assertion is true. So they're telling Chebukati, just make sure I'm sworn in. Once I'm sworn in, the rest we can handle, because I'll now take charge. Raila tutampeleka Bondo. So Chebukati, if it is true, then Chebukati's order is just what? Make sure that Ruto is sworn in. How you do it is up to you. Then the rest we handle. It's not a path that we'd want to go. It's not something we want to see. It wasn't easy. The bitterness in UDA, normally I say there's no UDA, it's Kenya Kwanza. The bitterness in there is you can actually look at them and see the bitterness that is being exuded with their leadership, and the way they talk, the manner of their expression, the way they change things. I'm imagining the vengefulness with which they are going to, in the event they take leadership. As some of you that are in Kenya and have been appearing here, prominently supporting Azimio, you need to be ready to face the wrath, especially Wangira. George Kere, Joe Kere, you should be. No, Joe Kere has not been. He's been wish-washy.
Ni mtu wa katikati.
Ni mtu wa katikati yao. He's trying to run away. They will look for you. They will look for you. So, and Mutembe TV will be looked for. In a big way.
You will not even get a forum to announce that you have shut down.
Yeah. Mutembe TV will have to they'll be reported. Mutembe TV will be reported, and that will be it. So the reason why I want us to get out and vote is because of the bitterness that we are seeing in those people, and the only way to counter that bitterness is to get out and vote. Just get out and vote overwhelmingly, and support Azimio,
so that you get a landslide.
You cannot. If you want to imagine how it all works out, is imagine Trump when he got into office, and I can tell you, it will not happen. But you can see the first people that are going to go. The people that are going to be sacked the first day are not even people of Azimio, are people of UDA. Those who are abusing Azimio loudly. Yeah, they are the first ones who are going to be sacked, you know, because the thing is going to be taken over by a new cabal of
You
leaders.
remember the issue in Nyamira?
Yeah, and the cabals include people like I had a video of how the Sudis are going to be the ones who are going to be running. Can you imagine the Minister for Security, Oscar Sudi? I want you to start imagining your government, Minister for Finance and Deputy President, Gashagwa, Derito Gashagwa. Minister in charge of special programs, because I know Waiguru will not win the governorship. It will be Anne Waiguru. I'm trying to give you your government in the event that you start those people win. I mean, we don't want to start imagining that. Kenyans, let's get out and vote. Let's get out and vote. And that's the only way of defeating all these things that we are seeing with Chebukati and all this monkey business. The only way to do it is to get out and vote. I think
you know what's happening in Nyamira now. People are told, and they are bought the idea that you guys, if you elect Ruto, you know what will happen to Matiang'i.
I mean
and it is telling.
No, that's it. Now, you know, not on Matiang'i, the Luyas, you can imagine what will happen to Wamalwa now that this guy is not president and he has already called him names. Now you can imagine once he gets in there. So let's leadership is not based on vengeance, it's not based on hatred, or it's not based on I want to punish or I want to show, is the need for leadership. So that team has shown constantly that they are not willing, and if they are not ready to show leadership. And you have seen it in every place that they're going. Right now, they have been reduced to repeating the same propaganda that they have been doing for the previous, 4 or 5 years. Ruto has run out of ideas, and he has no new thing that is bringing to the table. So we need to start thinking about what is it, how can we mobilize? I think remaining 18 or so days, it's time to mobilize the voters. It's time to make people come out and vote. It's time for us to call people, get out the vote, get out the vote. I mean, that should be the running call. Get out the vote. You know, we time for word, time for too much, talk is over. It's time for action. And so it's time for all of us to start saying, how many people are we calling? We want to start a counting down process where we are always, even those people who are here, we are asking you, how many people have you talked to? How many people have you talked to today? Get out the vote campaign. Let's get out the people to vote. As IBC cannot do anything when you vote overwhelmingly. That system does not work if you vote overwhelmingly. It doesn't work. So let's and you cannot manipulate. You cannot manipulate cross. In fact, 2017 there was no election because that's what they tried. You know, you can't. I mean, it failed. So we know, all of us, that Uhuru ran against himself in 2017. Yeah. So there's no way we can use that as a predictor.
You remember the entire turnout was only 33%.
Yeah, only a part of the country voted. So I want to suggest that this is it, and this is the time. I respect people who support UDA. I mean, it's their right. But unfortunately, we don't agree. I don't support the leadership qualities of their guys. They have run down the country, and we cannot trust them. Yeah, they are Kenyans. We respect them, but we don't trust them with leadership. Thank you. I want to stop there for now, and then of course allow Joshua to give a comment, then bring on. Now, before I bring Joshua, Mama Selina, are you there? Who are these usually come and then now you are sleeping? So we have Bob, are you there? We kick out people who just come and give us screens there because tuliwaambia msiweke nini sasa una Wende mfuate huko chini. Yeah. Bob.
Yeah.
How are you? Bob.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Very fine.
You can always go out.
Am I supposed to be?
No, you can always go and come back. You don't have to leave for us a blank screen every day.
I thought you had removed me. You know, I decided to rest.
Oh, you want to rest? We can allow you to rest.
Yeah, you. I think I'll leave. I think I'm feeling a bit fatigued.
You go sleep, but now you need your rest. I usually say you need your rest. Wewe kwenye ni kesho tayari. Sisi tukuone kesho. Haya, Joshua, tafadhali.
Yes, how are you, Temba?
I'm good. Sema ndio nilete huyu Joe alafu Adam.
Yes, I'm just concerned about Kuzeo. Kuzeo, the double speaking. He's saying that he's worried the IBC. At the same time,
you are responding to Kuzeo.
Yes,
Kuzeo. Hiyo ya Kuzeo haitaisha saa hizi. Let's
what I was trying to say that
just hold it, alafu acha tusikie hawa jamaa. Lakini Joe alikuwa hapa mapema. Nimeona alikuwa hapa kitambo.
Let me just finish.
Joshua, wait. Joe ulikuwa hapa kitambo.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm watching Athletics World Championship. I can give you a report. 3 Kenyans have already qualified for the finals. 800 meters. We have 3 qualifiers. So you guys, I'm listening, eh? But you see, I was once an 800 meters runner, so I'm watching this closely. And
Joe Likimbia?
Yes. My time at 800 meters is 1.47. Mi nimekimbia na Billy Conchela.
Really?
Yeah, na yule boy hao ndio group yangu.
Wow, what happened?
School championships, ama?
No, national. Sema nini?
Mbona sikuwa jina lako Joe?
How many do you know apart from Billy Conchela during those period?
I've never had a Luo who ran.
No, I did 800 meters.
Did you win did you ever win?
Yes, of course. For you to reach national level means you have a silver medal. You have done all this provincial whatnot, not for you to go for the
you mean national school level or what?
No, Kenya.
Yo, acha kaa hapa tutarudi kwa hiyo dini yako. Nimeshangaa sana Joe.
Yeah, that's why I'm monitoring to qualify watu watatu already 800 meters for the finals.
That's nice. Aye, acha tusikie Adams and then we can we can have an open session for you guys. Okay. Adams, karibu.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening to all of you. Remember, why are you doubting Mr. Joe for if he says it right?
Adams, you and I know. You've never had. Have you ever had a Luo who has run 800 meters?
His name is missing from the Guinness book.
But you know, Kalenjins too don't do short races. Do you know that? Even right now, the fastest guy in Kenya is Omanyala. But do you know there was an Otieno who was ahead of Omanyala, but he was caught with some substance in the blood. So Omanyala is supposed to be the second. There is an Otieno who is supposed to be the first one. So Luos and Luyas are known for short races, but Kisis and Kalenjins are known for long races. You don't know that? Mr. Joe, I think I'm right.
Adams, ilikuwa lazima
Anyway, thank you so much for the invite. I just came in, but earlier today I was watching. I watched the news, and my interest was so much drawn with the coastal polls, the coastal poll by Infotrack. It is even though Raila Odinga is ahead, but it is very tight. There are only two counties which are clear there. That is Mombasa and this county where Voi is. What we call Taita Taveta or something. Yeah, and Mombasa really perplexed me because I didn't know that Sarai Hassan, who is so much mouthy and is so vulgar and talks trash all the time, can only be able to amass 7% 3 weeks into election. That is something which is a shame. It's very shameful on him. And I think he definitely is going to rubbish the polls. But I know even if you consider the marginal error, he's still nowhere. I think if opinion polls is anything to go by, Coast is good. And I'm very, very happy for Kilifi, yeah? Where's Aisha Juma coming from?
Kilifi County.
Kilifi, yes. I saw her.
She's the candidate for UDA in Kilifi.
Yes, she's number 2, but the difference is almost 10 points. That is not easy to bridge within 3 weeks. It's not easy to bridge that. And considering the fact that we're still having undecided voters who can either go away, either side can either widen the gap or close it. So I think we are doing well. I saw Raila in Turkana, and those people are wired, like they're geared so much into Raila, which is good. And I was also watching this debate. Somebody came here by the name Teroy Teach, and he said he's from Turkana. I think I buy into his argument so much. He convinced me, he convinced me a lot. He really convinced me. I was just wondering, I think Turkanas, they are also Nilots. They are plain Nilots, or is it Highland? Yeah. So I think Raila can get 50% from there. 50% will be good. But I know he can get much. The lower end, 50%, won't be bad. I was also so much amazed that today alone, Martha Karua went to Nyeri and she did 8 rallies. 12 rallies one day, and she managed to cover all the constituencies in the entire county. That woman is energetic. That woman is energetic. And having gone to the backyard of Rigathi Gachagua, I think she was sending a message. It was a way of sending signals. She was sending some signals which need to be read by some political genius, of which she is. So I think by and large, things are moving on well. I don't want to comment much about IEBC. I'll just give them the benefit of doubt, and we hope all will be fine and the thing will run well. Otherwise, I'm watching. Thank you for now.
Thank you. Lord Adams. Vipi Julia?
Hi Demba, hi Kuseo. Kuseo, why are you asking Joe whether he was running in school? I even looked up. I'm going to get.
Because he had said he reached nationals. So I would. and if I remember what was happening, we'll start at a location at a district, then you go to national, then you go to. No, first of all, you start from the. Is this sub location or something? Then you
No,
go to
there are
district
zones.
level.
You start from zones. Zones
Yeah,
are
then you
within
go to district, then you go to national.
District, then you go to provincial, then to national.
Correct.
But I think you should have paid attention to him when he mentioned Conchela. Do you know who was Conchela?
No,
I remember him vaguely.
You
Yes.
we can't know you by your association. You can't say that. You can't start asking. I can't start asking you, Julia. Did you play soccer? Then you start telling me, do you know so and so? I mean, I can be knowing that person. I didn't know you.
But he
But
said he was with
What I'm saying
why are you guys doubting him?
What I'm saying
Adams,
is,
you are with me.
No,
Why
listen. You know, Adams, you are planting wrong assumptions on Joe's mind.
We have accepted.
We have just simply said we know Conchela, but we don't know Joe. That's what we are saying.
No, Joe has explained himself, so we know him now.
Conchela held a world record at some time, not us. Yeah, Conchela had a 800 meters world record.
Yes, he did. We are asking about Joe, Conchela.
He had 2 gold medals, Olympics.
You are talking about Conchela. Who is Joe?
Conchela.
Yeah, who is Joe? We know Billy. We don't know you.
What I'm telling you, these things we are doing it 1980s. Where were you? Early 80s.
No, I'm not born. Yeah. It is only Joe. I understand them. Even their fathers have not met their mothers. That is the challenge we are having here.
You see, Julia, stop pampering Joe. You know, you are trying to massage Joe's ego. Joe is talking about Billy Conchela. We know Billy Conchela. We don't know Joe. Joe, how many records have you won?
Because he was a world record holder.
No. Forget about Conchela. How many records did you win during your running days?
I had some provincial record, Nairobi.
Which one?
Pardon?
Which one?
800 meters. I can tell you my time.
No, not your time. Which record? Which year? Where can we search? Who can we ask?
Search 80s. 82.
82, Joe Kere. Joe.
Yeah. 82. Well, the question I'm asking, where were you? Apart from Oscar, apart from Kuseo, I think all of you, 82, you're nowhere.
No. Joe, I was there in 82.
You were there.
It's only these ones whose mothers had not met their fathers.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
you know something happens when people lose an argument, they start attacking people. You know, now they are starting to attack our age. Now they are asking us, Joe, were you there? Were you there during independence?
These are facts.
No, wait, okay. Joe, were you there during independence?
Okay, check the Kenyan hockey team in the 70s. You'll see me.
Wow, you mean you are playing in the 70s? You are old enough to play?
Yes. I did my O levels in 1977. And that's when I was really strong. I played hockey even for the Kenyan team.
Wow.
So 1977, where were you, Themba? Or where was your mom?
Or how old was your father?
Yes.
Okay, the other thing that Adam said, Adam is talk about the pause. I think it's only Tana River we are having a challenge because Tana River is where the Ruto, I think, has 41, and I think Baba has
42, 41.
But the others, Baba has double of Ruto. When Baba has 50s, Ruto is at 20s, 25.
Yes.
So the range is big. The range is wide. Like Ruto is in his 20s, and Baba is in 50s. So I wanted you to correct that.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you, thank you for correcting. You know, yesterday you called Adams that is on Ruto's payroll. So maybe you can clarify that here now that Adams is here, so that he can hear.
Yes, I was very worried because yesterday I was beginning to believe Mise that Adam is on Wajakoya side, not maybe Wajakoya side. Because
He could be on Wajakoya.
Mise is always claiming
That
that.
thing that Wajakoya is selling.
I was beginning to believe Mise that Adams is on Wajakoya side, and today I got the conclusion. You know, I was in Wekesa this afternoon, and Wekesa said something. I want to say what he said. That if anybody is thinking that Gachagua won the debate, then that person seems to think the way Gachagua thinks. They are at the same thinking level, like they. You see.
That's an insult. That's an insult, though.
No, but if you agree that Wajakoya won, I mean that Gachagua won, sure.
Yeah, if anything Gachagua said impressed you, it means that.
Now let me where is Bob? Because
let me hear
Bob had that narrative yesterday.
Let me hear from someone who loads slowly but very nicely. Joe, what do you think about Gashagua's debate and matter? You know, Joe is what they would call a sage, isn't it, Joe?
Yeah. You see, it depends how you want to judge, eh? But actually, such debates we should have professionals who are actually separate from the panelists that could see the success, how you scored. They should be categorized. It may be presentation or whatever you said. If I mean, there should be separate judges who should give us the final results.
Now that you are separate, you are neither a debater
kind of a marking
nor
scheme.
a media person.
Huh?
Yeah,
what
sort
do
of
you think?
a marking team. Eh?
Kind of a marking scheme. Presentation,
Yes.
issues,
No, calm down.
Yes.
Calm down
demystifying
yourself.
issues,
Wait.
lies, propaganda,
Wait.
level of propaganda,
Propaganda and all these things.
objectivity.
So me overall,
You might not have been there in 1960, but at least we are
Julia,
here
you mark
right
papers. You should be giving us the marking scheme.
We might wait, both of you. We might not have been there in 1960s, but we are here in the 2020,000. So can both of you just give us what you thought?
Yeah, we should have a
Joe,
marking system.
you are
relevancy. Was Gachagua relevant to the whatever the debate?
What do you think?
He was not. He was not relevant. He mentioned he was debating Uhuru Kenyatta. Actually, should have been saying what he can do versus Martha Karua, or what Azimio cannot do and they can do. That was the relevancy, not Uhuru Kenyatta. So such things, we should look into such things.
So
I talked to some friend of mine, Joe. I talked to hold on. I talked to a friend of mine, a political science professor at the University of Nairobi, and we were trying to look at the debate. Now, one of the things that they had purpose to do was to draw Martha into the Julia, wacha kushare nini, hii nini, we are closing. We want people here to not bring us, apart from Mise, who else?
PK number link.
Mise, PK, yeah, those the normal suspects. Hao wengine usiwalete hapa, watatuweka hapa mpaka asubuhi. Now, the idea was to draw Martha into the shouting that he was doing.
Yes, Demba, before you go on, that was my point. I want to bring that point again. If all of you, some of you are married or are not married, or you have lived with women, if your wife begin to call you dogs and cats and all that, and anatoka hapo nje, you join him outside there na uendelee hivyo What's the best thing Kuseo you do? What would you do?
You should always go opposite.
Yes, that's the point I wanted to bring. Then but go on.
Yeah, so you're right, Julia, because they had a script, and he had been prepared that the first thing you need to do if you go on a tangent on attacking Uhuru Kenyatta, most likely you will have Martha retorting, and then they'll come out and paint her as that angry person, and that is what they were looking for. So when Martha didn't,
who was looking for those?
Yeah,
who was looking for those?
The team, Gachagwa's team, of course, they're propagandists. They were waiting for those moments where Martha Karua would lose her cool, and then use that to twist. But now when she didn't twist it, I mean, she didn't follow on that. Now you hear most of them coming up to say Martha Karua was not her usual self. You see, that is the tagline now they are using. We were waiting for Martha to be very tough, but she was not her usual self. So according to them, the measure, the parameter on which was supposed to be used to measure how strong you are as a debater was supposed to be the loudness of Gachagua. See, so that was supposed to be the parameters. Now, they say you can't measure a fish with its ability to climb a tree. So if for you are a loud person, we cannot use that to measure someone else who is supposed to be calm. So that is why in essence, since she did not go it, they lost focus. So they looked for the thing that they could use. And what is that they're using? They're now saying that, you see, he won because Martha Karua was not her usual self. They had hitting Martha Karua.
Yeah,
In
but
comparison to what?
in the same vein, you can say they lost because they didn't get Mother to where they wanted to get Mother to.
Exactly. You see now you see that's the converse of it. So if you look at it critically and analyze those people who are coming out to say, I mean, it's foolhardy for you to listen to a supporter of Arsenal and imagine they are going to praise Manu when the two are playing together. So the thing was, those who are listening to Gachagua, they were imagining that this is it. Amesema kitu ukweli hapo. When he is hitting Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, which is what you're saying. Someone actually counted. He mentioned Uhuru Kenyatta almost, 500 times. Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta. Within the debate time, almost, 500 times. Uhuru Kenyatta. So at some point, the question was, are you debating Uhuru Kenyatta or you're debating Martha Karua?
Next question to you, Demba. Because I'm a teacher, if I ask you to write about the history of Kenya and you write about the history of Tanzania, how many points are you going to get?
I mean, this is how
Julia,
this is how professors. I know Kuseo here. Kuseo is a professor. I mean, probably he does that every other time. If you write,
Remember, just be straightforward. 0.
Yes.
No.
So Gachagua was debating.
But you when you do marking, you do not give 0 because normally when we mark your paper, so long as you justify what you have said,
there are questions.
We give you marks. So long as you justify.
Kuseo, listen.
Themba, give me your number here. Give me your number here. I'll give you the checklist so that I send you the checklist. Put for me your contacts here, private.
Okay,
allow me to give you UDA strategy with that meeting. They want
before I give you Kuseo, there's a question I want to respond that Julia has asked. Yeah. And Kuseo is a teacher. You know, Julia is a teacher. You know, the problem is we are having very serious teachers here. Adam is also a teacher, but a teacher of other things. Now, now, you know, Kuseo is responding to literature questions. You know, when you are in a philosophy class, philosophy is open. All right, philosophy is open.
Share your contacts here. I'll send you the checklist.
Yeah,
remember, when you're talking about philosophy class, then
and the marks.
Kuseo is 0. In a philosophy class, you don't respond like that. And Julia's question can be answered
at college level. There is never a wrong answer. Let me tell you.
It can be answered in 2 seconds.
I was very specific. I said history of Kenya. I didn't say Tanzania. When we discuss Tanzania.
You know, Julia, let me tell you. Sometimes in law, you have to make references. You may say, okay, how do we handle this case? Then you say, such and such a case once happened in France. It was handled like A, B, C, D. So even
listen.
I have the checklist here.
Okay, fine. Julia's question is very specific, and this is what I'm saying. When Kuseo, who is a professor, reads your work, there's the introduction. Now, when he reads your work, mostly before they go into the details, they want to read the abstract. Now, if it
there is also marks for presentation.
If it doesn't give
exactly,
if you use the whole body talking about something else, and then you come to talk about your subject matter in just 2 sentences, you've lost it. So Kuseo will tell you, and to Julia's answer.
Remember, a professor.
You are not reading everything that a student has written to you. You are reading the first paragraph. If the first paragraph doesn't make sense,
a professor of political science cannot mark statistics. No way.
No, you see.
Professors can mark anything.
Adams.
Professors can mark anything.
They say, Adams. They say, better be quiet and be thought wise than speak and confirm otherwise.
You should get marks for tidiness.
And somebody talked about abstract.
You should get marks for relevance. You should get marks for language. You know.
Eloquence.
And yes. Somebody said about the abstract. Gachagwa's abstract was about
content and substance.
Exactly. His abstract was about president. You don't say in this paper, I'm going to present 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to present President Uhuru because President Uhuru. The debate was not about President Uhuru. So this man deviated from the word go. And even when he was asked about his wealth, he didn't tell us. He said he has 100 million, he has 300 million, he never said anything. In fact,
very right.
Julia, that's what we call relevance.
Julia, you are very right.
You know what we are trying to do was already done by a post and pre-debate panelists. And there were about 6 of them. And if you check, they were actually giving marks.
Yes, the Julia is very right.
How you introduce yourself, they were giving you marks.
Yes, that's very right. Mr. Kuseo, Julia is very right. Julia, that's why I said Brigadier Gachagua won the argument against Uhuru.
You can't win an argument.
He lost the debate against Mother. But he won the argument about Uhuru because
you can't win against someone who is not there.
That's why he won.
What we are trying to do here was already done by. There was a panelist.
Okay, Kuseo, we are not talking about that panelist. We are saying what Adams is saying. If I were the moderator, I would have kicked Gachagua out. I would have told him, get out of my sight. You're not following instructions. We're not discussing Uhuru Kenyatta right here. I would have said
that was only one of the questions. There were several other questions Gachagua answered.
He was not asking anything about Uhuru.
Relevance to
in that case, you are right. He went off tangent and he should have been marked 0.
He was relevant. But let me tell you, let me give you a
wait. Adams, how do you say he won an argument against someone who was not there?
Exactly. That is how Uhuru Kenyatta won the second elections. Against who? Against himself. Did he
No,
win? Yes.
Uhuru did not win
Came the
any
person.
election.
Huh?
He never won any election.
Second election, he ran, and he was
You can't
declared
say
the
he
winner.
won. You can't say he won because nobody else fight against him.
You
You
don't
can't
win when you're running alone.
How did he become president?
When you're running alone, you don't win.
He was declared. He didn't win.
So
So
Lord
regarding
Adams,
Gachagua,
I was just
wait,
trying to convince you.
regarding Gachagua was arguing Uhuru case by himself with nobody, and he won with nobody. But the real debate, he lost. That's my argument.
Yes.
Wait, Adams,
He did.
your argument is flimsy.
Can we
With
talk?
that case
Can
of
we talk
Adams'
of
argument,
content? Themba, can we talk of content and substance of the debate?
Yes.
Yes.
and then back
Who
Kenyans
had
were
content?
disappointed.
And who had substance?
Yes, who had the content? Who gave us? Kenyans were disappointed at the end. I hope I saw a lot of people expressing because they were expecting the debate to dwell on the issues affecting Kenyans, and they said it is only Mother who tackled what we were expecting. We wanted to
Yes.
know how corruption was
Content
going to
and
be dealt
substance.
with. Yes, we wanted to know how we are moving forward. You see, Rigathi didn't provide that. So what is this shout? I asked you at the beginning, if somebody is shouting at you and yelling at you and calling the people you are close to names, did you also start doing the same? Mother could not have done the same. She stood out. She refused to play to their cards.
Julia,
She
there were about
refused.
5 questions. So on one of them, Gachagua was off target. That one we agree.
Yes.
But what about the other 8? Like, for example, who is Gachagua? Introduce
That
yourself.
is what we are calling.
Actually, you
Kuseo,
scored
you're
some
very
marks
right.
there when he introduced himself.
When we talk about
what is introduction? Who doesn't know their name?
Kuseo, what you're talking,
but
was off target. That's what we call.
That is how the marking is done. Even if you go to an interview,
Precision,
the way you present yourself, you normally get a marks for it.
precision and factuality.
Wait, Kuseo, when I ask you who you are, will you tell me that you don't take alcohol? Is that part of who you are?
And if you are saying about introduction,
He scored 0 for
he
that.
didn't use the
but,
correct. He didn't use the
in
correct
an
grammar.
interview, tell us
didn't
about
use the
yourself,
correct-
for example.
factuality.
There is a marks normally given for that.
Okay, Kuseo, he did not use the correct grammar. He said, "My name's R." There's nothing like my name's R. My name is. Did you know that?
Well, he lost marks there, I think.
You don't have to ask whether you take.
marks.
You don't have
What
to ask whether you take alcohol or not. Nobody
What
cares.
about adherence?
He asked a question. He answered a question which nobody asked: whether you take alcohol or what do you eat?
See, I'm
your
telling you
favorite
that
food.
person. That's why I'm still going to the point that
Kuseo,
anybody.
I am Themba and I take sukuma wiki every day.
You people are very funny.
You people,
I think,
let me
I
allow
think-
Stone
I
PK
think-
to
What about
give his views, and then we can continue with our open session. Stone PK, karibu. Julia, had you
what
talked?
about adherence to the rules
I
of the
think
debate?
I'm done. I just wanted to talk about the polls that Adams was talking about. Baba is far much ahead because in the coast I saw Ruto had 20s, 25, 28, against Baba with 50, 51. At one point, Baba had 58, 59. So if you look at that, Baba is far much ahead. And about what happened in the 3 county, I saw something in Elgeyo Marakwet. I was very pleased with that show. What the rally Baba had in Elgeyo. Did you people see that? It was so encouraging.
It was
is
very
just
exciting. Yeah.
Yes, it is just telling us that that Baba is able now to connect with everybody. And looking at Baba's campaign now, my take is we are going back to the 2002. We are going back there. We no longer see ourselves as tribes. That's the picture I'm
But
seeing
we
now.
still have 20 days to go, eh?
What 20 days? We are almost there.
If the elections were next week, that would be a very good thing for that.
I don't like pessimists to say. I'm going to block you. Let's have some
Wait, we have Julia finishes so that we can have Stone PK.
Skusia is beginning to scare me with 20 days. Because we are not scared of 20 days. We are getting this thing 20 days. 20 days ni kitu kidogo kuseo. Hakuna, hatuogopi, hatutishiki kamwe sisi. Nimemaliza Themba.
Kuna mtu hapa anasema ati my names are is grammatically correct. Kumbe watu wengi hawakupitia grammar school
Hakuna
ile
my
ya
names
shule.
are. Hakuna kitu kama hicho.
There's nothing like my names are. Kama unapata mtu
That one you were taught in primary school. That's a primary knowledge. It's wrong. Relatively wrong.
You are one person, so all the names that are being called ni wewe. So see ati are. Stone Piquet tafadhali.
Thank you very much Semba. Jambo sana Julia Kuseo na ndugu yangu hapo Lord Adams. Na Joe hatujaonana miaka mingi. Jambo bwana, ama ni mimi huwa asiji mtandai?
Nakuona kila siku.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Now I'm surprised hii topic ya nani tulipiga jana tukaipiga juzi. My goodness, Gachagua and Martha. Alafu the more you are complicating things, sasa inaanza kuwa tena marking scheme. And Mwalimu Julia has put it very clearly. I asked you to describe Nairobi, then you start describing Dar es Salaam. Alafu professor unasema ati nitakupatia mass ya neatness, present. What are you presenting? I'll just cross that paper 2 lines vile Mrs. Ouma alikuwa anatufanya. I think Mrs. Ouma is still alive. I wish she could hear what I'm saying. She would read. The moment you don't begin with, you are not relevant. Unapigiwa line, anakuambia asante, but you've wasted ink, you've wasted time, and you've wasted the full stop. Then you get to be very serious. Soma, swali, na uelewe. For me, I would not, in fact, I would agree with Julia. I would have chased, if I was a moderator, I would have chased Gachagua out. Because once you are irrelevant, then you are wasting people's time. Let me say that it is good that at first some Kenyans were excited. They were led to get excited by by Kenya Kwanza. You know, Kenya Kwanza flared up saying how they had flawed Martha. You know, that initial corrupting of mind. Yeah. Then the following days when Kenyans realized, Allah, Kumbe Gachagua told us nothing. You know, and now is when people are saying, Allah, actually, yes, they are replaying the clip once again. Now, if you see what most Kenyans are saying, they are saying Gachagua was wasting people's time and he is taking Kenyans to be fools, which is what Kenya Kwanza is thinking. You know, going there, you are being, unasema, don't ask me about corruption. Let's talk to what people are waiting. What are people waiting to hear? In fact, that debate, 90 minutes, I would repeat and say, we wanted to hear about corruption and how it will be executed. Corruption and how it will be murdered. Hiyo tunataka idiscussiwe hata a half a day. Don't just, ruka over it. Alafu nikija quickly kwa upande wa the campaign, the 3 counties. This is unbelievable. I will again support Julia and is it Adam or Joe who said, it's the 18 days, kuisha maneno. The only thing we are waiting is these people to go and do the needful, because Baba cannot be pronounced bila sisi kupiga kura. But kura ishajipiga tayari. Ni ile sasa inahitaji binadamu kwenda pale ndio wapate kitu ya kuhesabu. It is done, and it has been done earlier than we expected. Initially we thought Mulima would really itatutesa mpaka karibu wiki ya mwisho. We had estimated Mulima would give us hard time up to 1 week to election. They have done this a month before election, and there is no point of return. Hata hiyo peleka kwa bank. They have decided, everyone has decided this. Number 2, look at the Kalenjin. I'm talking that way because that's how it is. I don't want to talk of Rift Valley. I want to say the Kalenjin, Elgeyo Marakwet, katikati. Watu wanaita baba, and they are drooning. You know, anytime you are giving a speech and you see your listeners drooning, yani wengine wanapiga nduru, others crying, others falling on the ground because of emotion. This is unbelievable. Baba kwanza, at one time he posted, because I monitored that throughout, aliona mtu anaruka hysterically, akafikiria labda huyu is ametumwa kumdhuru, akakuta is a fanatic, is somebody who is saying baba just walk to State House. You know, there is somebody who even talked in Kalenjin there. If you know Kalenjin, you could hear some of the background comments. This guy has just reached that place. Okay. So yeah, Temba, just a minute. Let somebody else take as an urgent thing.
Yes, Adam.
Yeah, Mr. Themba, I just have a question about something happened. I didn't mention it. I just wanted to get your view, you guys, your view about it. I saw the Kenya Kwanza Brigade were really complaining about a stadium venue that they had paid for 1.5 million and they were given a receipt. They were allowed to use it on 6th to wrap up their campaign on 6th of August. And then later on, it was revoked because the venue had been booked for some religious some prayer activities. So my question is, why do you think these guys are so much mad? And actually, they said they're gonna go to something. Why do you think these guys really want to finish their campaign in Nairobi? So much that actually they were even alleging that it is Azimio who have already booked that venue. So the question, why do you think these guys are so much, they really want to do this, to finish the business in Nairobi? But normally they finish it in Nakuru, Fraha, and so many other places. Why do you think they are so much into Nairobi? They want to finish it there.
Well, I think Nairobi is the capital. There are so many media, even the international media. So it'll give them that, what to people from all over the world, international exposure. That's why actually it's what they're looking for. Not Nakuru is outside Kenya, kidogo. I mean outside Nairobi. And if you want to get that international recognition, you have to do your things in Nairobi. That's why terrorists attacked Nairobi and Mombasa. They don't attack Nakuru and Kisumu and Kakamega. So it gives them that international, recognition.
And do you think they have a case? Do you think they're right or wrong in alleging about the letter, the issues of legality and illegality?
In this case, I tend to agree with Themba. This thing already, these people are losing, and denying them that opportunity, if they really applied, is only giving them a mileage. So I thought if they really applied, they should be allowed to do so. I mean, we have gone past those days. We should be more advanced and don't look back on those ugly things that were happening during the Moi time or during the other time. I mean, they should be allowed.
But Joe, can it be that the Azimio are in Nairobi as well? So they don't want another major rally in the same town.
But Baba said that his final rally will be at the Nyayo Stadium on 6th.
Yes,
so
yes.
That's
So
what he
you
said.
want the entire Nairobi to congregate there. But if somebody was to go to Kasarani, it will be basically empty. So it might be a sign of loss, which I'm sure they would not be for. They want a place which they can flood with people.
Exactly. And a central
But
place.
I like how they are playing well the role of opposition, considering that that is where Baba was a few years back. You have to earn the seat of opposition. You don't just wake up and you become opposition.
See, now they are playing victim.
Yeah, you have to look like you are struggling to being in opposition is not a walk in the park.
You have to work for it.
You don't just wake up and you are a main opposition in a country.
Themba, I thought Azimio was to come and change the bad things that were done in the past.
Yeah?
They don't have to play the bad things that were done in the past. They should play a different kind of game.
Oh,
it's like you're saying wasikie uchungu vile wale walisikia uchungu wakati ule. I
no,
don't think
I'm not saying
this should not be
You're
the game, eh?
quoting me. This should not be the game, eh?
Thank you, Sempa. Sorry, I had a small interruption. Yeah, let me continue by saying that the Elgeyo Marakwet, these are some of the areas that are really, making a statement, and it is what inafanya kina Ruto wakonde. You wait and you'll see Eldoret how it will look like. That's the real picture. I quickly want to add that in terms of the gains as we move towards the summary. The Nairobi meetings or the Nairobi rally, Kenya Kwanza realized that Azimio strategy was a way ahead. Kenya Kwanza did not plan to have a rally in Nairobi at all. This is according to very reliable sources. But later, as always, wanafikiria kinyuma, wamelala, because then they are after propaganda. So their thinkers forget to think strategically. Their initial plan was to have a mega rally in Nakuru, because that has been the tradition of whatever. And then they realized, again, Nakuru imechafuliwa na Azimio, all right? So they would not be able to mobilize as many people as possible. They thought Nairobi would be easier. They will send vehicles all over, offering some money, and people will board to come to Nyayo Stadium. Unfortunately, Azimio had that schedule since 1 month and a half ago, all right, of having that rally. Initially, it was supposed to be in Kamkunji, but again, the security said Kamkunji was not the ideal. So these guys, Azimio went ahead and booked Nyayo. Nyayo for the rally, and there is no way they would be allowed to hold a rally before a big rally. Their two rallies cannot follow each other in Nyayo Stadium. You can imagine that logistics, dismantling, and all those kind of things. Number three, these people had bad motives. They have very, very, very evil motives. I know Joe is saying that we are supposed to forget the past. These guys are planning to chafua Nairobi, kuchafua ile ya ukweli, because they were planning immediately in that meeting, they would break the meeting by inciting everybody, and they start marching, chanting maneno ya unga ugali. So they were hit twice. Kwanza, bei ya unga ikashukishwa chini, na pili, wakanyimwa Nyayo Stadium. I would still support that. In fact, I don't care if Azimio ndio wamebook hiyo Nyayo for prayer. Yeah, and I am happy that Ruto is going to get it. Apate hiyo baba ameumia hiyo. I want us to continue that way. Wafinywe kabisa. No, hakuna huruma. Yeah, then baba atatengeneza nchi. So when I'm contesting for presidency, itakuwa ni Joe, Stone PK, Adams, bila kujali. But baba has to get in through hooks or crook. Hii tusifichane ati modesty, ati tunakuwa democracy. Hii tunalazimisha. Ni vile zai kuongea kama Sabina Chege. This has to happen.
Mr. PK, Mr. PK, you are supporting an eye for an eye.
For now.
Why is your adrenaline going up so quickly, so early?
Najua Joe anasikia ni kama anataka
your adrenaline is going up.
Julia, what do you have to say?
I was saying that I'm agreeing with PK. If I was the one debating with Gachagua, I'm debating with Ruto, and I'm your presidential candidate. This is how I introduced myself. My name is Julia. I'm above board. I don't steal people's land like my friend here. I'm a bad board. I have not incited anyone to fight anyone. I have not been accused of crimes against humanity like my friend here. Am I wrong? Am I lying?
Remember, she said, I have no appetite. You remember?
Anasikia ni kama
Remember, she said she has no appetite for land.
Now, let's do this. Let's do this. Now we want to introduce ourselves like Gachagua. So we want to introduce ourselves like Gachagua. Gachagua things, and we want to start with Kuseo. Kuseo, who are you?
Gachagua challenge.
Gachagua challenge.
No, people might not know the difference. No,
who are you? We want to Gachagua challenge. You have to.
You want me to say that I don't do entrepreneuring?
Why are you ashamed? See, you
that I don't do entrepreneuring.
Simply sema alifanya vizuri. So we want to see Gachagua challenge introduction.
No, I leave that to
okay, a good question. Gachagua challenge.
Yes.
Kuseo.
Yeah.
You are debating Julia. Gachagua challenge. Can you tell us? I want to give you a question, and you are Gachagua, and Julia is Martha. Yeah. So kindly, Kuseo, tell us how you got the certificates that you have.
Okay, I'm Kuseo. I must say that I am a God-fearing person, and I don't go to class late. I don't go to class late, and I fast twice a week, and and even when I type, they blackmailed me and dragged me to court.
So I asked you about your papers.
I have to go off target, Amma.
Exactly.
Remember, you went irrelevant.
So you are doing so well. You have
achieved. Gachagua went irrelevant.
You are winning. You are winning the debate.
According to Adams, you have won the debate.
You have been misled.
You have won the argument.
I am doing exactly what they wanted.
Exactly.
You see, it's like Julia asked, tell us about Kenya, and you end up telling people about Tanzania. And then you start telling them, you know, in Tanzania there is no tribalism. Tanzania, Hakuna.
Julia, now you are
your ears, but it is not what was asked.
Who is upset with Gachagua?
Okay, wacha Joe akwe Gachagua tusikie.
No. Mimi I don't like to be kufundishwa but tabia mbaya. I might naweza izoea namojua ma chairman of so many groups, so I might go and start those groups.
Kwa group tu wala.
Anafundisha watu tabia mbaya. Oh God.
I wanted to talk about this IBC thing,
mambo ya IBC bana tuliacha. Hiyo IBC bana.
I talked about it earlier, but you have talked about it about a few minutes ago.
I mean,
I know the airport protocol.
Yeah?
I know the airport protocol of government guests.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know it. I've worked in the airport for about 3 years in the government, so I know this protocol. Actually, there's usually a government protocol officer at the airport 24/7. Could be junior, could be medium hapo katikati. They are all to monitor all government guests. And usually the government guests, they have a for information that comes, kama ni Ministry of Education, Ministry of Education contacts the MFA so that the MFA can send an officer of appropriate rank. Sio mtu hivi kama ni mkubwa watatumia mkubwa. And usually there are even people to meet those people at the airport to clear their passport procedures. They don't go for immigration. There are people the protocol will do it. na nawekwa kwa gari, iko 99 to escort them through the traffic up to the office or to the hotel where they're living. That is the procedure. Hakuna procedure ingine ati mtu ana sneak in anaenda kwa migration peke yake. Hakuna. That's, in fact, visa ungekuwa umepewa kule Venezuela. Or if you don't have a consulate or an embassy kule, the protocol will have to do it for them here when they arrive. And that's the procedure. You don't come on your own, then you sneak into the country. No, it can't happen. It can't happen.
That is
IBC should have contacted the Ministry
that is
of
the
Foreign.
theory according to Kuseo. At the IBC is independent, so you can even sneak anyone because you're independent.
No, for security reasons.
Were these government visitors?
I'm telling you the
when
procedure.
IBC is operating in Utopia.
No, were they government visitors? What he has described is how government visitors are
No,
received.
wait, Kuseo.
Not necessarily government visitors.
You see, Kuseo, Kenya is a sovereign country, and IBC is under the Kenyan constitution.
IBC do not control the port of entry. IBC has no mandate at the port of entry. Port of entry is like the airport where the visitors come in. They have no mandate there. Their independence has got nothing to do with. That's a different department. That is immigration.
Adams left Kenya a long time ago. In Paka now.
Exactly.
Listen. Independence roles of IBC, it does not include issuing visas, does it?
No, it does not.
I agree, but be careful. It might be seen that you are interfering with the work of IBC.
No. Wait. I asked you a simple question. When does IBC start dealing with you?
You're asking who?
IBC is free to do all manner of procurement and supply,
including bringing even
for purposes of managing the elections.
Wait.
They have a free hand.
Including even bringing foreigners.
But the suppliers, like the plane that brought
the
papers, they were foreigners.
If you're a foreigner, who gives visas?
I'm not aware that Kenyans give visas.
Department of Immigration, sir.
Where do you live? Do you live in Mass or something? If you enter to Kenya and you're a foreigner, you can either apply your visa online or you can get it electronic.
When you have landed. You have landed.
No, you can even apply from here electronic. You can apply electronic. Latest there's a thing like that. So I have a question then by everybody else.
Thank you
what
for
exactly
informing
happened
me.
with these people? What exactly happened? Why were they arrested? What exactly happened?
They were arrested because they were sneaking into the country. I mean, it is simple. I mean, if you are a foreigner and you are getting into a country, you will have to let the people of that country know.
It is not an arrest, eh? At the airport, if you're not allowed to come into the country, you're detained.
I get you, Joe.
You are put back on your flight.
You're just detained from entry. You're prohibited.
I thought they put you back on the return flight.
Yes, to come here.
And there's a thing, Kuseo. Now I remember, even if you have a visa, Kenya can deny you entry.
Yes, exactly.
Even if you have a valid visa, they can decide at Kutaki.
If you're a non-Kenyan, if
you don't have a Kenyan passport,
yes.
Even if you have a visa, they can deny you entry.
Yeah.
The immigrations, just like, did you know that the immigrations can deny you exit? Hiyo mnatetanga ati Ruto ameonewa, ati amekatazwa, sijui nini. They can deny you exit.
Yeah, but you see,
kama ile yake ya Uganda.
Kama ile yake ya Uganda.
You see, the migration does not act on their own on such issues.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they act with the larger security.
You see, you're right, Joe.
But Julia, one thing you need to remember.
Joe is right.
He was denied exit
as a
government, as a state officer, not as a traveler.
Kuseo.
Even a traveler, Kuseo, they can deny you entry, even if you have a Kenyan visa. It is not that for granted that you land and allow you to get in. They can decide their security issues and they deny you entry.
Those
Exactly.
people being detained, those people being detained, it was not just, like this.
Mm.
You know, the government, wanasema serikali. The government knows so much. So the fact that they were detained, like Joe is saying, to us, it might just be being detained. You remember the issue of Ruto and his friend who went to university in Uganda?
Yeah.
How come after that guy was
They
deported?
came back.
How
They came
come
back
after
to
that guy
Kenya.
was deported,
Yeah.
Ruto has never gone to court? Nobody has ever followed anything about that case.
Neither the Turkish embassy has never followed it.
It has never followed. How come?
And this is the guy you want to give presidency.
And even Ahmed Nasir, who was following that guy to follow where they are, where the Kinakli for better, they have never gone to court to even seek anything. How come?
Even the case during the even during the time of you remember the Atur Magrarian and Sargasian, when they were deported, when Raila spotted them and they were deported out of the country, nobody followed their case.
Yeah.
It went like that.
Yeah. So when you see the state detaining someone, you need to know that is the tip of the iceberg.
Sure.
It's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
So there's so much that now they are claiming. IBC is writing letters saying that, these people, IBC does not have the responsibility of allowing someone into Kenya or outside. It doesn't give visas, So when you are writing to the government, you are writing to the government purport that, these people are detained, we have contract with them. You can have a contract with an individual, but the person needs to follow the procedures of getting clearance into that country. Just because we have a contract with you, that does not give you a free pass, an open check to come in and out of the country anytime you wake up and you feel like you want to come. You remember there's a time, is it Wako or one of the guys were denied entry into the US, as much as they were part of
it was Wako.
The team that was going to the US, they were denied the visa. So it is the country that decides whether you are going to come in. If the country can deny runners and say that this one is not coming to run in our country, and these are people who can run.
Not even runners then, but I know somebody who is a pastor who reached here in the US and had a valid visa, and he was denied entry. And within minutes, they were calling the flight that he used. They were deporting him using that flight, and they were not explaining to him anything. And he's a preacher.
And the country does not owe you an apology. You see,
they do not owe you an apology. They do not owe you an explanation.
Yes.
Because
so when you start saying that, we want these people.
Remember, it's like this, you have your gated house. You have very beautiful daughters. And there's a kijana ya kuseo. Na natumia hizi vitu ya Jakoya. Anataka entry to your house. You just deny them.
You couldn't think of a better example. Now,
Whether kushika lakini una deny access. And you don't need to explain anything.
So with that, when you see the government acting, there's usually a bigger thing. Now, I want to, Joe, you are not taking the radical point that Stone Piquet, Julia, and I are taking. We are taking a radical approach that these people should not step in the city.
Yes, they should
You
not.
should not just wake up and you are the opposition leader. How?
Na wametutukana sana, then wametwita step capture, sijui deep state, sijui wametwita nini. Now we are going to be real deep state.
You should not wake up and you just find yourself as opposition leader. No way. You need to work for it. And how do you work for it? We deny you. They need to wake up, demonstrate, wapigwe tear gas. Unaona zile vitu vile Moses Kuria alikuwa anasema tukichapwa tear gas. Moses Kuria was tweeting and saying that those things should be live bullets.
Let me
And
tell you one thing, Pemba.
that water
he was
should be
saying that.
added something, you know.
Pemba.
We need them to those things they bought
Yes,
when they passed.
unakumbuka wakati wakibaki na farasi na maji baridi.
Exactly, when they passed the security laws. Unajua security laws walipass kwa parliament na fujo. And one of the security laws ambayo ilipass ni kwamba the police can use reasonable force.
Yes. But
That is
Pemba,
one without explanation, reasonable force.
Let me ask you something, eh? Do you think Ruto has the capacity to conduct demonstrations in Nairobi?
No, he
No,
doesn't.
he doesn't.
And I can give you the reasons why,
He
Joe.
cannot.
I can
He
give you the
cannot.
reasons. I can
He
give you the
cannot.
reasons. In Nairobi, the people who may be supporting Ruto more are maybe from Mount Kenya region, because very few people are from, let's say, the Kalenjin community in Nairobi. But the Mount Kenya people are something else. When you call them for demonstrations, they don't have time for that.
Because they have businesses in Nairobi.
Yes.
Yes.
And they don't want their business to mess up their businesses with the
they won't do that. They will not.
No.
Hawata care, and they will not come out to do that.
Ruto does not have the capacity.
No, Ruto does not have the capacity to hold any demonstration in Nairobi. The demonstrations, in fact, if you go back to the history of demonstrations are held in places like Kibra. Demonstrations are held in places like Kisumu. Demonstrations in Rift Valley, unfortunately, what they do, they displace people. In Kisumu, they just block the road and
destroy.
They just block the road and stuff. So there was no demonstration in Central. There has never been.
Yeah.
That is true, Temba. That is true. What you are forgetting is that
during Mau Mau, I think.
No, he can hire.
Did you see demonstration in Mau Mau?
You see, the same way you can't. You can only rent. You can hire. He can hire them.
No, you can't.
Demonstrations. They will not come out.
Listen, remember the sort of things Sonko was telling us. He can hire.
Let me give you a picture.
The Sonko style.
Let me give you a picture
and even dress them as much.
No, let me give you a political economy of the Kikuyu. You know, the most fortunate people that we have in the country. I think if you were to speak in the biblical times, we would say that the Kikuyus are the Israelites of Kenya. You know, the most fortunate, they are the Israelites of Kenya. You know, the people who are chosen. You know, the Kikuyus, in one day, they can access the city, come to college in the University of Nairobi, go to the bank in Nairobi, and sleep at home in the same day. They come from home, they come to college in the University of Nairobi, they sell their things at Nyamakima, and then they go back home and they sleep. One day. You tell me a Luo who can come to Nairobi and go back home and come to university and then wake up in the morning. Now, do you think that person will think of disrupting that cycle?
Me now another thing. He can buy any shamba.
No.
Another thing, a typical central guy who lives in Limuru wakes up in their farm, goes to the farm, anakata mboga, anaipeleka Nyamakima, akitoka hapa na kunywa chai Nairobi. And from there,
they come with milk.
Ama anapeleka maziwa. You know, do you think they would want to disrupt that?
They
and you know,
do that.
when they're at it, they are using tarmac road. Kutoka kwake, akitoka kwa nyumba hivi, anaingia kwa tarmac road. There are people in Central who don't know how Amaram Road looks like. They don't know Hawajui Giza. In fact, the other time they were saying, how come there are people who still live in grass-thatched houses? The only time they see grass-thatched houses is when they go for holiday wanaenda kulipa a lot of money ndio waende some holiday. Anakuja nayo picha ya kwamba amepeleka watoto kwa holiday somewhere, amelala kwa nyumba ya makuti. You know, wanazita makuti. Unajua kama una pesa inaitwa nyumba ya nyasi, but kama uko na pesa inaitwa nyumba ya makuti. Unaona?
Themba, on the flip, there are
That's
people.
why I'm telling you that those people, it is hard. Never in Kenya have you seen demonstrations taking place because of an election in central Kenya. You can't.
And do you know why again?
Now,
you know, in Africa,
I agree with you, except I gave you a notion that
in
you
Africa,
can buy.
In Europe, maybe in the States,
demonstrators.
In States, people demonstrate peacefully.
You can rent. You can rent. You can rent, not buy. You can rent them.
But in Africa, a demonstration always ifanya peacefully. There must be distraction. That's when the message will be heard.
Yeah, you see, sometimes the leaders hear the message of distraction. Now,
imagine during the Raila time, angekuwa naenda pule peacefully, atu akina mama wamebeba ninio. Government
no, you see, Joe, peaceful in Kenya. Ulisikia vile Ruto alisema ya kwamba wakati huu tukishinda hakuna demonstration. So the government is the one that prevents. In other developed democracies, when you're demonstrating, the police escort you.
Yes.
Here when they demonstrate, wanakuzuia barabara. Unaona? So that is what causes the problem. But what we are trying to say is this: Ruto does not have the capacity to even call a demonstration, because even the people ambao wako nao ni waoga.
What about
uliona Moses Kuria alichapwa na tear gas kidogo tu hivi akaanza kulia. Those the people you are relying.
Actually, Themba, you are saying that
this boy is who yapping at his rallies. You know, Adams, he buys them.
You are relying on Moses Kuria. You are relying on what is his name? On Mudavadi. Wale simu zilikosa nini? Wetangula. Wale simu zilikuwa Nigeria.
Even Themba, at the same time, you saw a place like at the University of Nairobi, when the government wakipata just rumors kwamba there might be a strike in one day or two tomorrow, GSU will, ndio watafika hapo, it is them who will trigger the strike. Instead of coming to protect it and help the students demonstrate peacefully, they come and trigger it. And it starts like that. And Mr. Kuseo, you remember when Raila Odinga was coming from the United States, when he landed at Jomo Kenyatta, and that
I was there, Bwana. I was there.
That chaotic. That chaotic.
I was there.
Mr. Kuseo, you cannot rent such kind of people. That is not rent, my friend. That is follower. That is from inside you. You can't pay such kind of people because they rebelled against the government, against the bullet, the live bullet, and they made it to Uhuru Park. 6 hours from Jomo Kenyatta to the CBD. That is not rent, my friend.
Black raundi mujaribu tutawatwanga. You cannot just wake up and defend yourself as an opposition leader. Yes. There's no way. You must earn that position. Number one, nataka kuwaona kwanza mkule tear gas, mjue vile una deal na tear gas. Now, 101, wacha nikwambie Black, kwa sababu some of you don't know how to deal with tear gas. Mbebe maji na handkerchief. Ikikupa hivi, unaishika huko juu. Alafu you make sure that unaosha macho kila wakati, kwa sababu some of you will suffer. You have to earn. You cannot just wake up and become an opposition leader. Where Baba has earned. Even you people must earn it.
Wajue kukaa kwa lami, wajue lami inakuanga moto,
lakini tunakaa water and kitambaa huko.
Yes, you are talking to me.
Yeah.
And we will allow you guys, we will allow you guys to demonstrate. Na mtachapwa kwanza tear gas kidogo, mtatawanyishwa. Zile vitu Moses Kuria alikuwa anasema, sisi kwanza tutasema kwamba wangetumia waweke hata iwe kali kabisa iwachome. You guys go back to Ndindi Nyoro and Moses Kuria's post that time. Kwani sasa sisi ndio? Hapana. You cannot wake up and become opposition leader.
Yeah,
no.
I agree with them. And hiyo kamkunji wasipewe.
That throws water. Do you know it throws sewage water?
Waende no, Julia, wacha kuambia wasiende, waende huko wa force themselves there, wachapwe tear gas kidogo. Unajua ni nini?
Hata unajua kwa nini GSU walikuwa na trigger riots in university wakisikia kwamba kuna kuwa na demonstrations? You know, these guys are highly trained. They're actually paramilitary people. That's why they're called paramilitary.
That's true.
Wanakaa kwa kambi so idle for so many days. So wakifika kule, they want the fun, they want to do it practically. Sasa kama nyinyi you were not demonstrating, they'd rather start it.
Yeah, they should be. Black, I don't know what you guys are waiting. Stop, move out of press conferences.
Look, it is very simple like this, eh?
Yes.
Umesikia your girlfriend anakucheza na mtu. You see, when you go, unasema wako kwa pub fulani, if you go, if you don't find them, you feel disappointed. You're bored. You rather pata hawa ulete vurugu. So GSU is also like that.
That's what they do. The GSU is the
unajua Joe, mimi na Julia na Stone PK, this is what we are telling Akina Black. They should stop with this going to press conferences. So tokeni kwa press conferences. We will not, that is a language the government yetu will not listen. You will do a press conference and things like that. Get out there, start demonstrating. Start kula tear gas kidogo, kimbizana, start machozi Mondays every day. I mean, those are the things we need you guys to be doing. Tokeni kwa
haki yetu.
And they have been calling us deep state. Umemtuita deep state for too long. Sasa, now you'll see the real deep state. Tutawafinya kuwafinya, wacha hiyo nani, tutawafinya, mjaribu. Saizi tunapatia nafasi tu, tutawafinya kuwafinya. Nasikia Black, wacha kwanza una complain na bado. Not yet. Anza kudemonstrate, mtaona. Mnaambia Ruto anawaambia ati unaona mimi ni kama mimi naweza kuibiwa.
That is a very bad chest thumping. It's just thumping
no,
so bad.
Tumeshamfinya. The same Ruto alisema ati unaona mimi ni kama naweza kufukuzwa kutoka Jubilee, tukamfukuza. Unaona mimi ni kama naweza kunyimwa kazi, tukamnyima kazi. Unaona mimi ni kama naweza kunyimwa hela, tukamnyima hela. Tunazishika zote, zikikuja airport tunazikara. Akikuja hivi na mtu ametuma, sijui anatuma nani, akituma jamaa wa kutoka sijui Turkey sijui wapi, akituma sijui wapi.
So hata hiyo kura ataibiwa tu.
Hata hiyo
kura si lazima ibiwe,
tumepata wale jamaa alikuwa tunashika.
Hatuna haja ya kuiba kura. We don't need to steal the vote.
Yeah.
How do we steal the vote when we've been winning for 3-4 times?
What we are doing right now, Adams, we are not stealing the vote. Tunashika wale watu walikuwa najaribu kuweka wamwibie kura. Hao ndio tunashika, tunakamata, tunafinya. Tunafinya huko, ndio ndio Chebukati afanye kazi yake, ache story za kunini. So hao majamaa ndio tunakatakata huko. Kuna jamaa
na bilioni ngapi hizo makilo zao.
I really feel bad for Hussein Mohammed, who took the guy to politics. He was a gentle journalist.
The guy is
No, I told you, Adams, his intelligence ni kama ya Gachagua. Kwani wewe uelewi maneno?
Unajua yeye alikuwa anapidi Gachagua na hiyo kitu ya nini?
Sasa Adam Hussein Mohammed ameenda huko, alafu anaanza kuphotoshop State House, White House. Sasa mtu kama huyo sasa sure.
And his one was feeding Gachagua with that nonsense. Alisema unakunywa pombe and I don't drink alcohol. Sema you are married to one wife, I'm married to one wife. Sema his one was feeding him with that nonsense. Huko na Gachagua alikuwa na something hapa kwa masikio yake.
What do you think of someone who is being guided by Governor Mutua, the creator of Cobra Squad, ambaye White Elephant zake zote alitengeza barabara, after 1 week barabara
ikatoka.
Remember, do you know I featured in Cobra Squad 1?
Haya, sasa kila mtu anajitambulisha. Haya, wewe pia ulikuwa actor. Haya, Joe hapa alikuwa runner. Haya, what is it? Stone PK. Wewe ulikuwa nini?
Sisi tulimfukuza, alikuwa sekretari wetu tukamfukuza.
Alikuwa sekretari
wetu kwa Wiper initially na tukamfukuza haraka sana those days.
When you were Wiper, Stone PK, you are in Wiper.
I began from Wiper before I went to ODM. 2013 I was in Wiper.
Uliwachanga characteristics za nani? Za huyo wenu?
Nilitoroka Kalonzo kwa sababu niliona anatupaka nini. We differed many years ago. 2013.
Haya, no, Black, wewe sisi tushakwambia anza saizi, tokeni kwa press conferences, wacheni stories za kuja kusema president amefanya akafanya. Tutawafinya, wacha hii nini saizi, kuwafinya. Mwanze sasa. You cannot wake up. I mean, how do you wake up and then you are an opposition leader? How? You must earn it. You must earn that seat. You must eat some tear gas.
Semba kuna watu bado wanataka kuingia, imagine.
Hatuingizi watu hapa.
Waingizi leo. Kuna
wacha wakule
watu wamebega bana sana.
No.
Hata wakibega aje, sisi ni deep state, hawaingii.
Hapa tunaingiza watu wa deep state peke yake. Kama wewe si deep state, hakuna nini. Deep state
hivyo.
Ati?
Au kujua mimi ni deep state.
Julia ndio wale wa kusema pale Mount Kenya Foundation. Deep state wenyewe.
If you didn't know deep state looks like this.
Ati unasikia Black anasema Themba, we shall win the election. In Africa you don't win if the president who is ako hapo sasa hizo hakusupport. You lost it. If the president ambayo yuko sasa hizo hakusupport, you lost it. So kubalini yaishe. You cannot. Hiyo nakwambia, I mean, Black, start mapema kuanza kuzoea opposition. Kuna baridi huko, tumekaa hapo. If you can win an election just because people are following you, Raila would be doing his third term today.
Vitu vichenjanga. Black.
Alikuwa alishinda 2007, akafanya 2013, na angekuwa sasa saizi ako 2007 kwa sababu 2017 angekuwa sasa angekuwa shamaliza na akaretire.
Matiba angekuwa president in 1991 kama ni following.
Yes, I'm telling you, Matiba angekuwa president.
Hakuna following. What is the let me now talk to people of UDA. You cannot win an election in Kenya, in Africa, if you don't have a euphoria, if you don't have a system that is supporting you, kama hauna the serikali imekupatia machineries. If there's anybody who was bringing change and had a better messaging, was Uganda's this guy Bobby Wine. He didn't have one thing. He didn't have the state machinery. State machinery goes down.
Even
Besigye would be finishing his term right now. In Tanzania, Tundu Lissu would be the president today.
Lowassa.
You cannot wait. Lowassa would have been a president today. You know, you cannot wake up and then you don't have any euphoria. The only thing you do is come and say hapa chini, hapa juu. You can't, my friend. Stop dreaming. We don't want to start nursing wounds, taking you guys to hospital. Mmeanza kujinyonga bure ati kwa sababu. No, we don't want. Please.
No, Themba, you can be a dictator, eh?
Yeah?
Which is good.
Joe, you need to be realistic with people. Wacha kwanza kuambia hapa kwa bembeleza ati elections sijui
tutaongea sijui na nani mpewe Nyayo Stadium. Hampewi Nyayo Stadium.
Hampewi hiyo Nyayo Stadium.
You know, Mr. Joe is a diplomat. I can just read it. This is a diplomat.
You got it.
Huyo jamaa anaweza kuwa dictator.
No. Unajua Jo, ni vizuri kuambia watu ukweli. Wacha kushinda ukikuwa diplomatic ati unajua the election mkikuja mkivote ukienda hakuna.
143.
Unajua Themba
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I could introduce myself
943. We were at 942.
Ati kama Gachagua, ati mimi
ningejiintroduce vile Gachagua anajiintroduce.
Napenda mchele na nyama. Sikunywi pombe.
On another line, the powers ndio ile nimeshakuwa nayo. Ndio naona huyu Themba akipata hizo powers, mimi naona watu wanaweza pata shida sana.
Julia,
no, I think I'm being realistic to this UDA people. I'm just trying to tell them the truth. I mean, give them
the kind of thinking you have is maybe the kind of thinking that Ruto had when he was a vice president. He thought he could do anything. No, sasa zinampiga.
No, you see, Ruto was not wise. Ruto was not wise. Ruto, he said some wise words, but he never followed those wise words. There was a day he sat and told, what's his name? Jirongo. He told Jirongo that unajua mimi ninakaa hivi karibu na huyu jamaa hivi, unajua Moi alikaa kando ya Kenyatta baba ya huyu jamaa hivi akapata. Mimi pia nakaa hivi najipanga hivi nyuma ya huyu jamaa. Ikifika hapa mbele, unafikiria nisipojipanga hivi nitaipata kweli? Sitaipata. Those were wise words. He never followed those wise words. Angejipanga hivi nyuma ya huyu jamaa.
People, Ruto was a deputy president, the second most powerful person in the country. Then he amassed wealth. Those two things are dangerous. They can really change your way of thinking and behaving and treating people. And you know, he was not only a vice president in the first term, he was actually maybe the acting president. And then he had the big trillions.
Joe.
Hizo vitu. I'm telling you, no, let me finish, Themba. Sometimes let watu wengine wamalize. If you have those two in your head, they're ni vitu zinaweza kuharibu kabisa, na zimeharibu watu wengi sana.
But Mr. Joe, Mr. Joe, I get you, but I have a question for you on the same regard. Yeah. Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, you know, when he came into the political scene, he was already rich. Yeah. Kwa nini Ruto ndio richness inaingia kwa akili yake, and Ruto and Uhuru mwenyewe amezaliwa kwa wealth, akona wealth, still amassing wealth, haijamuingia kwa akili.
Good. I'll tell you, Uhuru amezaliwa State House. Amekulia State House. Hakuna kitu inamsumbua sana na pesa na power. He's used to it. A person ambayo anaribiko na mambo kama hayo ni yule ametoka chini. Talk about Tyson. Talk about Michael Jackson. They started as a poor family. Michael Jackson 5. When they get power, talk about any celebrity yule ametoka chini. When they become a celebrity and they have millions and billions in our rib, they're not used to it.
Obama hakuharibika.
Joe.
Yes.
Joe, let me tell you in my view. This was the,
Adam, you have to agree with me. Wengi.
Joe, let me tell you, ngoja. In my view, this was Ruto's undoing.
Talk about even Bahati huyu anataka MP.
Ngoja. Ruto's undoing.
Kama Wanyonyi anasikiza, huyu hawezi sikiza.
Just sikiza. Ruto's undoing was one. And that one is a lesson in politics. In politics, you do not have permanent friends. You must make your interest permanent, but not friendship. Now, when Ruto aliposhikana na Uhuru the first time, he thought that he had gotten into the league of Uhuru. Umesema hapa ya kwamba Uhuru amekuwa kwa wealth. Ruto's is riches. Unajua Ruto's kids ndio wanakuwa kwa wealth. Ruto yeye amekuwa kwa riches. Uhuru amekuwa kwa wealth. Now there's a club ya Uhuru ambayo iko tofauti na Ruto. You may want to be close, but hakuna. So when he comes in akafanya jambo moja ambayo you should never do in politics. Make your interest permanent but not friendship. Alipoingia the first time, wakashikana mkono na matai. Akafikiria sasa kwisha. Na unajua sasa ukikaribishwa kwa nyumba ambayo kama Joe akinikaribisha kwa nyumba yake iko na room 20. Mimi nimetoka kwa room moja. Nikiingia hapo aniambia sasa nimekupatia hii room, wewe fanya vile utataka. Naanza kuosha nini, kwa sijui kuitumia. Naanza kuitumia vibaya. Naanza unajua sijazoea. So natumia vitu zingine. Joe atakuja aseme, "Hey, how are you?" Kwa sababu bado ni nyumba yako. I will be misbehaving in the house. So you should, even when you are told that feel free in a house that you are still a guest, you should never be so free to find yourself in the bed.
Yeah,
And
it's
that
true.
And that is the problem that Ruto.
Let me tell you one thing, panel. People who come from low and they work hard, they usually achieve. Now, kama Ruto, anafika mali amefika. They always want to acquire more and more so that they be accepted. People like Uhuru who are brought in state house now, rich in a wealthy family, they are non-achievers. In fact, they're just like robots to some extent. You see, like Ruto wanted to control the whole country, but Uhuru was reluctant. Yeah, he had nothing. I mean, kitu ya msumbui amekaa tu, anakunwa, anapata raha zake. And if you look, Kenya mzima, Mudavadi, babake alikuwa a very powerful minister of local government. That's why he's reluctant. He cannot do things for himself. Now, if ukiangalia around Kenya, the leaders that we talk of, most of us don't know their parents. Wakina Martha Karua, wakina Joho, you don't know their parents. Lakini wale tungekuwa tunawasikia kama kina watoto wa Kibaki. Do you know any of them apart from Jimmy? Na Jimmy amejulikana tu juzi wakati babake amekuwa president. Watoto wa Michuki unawasikia? Watoto wa Tomboya unawasikia? Watoto wa Paul Ngei unawasikia? Watoto wa Njenga Karume unawasikia? Those children are non-achievers. They don't have anything that motivates them.
No. I disagree with you. You see,
yeah.
No, Joe.
Be realistic and tell me.
No. Listen, Joe, you are misleading the panel. You are misleading the panel, Joe. You being a public figure and being known in one area does not necessarily mean other areas you have failed. Achievement is not only when you take a political journey.
But I'm challenging you to tell me in any field. Do you hear them?
I mean, you don't have to hear them. There are so many people who have achieved in many other areas that are not necessarily public.
Nationally, what have they achieved? In any field.
Politics. You cannot use only a political.
Politics. Tell me any other field.
No, you cannot use. There are so many private citizens that we don't know about who are very high achievers. There are people we don't even talk about. You don't even hear them anywhere, but they are high achievers. So we should not make people
when you
imagine.
achieve, when you
No,
achieve
wait, Joe.
ukiachieve kwa Bill Gates, tunasikia Bill Gates watu namjua.
No.
He achieved
Wait.
something.
Bill Gates is one among so many billionaires. Do you know the other billionaires? Like, for example, we have I know Adams knows this. We have the owners of Walmart, right? They are like 3 or 4 sisters, billionaires. I mean, brothers and siblings, billionaires. But you don't. Some of you don't know their names. You don't hear them. You know, so it doesn't mean that simply because someone is a noisemaker. Some of the noisemakers are probably not even the most achieved in some of the families. You know.
I think Mr. Joe just mixed up two things. There's a difference between being in political limelight. Doesn't mean there's a difference between politics and success. So the fact that you're not in the political limelight does not qualify you or disqualify you to be successful or unsuccessful. Because we have people who are successful, but they're not in politics. Not at all. They don't want to be. You understand? But then we have people who are successful and then they're in politics. So those are the ones maybe you are talking about. But the ones who are successful but are not in politics, you're not talking about them. Like even the way you just mentioned the children of even Mzee Moi. Mzee Moi, the only child of Mzee Moi who is in politics, like really, really active politics, who is also doing so poorly, is Gideon. I know there's a brother too. Tom Mboya has kids who are successful, but they're not in politics. So you don't know much about them. So there is a difference between politics.
You see. I'm not saying you have to mention politics only in any field. You know, if you're highly successful, you'll come to the limelight. Like Anyang Nyong has a daughter that we know of. At least everybody, I mean, most of us know I may succeed in this field. Not necessarily politics.
You see, Joe, you see the fact that you don't know people doesn't mean they are not there. You know, you might not be an interested person in issues of art. You might not be an interested person in certain issues. It doesn't mean that those people are not there. Secondly, the people who control politics are successful businessmen. You remember when Baba was going to meet some people who are going to help in his campaign, he was calling some successful business people. Some people who are there in attendance, some of them you have never heard their names, but they are in the successful businessmen who are called to come and attend $1 million per plate.
A dinner of $1 million.
I also know
that when you talk about
let me tell you, just give me time. I know also of that very well, because I'm also aware in that most of these towns, the people who own buildings are not people who are educated. The successful men that wanajenganga gorofa kwa matown hizi kama Kakamega, wapi, Kisii, nini, Muranga, they're not also educated people. And those are the people ambayo wanaenda kununua 1 million a plate, the businessmen.
In fact, education is not
what success. Are you talking about? Joe, why are you mixing yourself?
Hata ukienda Kericho, wale majenga zile manyumba kubwa kubwa, sio wasomi.
But Joe, why are you mixing yourself? Having a PS, you know, you see, we all define success differently.
It's relative.
And when you go into maybe political leadership, you might say that someone who has been campaigning many times or loud in the family, according to some people, that is a successful politician. But there are different other parameters of success.
Right? I know where you're trying to get.
So when you come in and say that you have never had the sons of
ndio majenga manyumba kubwa.
Say what?
Well, siko vile nimesema, at those who are not educated so much, ndio wanajenga the big buildings in town. And you think that I'm going around, I'm beating myself. No, I'm not.
No, you see, you have introduced.
I know that, what I'm saying.
You are now
the
being
people that you thought that nothing in education at the failures, ama walikuwa mbaya kwa masomo,
in law they say
wanajenga ghorofa.
in law they say that you are
Na wale
introducing new
walikuwa
material.
wanaonekana ati yao ndio machopi ndio wanaandikwa na wale watu walifeli huko chini.
In law,
all in all, I think success and wealth or riches is a good thing, but success can be measured in so many dimensions, so many levels. You can be academically successful, like Wajakoya is having, I don't know how many degrees. You don't even have a decent house. You don't even have a decent house, you know. And some people who are just crooks are flashing money out there. That is success according to their material wealth. So I think it is all actually most of academicians, even if those who lecture at the universities, those professors, most of them, they are not rich people. Most of academicians are not rich people, but businessmen who are rich and wealthy, most of them did not go into like so much into education. There are some business people who are so much educated, I don't deny, but majority of them are not so much into education, but they are controlling, and the people who really studied so hard are working for them. You understand? You're working for them. So I think it is just life. Maybe some certain things are just life. Life is balanced like that.
Nakupata.
No, it's good. It's good you got that because we have had your argument is very valid though, because there are many ways that people have defined success.
Yeah.
And some of them are like, I mean, it's a valid argument that people keep saying that, you see, so and so is not successful. Parameters keep changing with time. You know, like within there's time and location where you go. There was a day that the teacher was the most successful because the teacher was having a bicycle, and a bicycle and a bicycle, and a teacher had to have a bicycle. Teachers were marrying everybody in the village because they were the in thing, and a bicycle.
Remember, hold on. Remember, my mom told me one day that in their village where she grew up, there was a teacher whose homestead is the only place where you could eat ugali ya mahindi. Otherwise, people used to eat ugali.
Ile ya wimbi.
Ya wimbi. So it's only him, that home. That guy was a primary head school teacher. His home was good. He was being viewed like a wealthy guy because he had goats. Ukienda kwake unaweza kunywa uji lenye iko na sukari. You know,
role model.
And over time, there was also a time where success in the village was based on how many wives you had. If you had like 3-4 wives, then you are a very successful person. When the colonialists came, the more wives you had, the more it showed that you could feed many people, and it showed that you could have many hands to work in the farm. And it showed that now because you can manage many wives, then you can be manage the village. So most people who had many wives became the senior chiefs.
Administrators, yes.
So
let me tell you, to some extent, it has some little truth in it. There's some facts. Because you can manage a bigger family.
Yeah.
Meaning you can make a good administrator. To some extent, you can have some facts.
So, and then after that, now when the colonialists came, and then the church came, now the success started changing now. If you have the most educated children, so now people started going to school.
And
so
then you are saved.
And most of them who went to school in those years became teachers. So if you had a teacher in your home, then that was a very successful home. And then of course a teacher had to buy a bicycle. So if you had a bicycle, you were very successful. Then cars came. If you had a motor car, if you could see, in those villages, you had only one pickup or something that used to pass around, ilikuwa pickup ya mwalimu, because teachers were the ones who could afford it. Then now after that, banking came.
Nyumba ya mabati.
Became successful.
Umesahau nyumba ya mabati.
Yeah, na nyumba ya mabati. Then after that, now degrees came. So University of Nairobi developed the Royal College. By then it was called, I don't know, the Royal College. So if you went to the Royal College.
Nairobi Royal College.
If you went
Yeah.
So now a degree became the in thing. And you remember there were days when you'd say that unajua huyu ni graduate. If you are a graduate, it was a big thing in the village and
people used to come from the village.
And people used to come to you'd ship the whole village to come and celebrate your graduation.
Yes.
Now after that, we came to the age of course, now the degrees became many. Now masters became. Now over time, now there's too many educated people. Now entrepreneurship came. So people started having government tenders, making money. Now money became the. So we don't care about how educated you are, as long as uko na pesa, wewe uko successful. Now the age of internet came.
Hata ukiiba hiyo pesa ni sawa, bora uko
Yeah.
nayo.
Now internet came. People started getting open to the world. They realized you can actually wake up and you have money without even going to school. Now we have people who have money. You used to go to school to get a job to have money. Now you have money, then now choose whether you want to go to school or not. Now talk to a young person and start telling them that so many vijana utapata kazi nzuri sana. This person is probably a YouTuber, ako na pesa. Sasa unasema nisome nipate kazi nzuri na already niko na kazi.
There's a song to that effect. So many vijana.
So some of the lectures that you'd give to people like maybe those young people kitambo, nawaambia kwamba enda usome ndio upate kazi. They have moved away from the idea. Then the things that you used to talk about that we are teaching you interview skills. Nobody is thinking of interview anymore because there are jobs everywhere. I'm working online. Why do I need to learn how to put on a tie to go and some nephew of mine was telling me that who works from 8 to 5 anymore? So you see, we have had a change, and therefore the level and definition of success has become, it's very fluid, and it's very dynamic.
Even our politics have changed. Our politics have evolved so much. When you just look at the trend, even the politics in Kenya, even some other part of the world, a lot of change, a lot of things have changed. It has evolved so much to the extent that even in terms of material, like finances, Mr. Joe, do you know right now, if you want to become a member of parliament in a constituency like a village, a rural constituency of country, leave alone this, you have to be counting like at least 50 million for you to do it.
I know.
Just campaigning alone. But before, back in the day, I think in the 80s, and those who did politics during the single parties, whatever, in the 70s, it was just, you could have just volunteers, people just helping you here and there. Nobody wants money from you, and you end up winning. And actually, the constituency was so much vast, it was so big. But right now, it has been made so small, but it has also become so much expensive that if you don't have money, actually, you need a chopper to campaign to become a member of National Assembly.
Mm-hmm. let me ask you, Lord Adam or Themba or anybody. Everything has evolved as you have said it. But is it evolving in the right way or with discipline and everything and decorum and everything? Because I know in developed countries, even if you go to Japan and China, things have also evolved. But they have some way of, controlling this evolvement, how it goes. It's not like ours. Ours are in a discipline. If you go to even Europe, they have a disciplined way of, getting into these things. But Sisi, no.
Mr. Joe, I disagree a little bit with that. Society is different. We are different people. Africans are Africans. Europeans are Europeans. Okay? The way things are done in Africa is according to the African formula. So the moment you want to employ or export or import the European political formula and you want it to work for you, in an African village where you, Mr. Joe, you were born, it doesn't really work. It will be a different thing altogether, you know?
Totally agree.
Yeah, so I think
I agree.
diversity plays a major role, but like, you know, even us, we've traveled. But there are certain things that we've seen in these serious democracies, like a first one, the United States, a first one. Mr. Joe, there are things here, even the service delivery in government offices. When I go today in any public office, you know, service delivery is my right. You know, it has to be done to me. And actually, it is done one time. When I go to get my license today, tomorrow, if I wake up tomorrow and I go to the DMV, I tell you, hey, you know what? I lost my DL. Within 20 minutes or 15, I'll walk out with that. But I can't go back home with that. It won't really work. So I think the society that we are in and the mentality and how we are wired, we are still evolving. So one day for our society, the Africans, for them to reach where the first world countries are, it will take them like maybe 3 generations from now. Maybe my generation, then the next one for my children and my grandchildren generation. That is when they will reach maybe where these people are. And by that time, these people shall have made another 3 steps forward. Or
Point
what do you
over
think?
that. Point for over. You know, I mentioned the Western, and then I mentioned China or Japan. Those are different societies. But you see, they're evolving, but they're keeping their values. Sisi, we are also evolving, but we're losing our values, African values. The African values that we had are also as good as the values you're saying you can get your DL in 20 minutes. Even in the
Joe,
African values, we had things that we held so high,
Can
like
I tell you
respect
that?
for the elders.
Hold on. Can I tell you something, Mr. Joe?
So I'm saying we
Yeah,
should. Why should we
yeah,
go
you're
along
right.
with our values?
You're right. No, hold on. You're right. Let me tell you. When you go to Africa, some places, even right now, so many places, even in Nairobi, Kenya, parents believe that when their children speak in a European language, that is English or French, then that is intelligent. You know, that kid is being intelligent. But in China, they don't recognize that. The kids speak Chinese, period. So we've been brainwashed into believing that everything European is good and everything Africa is bad. So it is that thing. So we were brainwashed. So until you get to expose yourself, read a lot of material, watch so many things, expose yourself and interact so much. That is when you get to know reality. And even that reality is not even enough. There's some of them that you still don't even know. So I think that is the difference. The Chinese, Japanese, they did not allow certain things to erode
Waindi,
who they are.
Waindi, Warabu. I mean, it's only happening to us
Joe,
Africans. Warabu have
Joe,
kept their
Joe,
values. Eh?
Joe, Joe,
Indians have kept their values. Japanese
Joe,
have kept their values. Chinese has kept their values
Yeah.
Joe,
as they develop and evolve.
Joe,
Sisi Africans
Joe,
eh, are
unajua,
dropping and shedding our values.
Joe,
Na tunafuata watu wengine.
let me help you understand. It has been studied, okay? And we have two kinds of societies. Sociologists have studied all that. We have open and closed societies. Now, in open societies like the Asian, Eastern, they tend to remain together. They tend to not easily, like be open to other groups, and they tend not to be as liberal, right? In what they do. Now, when you have such closed communities, you are likely to find some values being carried from one generation to another, because they are not easily open, and you'll find that in communist societies, in socialist societies, but not in capitalistic societies. And in capitalistic societies, you find some level of openness and loose touch, right? In these closed societies, they have kind of communal, they're close knit, And even in the places like what Adam is saying, where they live in the places like the US, you find them enclosed in certain communities where you just find they call each other and they stay almost together, all of them. While in this other side, and you are likely to find them trying to express themselves by their own language, because that tends to increase their communal nature. Now you are likely to find the values passing from one generation to another in such a society. But where you are finding a lot of liberal kind of thinking, accommodation of new ideas, openness to other people, as time you tend to lose some aspects of your values, which happens in most African societies, because they came and put in us the idea that the more open you are to the other liberal and the other world, the better for you. So we might need to understand it from that perspective. Is it a good thing? There are aspects of it that are good, there are aspects of it that are bad. But I want to say this though, that it took a bit of time, like what Adams is saying, for the society, like the US society, for them to reach where they are right now. Like you're talking about an ID. You know, I want to suggest there are words you don't have for certain things because those things are yet to find themselves in your village, right? Like you see the I don't know, the Luos. What do you call a car in Luo? Maybe they have a word for it. I don't know.
Mtoka.
There are things that you may not have a word because, yeah.
It's called Nyamboruko.
See, some of those things may not have a word, and you may not have, because they were not necessarily in your civilization at that time. So as they come, as they are being introduced, now you start coining words for them. Some of these things, like getting an ID.
Just a point of order, Themba, please.
Let me finish.
Just a point of order, please. It doesn't have to be a license. Maybe there are some things that we had within our society.
I just gave an example. You see, like a license where you're saying that I get it within a certain time. Some of those things were not necessarily in there. And Africans, okay, let's say Kenyans and Africa, time was not measured in form of hour, that 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was measured in form of the season. You hear it was morning, during the day, in the evening. You didn't have things like 8 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Those are inventions that have come. All right. So if as we introduce those, then you find evolving into that takes a bit of time, and it's not necessarily bad, because these people now are coming back.
I buy what
yes, Don PK. Wait,
what
Joe.
Adam has said.
Wait,
Joe.
Joe, wait. Joe, wait. Don PK.
Yeah, thank you, Themba. And sorry, Joe. Themba, you've given quite a lot of comparison, but there is one area I would like us to interrogate, and this is where I think Africa has lost it. And unfortunately, despite us losing it, we are not working to catch up. Because I hear even sociologists talking about, oh, US is 300 or 200 years ahead, you know, China, blah, blah, blah. But now we forget to say, for example, my grandfather, they used to walk from Mbumbere to Mombasa on foot. Yeah, during the construction, they are the ones who constructed the railway with the coolies and all that. Now, that time they were walking to Mombasa. So do we say that 30, 40 years later, people should still walk when there is SGR? No. Why am I giving this example? Adams has just said that in the US, you lose a license, and within a very few minutes or hours, you have it renewed. Do we have that technology in Africa? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. You can get an ID in 10 minutes. You can get that passport which they say, oh, lazima renewing a passport when the file is already there. Kila kitu iko hapo. You took even your grandmother's records are there. They know where you come from. Now renewing, unaambiwa inangoja sijui how many weeks. Semba, Africa ilirogwa. We are our own. We are killing ourselves. We are useless. Semba, hakuna mahali US iko mbele yetu ama China ama nini.
Exactly.
We have everything that it takes. Ile kurogwa, corruption. Yani, yesterday we had a discussion. I think it was on this platform, and everybody here amecorrupt. Alifanya deal. Adams alikuwa pale sheria. Sorry, this is live. I thought we had moved to the other. Let me censor. What I'm saying is, if we can decide from today, radically, tuombe Mungu, we all kneel down, and we say, as a country, let's become a nation. Let's be born again. Systems ziko kabisa. Those watu wa procurement, like I would like Raila to disband procurement department completely, suspend it, and take 3 months to set it up. It needs radicalism kabisa. We come and agree tuache kitu kidogo.
Mr. PK.
We have the machine. We discovered money, M-Pesa.
Mr.
US now
PK.
is thriving in this. Thank you. I think sisi wenyewe hapa.
No, Mr. PK, I disagree peacefully. This is my point. Mr. PK, you know there is something called political stability. There are certain countries in Africa that if tomorrow they become politically stable, then Africa can feed the entire world. And certain countries in the West, brother, cannot even function. Do you know that the most expensive, the most important mineral used to make certain gadgets, including phone, come from Congo? It means Congo can never be politically stable. It can't be stable because the moment Congo stabilizes and they can rule themselves, I'm telling you, they've lost it. So how do they get it? They have to make sure that Congo is unstable for them to continue amassing wealth. These people get those wealth minerals from there for free.
Let Africa unite. Let Africa unite and salvage and block.
They will not allow you to unite because there is something called Mr. PK, divide and rule tactic. Okay?
Corruption, yeah.
No, it is called divide and rule tactic. I come to your home, you are 3 brothers, I am moneyed, I have a lot of money, I come and give you money to fight your brother. Okay? That's divide and rule. So as you fight, then I come in between you and say, hey, I come as if I'm making peace. I'm the peacemaker. No, I'm the problem.
You see, Adams, you're bringing something that PK is refusing to accept. And PK, kindly, if you accept this reality that the influence of the colonialist to the African. Were we wait. Were we peaceful? Were we peaceful before the colonialists? Yes. In Kenya, I want to give you an example of Kenya.
More than peaceful, Themba. More than peaceful.
The issues of boundaries. Who came and created boundaries? The colonialists. Who came and created the division between the home guards and the locals? The colonialists. Why did he create that? He made them feel like they were more important than the locals. And then he used those home guards to against the locals. So he came and he created the enmity. He came and he taught these home guards that, you know, if you are a special person, you can get something better privileges than other people. And that is what he created. And then he introduced what he called Kipande, Kitambulisho, that now you cannot move freely to Nairobi. You have to show your kitambulisho and how many days you are staying in Nairobi, a place you used to visit wherever you wanted.
And you're a Kenyan.
And then he realized that, you know, the thing is, if we continue staying here with these people, it's gonna be. In fact, someone says that there's someone who has written a book, and he said that was Kenya. Did Kenya win? Did Kenya? Did Kenya?
Fight for independence.
Did Kenya fight for independence, or
And
it was
given?
So it's like pseudo independence. What was realized is that if we continue to stay here as a white man, the resistance is going to be high. So what do? We choose a white man but in a black skin. So the white man in a black skin remained. And what did this white man in a black skin learn from the white man in a white skin? He learned corruption, he learned division. And what is happening right now, many years later, we have James Gishuru in Kenya, shipping money from Kenya, storing in the white man's, I don't know, whatever, Cayman Islands. The money that is stolen from Africa is stored in those European countries.
Offshore.
And then we are saying that
offshore accounts.
But let me ask you.
And then you're saying Kenyans and Africa, we are tumerogwa. Hakuna kurogwa tumerogwa. They introduced that division for a reason. Who sells guns to Africa?
Let me ask you something, eh?
Who sells?
How come it's only in Africa? I mean,
no.
PK. I think PK is asking.
Wait, Joe.
Why
because
is it only in Africa?
Wait, Joe. Because this issue of blaming Africans for a problem that is not Africans' problem. This is not. Who gives money to Africa? We are talking corruption. Who gives money to Africans?
Themba, do
you
you
hear
know
that billions are lost, but tomorrow you hear that we have been given another 20 billion.
Themba, do you know if you go to Europe now, today, if you go to Europe, if you go to France, they call it France, England, Spain, blah blah. But when they come to Africa, even in Kenya, they call you Kikuyu, Luo, Kisi. Those in that case, it is their nations. Us, they call us tribes. It is a divide and rule by so much polarizing our mentality.
So let us not propagate the idea that Africans are Wamerogwa. Africans, they want us. In fact, like Adam was saying, they thrive. They thrive in our division.
It is not literally
the last thing I want to, so that we can give this thing. They come and they create jobs, and they tell you that they're having some very interesting work they are doing in Africa, and they are bringing the specialists and expatriate from where? From the US to come and manage that. This expatriate is paid a lot of money to manage work in Africa. How much is the money that has been given for that particular thing? The guy is being paid, I don't know, expatriates are paid, I don't know, even 80% of whatever it is. And this money goes back to their country. And they have brought money to help you guys.
Do you know why?
I totally agree. But my problem is, why is it only happening to Africa?
Because Africa is rich.
Just let me tell you, Themba tafadhali kidogo pia sikizanga watu.
Tumeuliza swali
If you go to, but I will still continue. If you go to Dakar, Qatar, wazungu are employed there na Warabu also rich, they have oil. Kama Africa pia ko rich. Wanakuwa employed, wanafutwa vile Warabu wanafuta vile wanataka anytime, and they are submissive to Warabu. Warabu also rich, they have oil. Since we are rich, we have minerals.
You need to look at the relationship between religion and the state.
Mr. Joe, we don't deny that, but the fact is,
and even if you go to India, they don't control that much. If you go to China, they don't control that much. If you go to Japan, they don't control.
But Mr. Joe, the richest nation in terms of material wealth on planet Earth is Congo.
Africa. It's Africa. I know.
Yeah, it's in Africa. I'm telling
I'm
you.
aware.
But
I'm aware.
That's
why I'm asking.
I've been to France, but I've not gone into the streets of France. I'm told, I understand in Paris, some streets are golden. That gold in Paris came from Congo.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Hi, good people. I think we tumemaliza umbea. Hiyo ilikuwa ni umbea kwa wale ambao walikuwa nasikiza umbea leo. Umbea imeletwa na kwenyu na Joe, Stone PK na Adams. Kesho tutakutana tena wakati wa umbea, kama kwa wale ambao watafaulu kufika wakati wa umbea. Tunamalizaka debate. By the way, it's good always to brainstorm, also to be aware of what's taking place elsewhere. You don't just remain, because we are in a global geopolitics. You need to know the interaction, the connectivity, because beyond, after 9, we will have this debate going on. So you need to comparatively start looking up. Raila akishashinda, tutaanza sasa kuongea how Raila is positioning Kenya into the globe. I mean, this is just a confirmation on 9.
Na PK asiseme ati ni uchawi tukishinda.
PK kwanza anataka hiyo siku. Sisi tuko radical, tunataka tufinye akina Black, tuwafinye kabisa hiyo siku. Now I want us to finish there, and we appreciate all those who came. Otieno Adams, mimi sijapeleka mtu yeyote quarantine, hata Christina aache kunionea hapo. Mimi sijapeleka anybody quarantine. I cannot put anyone on quarantine. Penya Gaka, Quinta War, asanteni sana. Otieno Adams, naona umefanya kazi mzuri. Edward Mokaya, asante. DA, thank you so much. Press J, and of course Jacob Janpeth, Bichumba, mtu na pesa zake aende Bondo kufanya nini? Sasa ameibiwa wakati hiyo yote. Yeah, Black usitie shaka, wewe ni wetu, wewe ni mmoja wetu hapa. Sasa hata tukikushinda tutakupatia opposition, lakini mkule kidogo machozi, ndio machozi, mkue na machozi Friday. You will have some time to go and appeal.
Honorable Mise just jetted in.
Christina Dika just said hi to Yufino Tieno, because I missed yesterday. DA, find something to eat. DA, umekuja leo, Makiadi ametoka, kuna shida, tunawapenda. Now, unfortunately, today tumepiga gumzo. I don't want to give you guys, let me give you 30 seconds. Please make it 30 seconds so that we can at least go to sleep. 30 seconds tafadhali, just one word, tumalize, tuende tufunge. Mise, usalimie watu, 30 seconds, tumalize.
Haya, gwareni, mimi nimetoka.
Haya, wewe enda, tuonane.
Sawa.
See you kesho. Asante kwa umbea. Haya.
Okay, fine. Sawa.
Haya, so 30 seconds tafadhali, ndio tufunge, tujiandae kwa nini ya kesho. Wacha nianze na Mise. 30 seconds tafadhali, salimia tu watu. Hata tumekuingiza tu ndio at least Christina kuone, manake najua Christine yuko huko nyuma. Tafadhali msalimia tu, alafu tumalize, ndio we wind up this.
Christine ilal kanye nyukaintie. So I want to thank you, Themba, but on really quick, for those who are disputing the richness of Africa, should go to Spain. Spain was the satellite for gold to these other countries. So there is no doubt that there is divide and rule in Africa because the continuation of exploitation of Africa by lack of knowledge. I think this is a very good debate that we need to engage in and to know. Stone PK, Angalia, if you go to Spain up to now, gold, everything, Italy, and all that area, Spain, it was the satellite to transport gold from Africa and other mineral resources to the other side of Europe. I want to stop there. Thank you, and really appreciate being here tonight. Thank you.
Good to see you, Miss. I really appreciate you too. Stone PK.
Africa, emancipate yourself. Wacha kulia. Stop crying.
Hey, your nini? Your audio, I don't know what.
Audio is bad. Hello? Is it okay now?
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone get
Sasa,
better.
yeah, I'm saying Africa, you must emancipate yourself. Wacha kupiga nduru ati tulipigwa tulipa. Time is now. Anza na baba tarehe 9. Cut those umbilical cord. Unite kabisa. Waliua Gaddafi, but we have more Gaddafi. Just say no to it. We cannot starve. We can even trade among ourselves. For me, there are things I believe in radicalism. Yani ile unakata, unaanza upya. Hata mtu anazaliwanga leo na anaishi siku moja anakufa. So Africa, we cannot, hatutakaa hapa tukilament, ni tuanze boom na tuambia hiyo enough is enough. Thank you very much.
Adams.
Yeah, thank you. My closing. I think we can do it. We are one people, we are one nation, we are one society. Let's just go out there, mobilize, and also enlighten our people with information, equip them so that the next generation that will follow our present generation can be better and make the society look better than they found it. Otherwise, let us all mobilize and come out on the 9th and vote and propel peace be among us as brothers. Thank you and God bless. Good night.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Christina Dika. Umefurahi sana vile Miss amekuja, and of course Ifino Tieno pia Adams amefurahi vile Adams amekuja hapa. Mimi na Stone PK ni wapenzi watazamaji. Sasa
Christine, I'm so happy to see you.
That's a good one.
I really love you, Christine, and hope to see you tomorrow.
Sisi ni wapenzi watazamaji. Sasa sisi wapenzi watazamaji tumewatazama na tumefurahi sana kuwaona hapa. Mungu awabariki. Sasa nataka kama kawaida Adams tupe stanza 1, Stone PK stanza 2, Mrs. stanza 3. Makiadi hopefully atakuja kesho Friday kupatia DA na wengine wimbo wao hopefully kesho.
Okay. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na amani, uhuru na raha tupate na ustawi.
Hatukusikii Stone.
You are muted. You are muted.
Muted. I was muted. Sorry. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunaipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Mise.
Mise amefroze.
Mise is frozen. Ama amejifreeze.
Ushaona ile ugonjwa mtu anakaa hivi kumbe ashakufa.
Tumuokolee.
Muokolee basi.
Mise. Haya, endelea.
Unanisikia?
Nimesikia.
Oh, sorry. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asante sana. Subscribe to Mutembei TV. Wale watu wa Umbea naona watu 100 na 130 bado wanatazama na kusikiza Umbea. Wambea ni wengi sana katika huu mtandao. Hata tukishamaliza mjadala bado wambea wanakaa hapa. Tumeshukuru sana. God bless you. See you tomorrow again, masaa na wakati kama huu, Kenyan time 9:30, and of course we come in late. Hawa ni watu wa jioni. Ikifika 7 hours tunaanza kuingiza tu wale watu wa deep state. Watu wa deep state hapa ni Miss Adams, Stone PK, Julia, kuna Papa Bob, kuna Christine. Hao ni deep state wa the evening program. Tunakuwa na deep state. See you, God bless you. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Alarm City. Good night, guys.
Good night.